literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to NECC. It's week, I don't know what, 7. That's right. I definitely knew that. I am Vincent, and I am joined by Jim to join what is going to be an interesting matchup, UAH 1 and Midland University. Jim, first of all, how are you feeling? How are you doing today? You feeling good?
I'm feeling a bit lighter than normal just to this moment, but yeah, I'm feeling pretty good today. Uh, Vincent knows why, so he's going to shake his head at me as he's going to try not to laugh. My producers try not to laugh as well. I'm feeling pretty good. I have a really good feeling about this matchup here. Should be a fairly good one. I'm hoping we see it go to 3. I haven't seen a lot of Valorant go to 3 this year. I'm hoping to see it go to 3, maybe some extra rounds. Maybe we get the full dollar value out of this one.
Well, I mean, listen, if there's anybody who's going to bring it to 3, it's these two teams. We've had very few 3-map series, like you said. Both of these teams have had 2 of them. So, like I said, if there's anybody to do that, it's going to be the UAH and Midland game, that matchup. Pretty solid. UAH coming in, I would say, as favorites here, 2 and 4 right now on the season, whereas Midland are at 1 and 5 here in the Challengers division. It's been a bit of a rough one for Midland. That being said, again, like I mentioned, they've had a lot of close games, so I don't think that really tells the whole story of their season thus far. Both of these teams had a victory over Tiffin. Of course, Midland, that's their sole victory, but beyond that, it's been a bit sparse. The other victory for the UAH side of things came in the form of a win over Becker in 2-0 fashion. So for that reason, I do think UAH probably looking to be coming out victorious. When they played Becker, Midland, they lost that in a close 2-1 series. So I'm expecting some interesting stuff.
Sorry, we just had something over the voice comm in game, so that was really interesting. But no, I'm right there with you. Talking about UAH, big win last night for them in Rocket League in Game 5.
Let's go.
So that was a fun one to watch there. If you missed it, get online, NECC_esports. Watch the VOD from last night. UAH putting a hurt in Game 5. Yeah, I believe they called that one Battle Alabama. It was UAH versus Alabama, I believe.
Interesting. Yeah, that is definitely a nice spicy matchup. But yeah, UAH, I think I got to cast them at the very beginning of the season. I want to say it here. Let me roll back in my notes here. Let me just double check. Not this first week, but no, I'm just crazy. It was North Alabama that I actually casted. I'm simply mixing up the Alabamas. As a Georgian, that's really unacceptable for me. So I do
actually, as a Georgian,
apologize.
Isn't that expected?
I don't know. I don't think so. But maybe I just have it wrong.
I don't know which way I was taking that joke, and at this point, I'm afraid.
I was about to say.
I'm afraid to confirm. I'm afraid to confirm which way I was taking that joke. Hashtag I love all states equally. So here we go.
That's a long.
It looks
hashtag.
like a Sova, a Phoenix, a Reyna, a Sage, all 4 locked in
A Yoru
on that side.
Scouts on Yoru, Jim.
Okay.
We have a Yoru play. I mean, I say that because Yoru is just literally unplayable in his current form. When it comes to like high level play,
somebody does not agree with you.
Well, listen, I am definitely made by the like the tier 2, tier 3 scene, because that's where I am at a lot when I'm not doing collegiate. So it would be more surprising in that area. But you know, maybe we could see it come out and have some great effect on the back of Scout, who is definitely a player I think to look out for in this matchup. But again, we'll see how it goes. Reyna's for both sides as well, and a Sage for Extreme Pyro, a little bit off of what I would consider the full meta composition here on Bind, is going to make for an interesting matchup, Jim.
I think it will, and they're at the very end, Brimstone locked in. I mean, he'd been hover the entire time, so there was really no chance he wasn't going to get locked in. I do kind of like this matchup here, though. I think might have a vision advantage on the side of the attackers at the moment. I really wish we could see which team was which at the moment, because I'll be honest, I memorized all the player names, but I did not memorize which team they were on.
Midland is on defense, and
Midland is in
UAH
green at the moment. Okay, so I think Alabama Huntsville is going to have the advantage on vision, which will definitely be a lot more help on defense, but it's not a slouch on the offensive side either.
Yeah, I mean, well, can you maybe elaborate a little bit? So, like vision, what are you getting at there?
Oh, Sova, like having the Sova, having the ability to scout out. Sorry, we tend to in Upper Iowa we tend to try to use common terminology across all games.
Gotcha.
So like vision, it would be the ability to scout, which would probably just be called scouting normally in Valorant. Like anything that blocks vision, we call crowd control, just because we can, just because you're trying to control where people are going.
Even though that's not crowd control in literally every other game, but it's okay.
Yeah, no.
I won't attack. I won't attack the coaching skills. We of course love you. Nonetheless,
I mean, some people will definitely attack my coaching skills, and they have every right to do so.
I won't, because I'm a friendly. You know what I mean? Oh, Sody Pop with a nice little opening frag. By the way, I love that name, Sody Pop. It's gonna be fun to say all day, or at least all series. All day is maybe a bit of a stretch. Hope we're not here all day. But now frags continuing to fly in the direction of Midland for the moment, as well, everything seems to be working out. FDEC does find one, but it's quickly traded back. And look at this, 13 HP, Jim. This is a tough spot to be in.
Definitely a tough spot, but it'd be the uber clutch if they were able to pull it out.
Certainly would be. That being said,
I don't know. I'd go for the teleporter. I'd go for the teleporter and try for an A. Just make just go for it. Just the big one. Just go. Oh, there it is.
The big one.
Oh, nice shot there by Wood.
What?
That's going to be the one I'm going to have fun with. Really quick, in Twitch chat, we had a question. Who is UAH? Alabama Huntsville. That is who UAH is. That question came from one of our fellow casters, Infernosis. Hey, Scott, how's it going?
Yeah, and if you don't know, by the way, Huntsville is a wonderful city if you've never visited. I know there's a lot of Alabama memes probably, but actually a wonderful place to visit. So pretty neat. Definitely suggest it. Had the chance to stop by there a couple times. Nonetheless, back into the video game, not sightseeing. That being said, we got a 1-0 start here for the Alabama Huntsville side of things. As well, honestly, I say that it's actually flip. That's Midland who is the 1-0 start. My bad. Alabama on the offense here. They get a couple of frags and then elect to teleport out. But look at the Sage, 34 health left. Is not an ideal position, and Sody Pop with a pretty good spot, but with that Stinger is not going to be able to connect the shots just yet, and that allows for a spike to get planted. That flashpoint going to allow for a court position on Noro, and FDC falling, and that is just a short-lived potential for the defense of that spike, as the round goes the way of Midland. Noro,
had a really good placement there, and just unfortunate that both players from UAH were coming off the left. And you got to remember, if you're coming from the left, you actually can see before your gun clears the obstruction. So, you start firing, your first couple of shots might go into the wall there, or you're going to have to wait for your crosshairs to clear the wall. So Noro taking advantage that they're coming from the left to the right, so they're gun cleared and able to get their shots off first.
That's why you, if you're big brain, you have a bind that changes your. I don't even know if this is possible in Valorant. It's an old school CS trick, by the way. But that's why you have a bind that will change from the left-handed gun to the right-handed gun.
I think you can change it between maps, but not in map.
Oh, see, that's rough. So in CS, what you can do is actually bind a key bind to it and just swap it at will. But clearly not possible here. Nonetheless, a little bit of lore for you esports folks in chat. But we are seeing a buy-in, and a pretty significant buy at that. The Odin on the back of Colt here for UAH as the Owl drone gets some information and a tag, in fact, as the wall comes out, but blocks it. Rather, Zebo is the first to find a frag, finds a second one as well. Nice little headshot, makes it a third. Well done by Zebo, leaving just Mage in a 1v4. Has the overheal. Could find something more. The URU ready and waiting along the side, and Mage gets that first kill. So things may be looking a little bit more doable here, but still quite difficult considering that Zebo is swinging and fragging. 4K. Frags. Yeah, love to see it.
There it is. There it is. Something to look at here is... Oh, it changed. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna ask our producer about a glitch, but it went away. Never mind. We're good. We're solid.
No glitches here. Come on, Joe.
No glitches, baby. Glitchless, baby. Hashtag glitchless. Hashtag all day.
You don't have to add the hashtag to everything.
I'm aware. I'm just trying to keep up with all the young kids.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. My bad.
You know, all the youths in chat.
The
Hello,
youths.
fellow youths.
That's right.
my cousin Vinny action there.
Yeah, of course.
I got you. I got you with the my cousin Vinny. Little Joe Pesci.
That's right. Oh, gee, Sibo, that is a nasty little shot to take FDEC down. And, well, now already with a player disadvantage is UAH in this one. Not exactly the start that we were expecting, to keep it entirely honest here. Midland looking very strong in the opening stages of this round. Granted, this is going to be a mostly eco. We do see that Vandal picked up for one player, but overall still an eco. A Paranoia out is fairly strong, is going to connect with Drowsy with the frags is even better. Two of them, in fact, gives the player advantage away. Now what up close and personal on top, finds the first frag and now needs to pick up a little bit more. 6 bullets left in that chamber. It's going to make it a little bit tough, but the dark cover buys him a little bit more time as now pushes in onto the site. Sody Pop with a nice little frag long range, now swinging out his extreme pyro and does an extremely good job of picking up that frag. Now very winnable, pulls out the frenzy, elects not to go with that sheriff, and Sody Pop's not aware. They don't know.
Ooh.
That's so unfortunate, and what a great round coming through from UAH.
You know, Sody Pop, they thought they knew where they were hiding. They had the fake defuse. They were looking right where they thought they were going to pop out. Unfortunately, they were checking the wrong crate as they came out from the other one and put them down. So UAH finally getting on the board there, and that's going to be a big one. That's going to let them buy here in round number 5.
Yeah, an incredibly important and impactful round as well there for the UAH side of things. And I think now you have to ask the question, okay, where do you go off the back of this? And it looks as if the run it back is the answer. Drowsy was the opener last round and continues to be the opener in this one. Gets a frag over at A, but it is quickly traded by Noru, who has found Reyna elsewhere. And that makes things a little bit more difficult, but still a 4-on-4 even scenario. And there is the resurrection. Beautiful stuff coming through. And now the advantage has been regained.
And, you know, the rotate here from UAH was quick. And it looks like Midland is respecting that they might go back to A because they've got someone still sitting at A. So definitely a agent advantage here on B side.
Well, an agent advantage in NECC 2, as now the rest of the attackers are coming in, and there goes the flame wall once more. Sody Pop, sole defender. Lear comes out a little bit early. Is not going to get the first, but there's Mage on the follow-up. That Empress is too strong. Zebo, the final defender, falls at B, leaving just a scout on the Yoru left in a 1v4.
And Mage with the 3K there. You know, in that kind of situation, I don't know. I might have just saved there. I think I might have just saved. In a 1v4 and they've got it like sealed off like that, I don't know.
It's so hard, right?
Oh yeah. Especially like, from that position, like coming from that side, there's only one way you can come. And, you know, with that many guns pointed in that direction, not going to end well for you.
It's not ideal. Put it this way. Not ideal no matter how you slice it. And I think that we can take solace, at least the UAH side of things, can take solace in the fact that they easily dispatched that player, and now it's a 2-3 scoreline.
Well, and for the first time tonight, UAH has the weapon advantage for the first time tonight.
Oh, you're right. Absolutely.
It was an eco round there for Midland.
I mean, Naru, man, I can't say that name. Naru, probably accurate. But I don't know. Maybe I've been watching too much anime. I wanna make it some sort of like ooh sound, whatever. nonetheless, a great opening pick. And speaking of Naru, who has that frag, but is quickly traded out. It's 2-on-3, not too shabby, and if Sibo can find a frag or two, this could turn around fairly quickly. What? Uses the paranoia to try and create some space, but Drowsy is ready and waiting. Doesn't get tagged up by that paranoia, and the spike is evacuating A, and now on to B.
That's a great rotation right there. Smoke got down. They've got all day here. All day. They've got the angles covered. Ooh, Drowsy with a nice shot.
That certainly is what you love to see. As now, whoa, Drowsy. Show him how to do it here.
3K there from Drowsy.
Brilliant.
Moving themselves up on the leaderboard. And again, full buy here from UAH. And we're going to have to see a buy here from Midland. But this is going to be rough. If Midland loses this round, they're going to be in a rough spot economically.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely is going to be in a rough spot. That said, I think that if we take a peek, right, look at the cash flow here for the UAH side of things. It's very healthy, but Zebo maybe having something to do with that. Shows to operate out and gets a frag and scout. Able to pick up one as well. Does get traded immediately, but what is also here for support? Has to fall back off the back of that sonar dart, but looking to get another aggressive position with the boom bot. But again, falls back. So just looking for information, not really looking to fully commit there.
And that's what we're talking about with the scouting and Sova having the recon bolt, being able to get that information from a distance. Mage with a nice shot.
I mean, Mage has just lived back here and been a menace in this position. Basically every single round that they've gone B here. We'll see though. Oh. Mage, absolutely brilliant. And FPEC with another great job. Great frag. Leaves what in the 1-on-3.
What? Not going down without a fight though.
And he's got all the utility, right? Paranoia in hand. Has 2 dark covers. Now that wall is going to be a bit problematic, but we'll see how he elects to deal with it. As what? Maybe looking to get up close and personal. There's that Lear. He just had the lineup, but not quite quick enough as Mage closes out a triple. It's finally a lead here for UAH.
It's Mage's second triple of the night, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
I think it might be. Early candidate maybe for player of the game. Very early. I mean, we're way early here, but
yeah, I mean, you know, lots of Valorant left to play. But hey, you know, I like it. You know, we'll think
early
back.
Early candidate. Something to think about. Everybody at home, if you're thinking early candidate for player of the game, spam in a Twitch chat. I know it's a little delayed, but we'll see it. Don't worries.
Well, Jim will see it. I won't. I don't have it up. Sorry.
And I was trying to say we as a pair would see it. I'm trying to help you out here, Vincent. I'm trying to help you out.
I mean,
I got your back, man.
Thank you. I've just taken your kindness and just shirked it for no reason. I do apologize. And well, Noru, that's a nice shot with the SMG. The run it back in from Drowsy does net some space and knows that Noru's there, but nothing found. Sends that run it back where it came from. Extreme Pyro now looking for more. Does he hear it? Oh, well, who does hear it but Scout inside the teleporter. What a great setup there from the defense, making this look very difficult. As it throws out a flash, looking for maybe a little bit more. There is some information gained, but that is all the defense just rotating around. Where's the? I'm looking and I'm like, not finding the spike.
Spike's in the middle. Spike's mid.
I realized that it was just covered up by a player.
That's an ult.
Oh, another one. What a well-placed
FDC. Great ults there for a triple of their own. And did Colt buy that operator? He picked it up. I don't remember him having that at the start of the round.
I cannot recall it, but I don't remember who had an operator, actually.
Well, there's an operator on the board now.
Sure is. I mean, we saw what here in this position last round, and well, Scout lasts a little bit less time as he falls to that operator we were just discussing. So 5-3 now. I talked about how UAH probably slightly favored in this one, but still a great job from Midland to get in early. But they've got to make some adjustments now, don't they, Jim?
Well, you know, they came out 3-0, firing hot, and then UAH said, oh, right, we remember how to play Valorant. And they've rattled off 5 in a row of their own. And at the moment, the economy is what we're looking at. It's a full buy this round from Midland. And if they lose this round, they're going to be in a hole once again. And if you look at the cash on the side of UAH, they actually have the ability to lose a couple of different rounds and still have cash to burn.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It makes it so difficult to contend with, and a well-placed fault line is going to force the attackers off of this angle temporarily. That's by Naru, who has now found some information, but Mage, the Empress is so incredibly potent and already down one, but Naru, what a great job to find that one. Absolutely incredible.
You know, something I talk about every week is just how many of these kills are headshots. And you think about, oh, you know, people are good. You hear a lot of fire being thrown down range. But if you look in the top right as the kills come across with the crosshairs, there you go. What with a wall banger headshot followed by a regular headshot? I mean, it's all just headshots.
Yeah, cooking them heads, that is the name of the game. And, well, everybody doing just that right now for Midland in this round. 3-on-1 is now what we're looking at. Midland very, very strong. Scout, the player to look out for. And Colt, this $5,000 weapon, I would imagine is going to be saved over to the next round.
He's looking for those false footsteps right now. Yes, you saw the false footsteps come out there.
10 seconds left.
Maybe looking for a pick. Got one. Oh, and Noro with a triple, and Noro able to pick up the op before the round ends.
I think that was a bit forward by Colt. You had less than 10 seconds, right? And you were never going to win that round. And now you've given an operator over to an economy that was hurting and probably wouldn't have been buying in one this round if they... I probably couldn't even have afforded one now that I'm looking at the money. So maybe a bit of a mistake from Colt there. What do you think?
You know, if he gets the double there, then it looks super good. He got one. He went for the double. If he gets it, it looks amazing. So I think that's one of those, you know, you're doomed one way or the other.
Wait, hold on. Are you doomed, though, by saving? You have an operator in the next round.
What I'm saying, you're going for money. I'm saying no matter what you choose, somebody could say you made the wrong call.
I see.
That's what I'm saying. Is whether or not the call was good or not, somebody could say the call was bad either way.
Yeah, absolutely true. And a bit of a trade, or well, not so even trade, I should say. That one favoring Midland in the early stages of this round was the reinvestment. We talked about the cash, the economy, very strong for the UAH side of things on this attack. And it still is, even after this round, regardless of the outcome. That dark cover a little bit late, but Sody Pop is in a pretty good position. Now, ready and waiting around the corner. They don't check it or check it late, but oh no, that's brutal. FDC finds that frag and Sody Pop falls, but Naru is still ready and waiting on the site, and that flashpoint is on point to allow for the Brimstone to fall back. But operator in hand for Colt, who tried to find it once, but gets tagged again. Oh, that's brutal. Is gonna go through the teleporter and is looking for the... Oh, that's wrong.
You know, had the pistol, I don't know, in that situation, I think I switched to the classic. I don't go for the one tap there with the operator. You know you're gonna be behind him, but you don't know if you're gonna be able to get this straight shot into him. And if they come with more than one, you're going to be toast. I think the play there is to go to the classic to try to get them both.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so hard. That is really a, you know, regardless of what you choose, you're kind of wrecked. I mean, operator, it's not got the fastest of rate of fire. You know, maybe you just have to hope that they come through and you collateral them. as crappy as that is.
Yeah, but I think that's the better play. Like, is it the spiciest play? No, but I think it's the better play.
Yeah, definitely can make an argument for that. And, well, I think right now an argument being made here by the Midland side of things that it's not over yet. That being said, a orbital strike comes through, and FTC doesn't even allow for that orbital strike to come down before dispatching the player on the site. Scout with an operator in hand picks up a frag, huge frag at that, and gets a foothold in the site. But no, Zebo falling so quickly, and the fact that he falls without getting any frags up through the smoke, that's so brutal. And Pyro following up on the Scout, close range with the pistol is always going to be ideal against that operator.
You know, and here we are. You know, we had a 3-0 run, a 5-0 run, and in the last round before the swap, it's 6-5. If somebody would have told you after what we had seen that it was going to be 6-5 going into the break, what would you have said, Vincent?
I mean, I thought that this could be close, but this is certainly a closer game than I was expecting. Like, there's just no question about it.
Keep up.
4 ultimates here available for the Midland University side of things. And big ticket items, by the way, as well. The Resurrection available for the other side, and as well with that ult orb to run it back, but it's quickly dispatched quite easily, in fact, as Sodipop finds that and uses a dismiss to get away with it. Now the rest of the players looking to hop onto this site. Lear goes out again, and it pushes back the rest of the attackers as the players are already being found. Mage, FTC, Colt, all chiming in for frags, but oh my goodness, still an absolute massacre there for the attackers.
And something to think about there. I don't believe. No, we had one defusal there in the first 12 rounds, but other than that, kills, and more kills as they're playing team deathmatch more so than anything else out there, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine a closer game at this point, and I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it. But Jim, what do you want to see here in half number 2?
Excited to see them swap. I think UAH might have a little bit of an advantage here on defense. The way they were playing with the agents they have, I think they're going to have a defensive advantage.
Defensive advantage? Yeah, I think that you make a very solid point. Those controllers are very much ideal, but I guess if you don't hit the shots, it really doesn't matter, do you?
It does not.
Yeah, I mean, this game is, at the end of the day, about aiming. And, well, aiming pretty good. That's all there is to it. As now we are looking at a 5-on-3, and a well-placed shock dart puts Naru down to a, well, barely any health. Zebo climbs one back as Colt, these frenzies, putting in work, but it is short-lived as the Sage, left alive, does get heal off on themselves, but that's a slow and steady heal, remember. Not that that's a new change, but listen, we haven't seen a lot of Sage since then, so whoa, what a shot from what. That's
what
beautiful.
Picks up his 3K. But no, so, you know, there's the caster curse. I say something nice about UAH maybe having an advantage on defense, and all of a sudden doesn't seem to matter as Midland puts them in the ground.
Well done. I do love that we have we're just seeing these teams fight back one on one. I mean, there's just, you know, one round going one way and then immediately the other. It's so very nice. I really love it, and I think that we are going to see more of it here in the second half. The wall immediately stop aggression over there in that position at A short, and a close range shotgun play from both of these players in hookah. Well, Mage, up close and personal, has already found one. Got the dismiss away. The Lear comes out, but it's not good enough. Gets the second dismiss as well. Takes another corner, but fortunately for Zebo, had a quick decision and was able to get out those blast packs and swing around the corner with a frightening pace.
Well, let's just talk about how painful that looked, though. That looked
Yeah.
painful.
It sure did.
Colt with the classic. Trying to make it happen.
Look at the HP on the Yoru. That's somewhat doable, but you got to be looking the right direction and not able to do that.
And Zebo with a triple there. So 3Ks all over the place. I think we had in the 14 rounds we've been here, I think we've had 6 3Ks.
Certainly a lot of individual plays happening here for both sides as well, as we are tied up. All even Steven.
Nice look here at the scenery as our producer just kind of hangs the camera.
And with that aggression coming through from Mage, who has not only found the frag but dismissed away, takes a lot of damage for the trouble, down at 4 HP, but remember there's a Sage somewhere, so that could potentially be healed up at least significantly. But inside this box, or I should say inside the tube here, is going to be a difficult spot, but the rotations are going to be coming into opposite directions, so maybe getting bailed out there just a little bit is that Reyna, but still a player advantage is definitely positive. That Odin ready and waiting here on the other side, as now it's going to get pushed, and Colt with the frags, 2 of them in fact. What finally trades, but it's a lot too late. Mage, the player with 4 HP, does finally fall, and What, who is looking to get the plant, rotates out and finds a frag as well as Naru. So this is now a 2-on-1. Scratch that, a 1-on-1 as FDC wins out that duel initially. And the rotation in once more towards the B side.
Left.
The nice thing here is that he's already holding the spike, doesn't have to go find it. I was able to rotate very quickly.
Fast
FDC's gotta be trouble. Gotta be careful there, FDC.
Oh, no, he gets tagged. That's brutal. Now FTC has all of the information. That was the one opportunity. That one shot was what was possible. You see what I did there?
No, the pun police are coming for you, Vincent. But there we go. Talking about how good vision is, how good knowledge is, how good the scouting is, and having the Sova there with the ability to recon, knowing exactly where his opponent is, was huge. Huge there at the end.
Indeed, and all coming down to the 1v1 as well, but still, the victorious are UAH. Wonderful stuff here. This has been a you know, pretty long game in the first half. You know, 7-8 is the scoreline right now, and again, nothing really between these two. We were playing up the close matchups, and I'm sure you've heard us before talk about that, but this time very much the case.
Vincent, this could be a rough one here for Midland.
Indeed.
Economy round here for Midland.
I mean, somehow Scout finds that kill. I mean, that was... I mean, he just straight up mugged the stage right there. I'm not sure how he found that, but nonetheless, a kill is a kill, and Reyna is popping the Empress in order to be a little bit more effective. Goes through the teleporter, but isn't able to connect the shots. That's brutal, even with the Empress pop. But Drowsy, what is this positioning? The judge in hand says, no problem. I will see you guys later. But the rotations, we saw the ultimates available. The From the Shadows comes out, and it allows for What to plant at B.
Another good rotation there from What. However, and he is the one on that team with all the hit points at the moment. Drowsy decided to go for the pistol instead of keeping the judge out. FTC might be able to get this.
Oh, but he gets knocked off by it.
Oh, good use of abilities there. Great use of abilities there by Noro.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder, knowing how it works, knowing that he would be knocked off of that spike. Incredible stuff. And, you know, you might argue, did you really need the Rolling Thunder? I don't think it matters. You guaranteed the round victory, and that's what matters.
Well, especially in an economy round.
Yeah,
that's a huge, huge win in an economy round. And now it looks like they're going to have their own chance here going against an economy round. As with the exception of the Marshall, it's going to be all pistol equivalents here for UAH.
I can appreciate how you said pistol equivalents. You know, just entirely denying the Marshall that exists, but it's okay.
I said with the Marshall. I said with the Marshall.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. that was a dirty shot.
Yeah, he even paused and waited. Let Mage contemplate the death that was coming for her.
Yeah, a little rough is that one, but well, Scout continuing to pop off, has 3 frags already. Down at 1 HP though is a little bit rough, not ideal, but still nice. As the spike, by the way, is going to A for some reason, even though they have B. These spike rotations have been a mixed bag in my book thus far, but hey, you know what? You do you, Midland. You do you.
And they got the spike down. Extra cash there at the end of the round.
Indeed, a little extra cash never hurt nobody.
Now this is going to be a huge round here. Huge round for Huntsville. They had to buy this round. But if you look at their economy, they have no money remaining. FDC's got about $1,000. Otherwise, no money. Midland has all the money, and Midland with a lead for the first time since round number 6.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is basically a live look at these students' bank accounts, pretty much.
Oh.
It's unfortunate.
Rough.
But I can say that because I'm a student as well, and I feel the pain. Nonetheless, Colt with a nice little frag.
Frag and run action.
Yeah, see you later. I'm out of here. Throws down a sky smoke in order to get out a little bit easier. That being said, that smoke is a little off. I don't know that I love that, and the reload might give Sody Pop some information, but it's still a player advantage, even as what finds Mage. There's still 4 ultimates available here for the defense, and that is a bit of a problem, right? You talked about the economy, but the ult economy is absolutely going gangbusters at the moment. You've got everything that you could really want, and Colt looking to get a forward position. Maybe needs to hang on to this. This is a bit aggressive, I think.
This is bad. This is bad. They rotated FDC away. They got 2 and 2. Oh, this could be really bad. Oh.
Rez? No, you didn't. You didn't do that to them, Extreme Pyro. There's no way you just resurrected poor guy into an absolute bullet storm. That's a travesty.
And FDC with that long range there on the ultimate, getting the kill that they needed. What though? What has a chance for a 6K?
No.
There's the 5, has a chance for 6!
There it is!
There it is! 6K for what?
What?
The mythical 6K!
What? That was incredible.
And there it is, folks. There, we had talked about maybe Mage early with the 2 early triples, but now I'm going to be saying what? I'm saying what? With the possible player of the game there with the mythical 6K, saving it, absolutely saving it for Midland there.
No longer a myth. It's
no
now
longer
real.
the myth. And this is a really weird buy on the side of UAH. Sheriff Marshall Bucky Classic.
This is what I like to call, oh no, we need to win.
Yeah.
That's what I like to call this one. Up close and personal with the Marshall is not ideal. And Scout shows Drowsy exactly why that's the case. Naru with a really great frag. Naru with the second as well. And Scout has found the Mage. I mean, there's one player left alive. That's Colt. He's got a Bucky in hand. This is brutal here.
Hey, let's be honest though. Brimstone just looks right holding the Bucky though, right?
That's true. Yeah.
It just looks right.
I mean, he is like, is he the only American on the roster? I feel
I
like
think he is.
That just works, you know, with the shotgun.
He's got the good peek. He's got the right hand peek if he wants to peek that.
I mean, if you want to continue that metaphor, in that this is Huntsville.
Yeah.
And you know, there's some good hunting over in Alabama. I can tell you from experience. You know, get a little shotgun action going.
Oh, everybody's bailing. Get out of there. Get out. Go. Go. Get
He
out. Get
dies
out.
here.
Colt. Go.
No
go.
way Colt
Colt's
doesn't
dead.
die. I mean, Colt
He's
wants to die.
so dead.
1,000 credits versus the full
Yeah.
loss minus.
Yep. I keep forgetting about that change. That's on me.
Yeah. It's one of those sneaky changes that you saw and you're like, oh yeah, it totally makes sense, and then you just gets out of your mind.
All right. Full buy. Big buy from UAH.
Huge buy.
And buys on the other side too, but 2 Odins for UAH. Gotta be going with the theory that quantity over quality here, Vincent. Quantity over quality.
Listen, last time Colt had this weapon, had a double kill, so I am definitely not going to be counting them out. 3 ultimates as well. The Yoru ultimate, I don't even remember. Oh, yes, I was about to say I don't even remember what it does, but it does get you space. You go invisible, and there it is, actually, the dimensional drift. That's what it's called. It gets you information. And, well, there it is. No need for anything more than the teleport. Well done. This utility from the Yoru, impeccable as the showstopper comes out, but nearly takes out a team.
Mage,
is still
Mage though, gets a triple before going down.
Oh, that's massive, but it still ends up to be a 1v1 scenario. FDC is going to have to pick up this.
When's the last time? When's the last time we saw these two going at it?
Oh!
FDC gets the better of it on this side, but Mage picking up yet another 3K. Says, I don't want you talking about what for player of the game. I don't want you talking about what. I don't want to hear his name.
I mean,
Mage
fought that back when it was a really tough look, honestly, and came out swinging. You'd love to see it.
Are we gonna have? Is Colt not gonna buy? What's Colt doing?
Not sure.
There's a thought process there. It's a bulldog. Okay, a bulldog. Here we go.
Still expensive though, that last round. I mean, they went in with 2 Odins and came out with none. Oh, the Rolling Thunder comes out. The double satchel to get into position. The stun is good, and Zero finds the first frag in order to do just that. It's 2 players down. The orbital strike finally being committed, but as we can see, the spike being planted is not in that position, so no real problems there. That orbital strike ends up being wasted. There's 2 players left here for the defense, and it's looking very rough. As maybe, just maybe, Midland can close this out. Sody Pop with another one. It's the penultimate round here, Jim, and we could be going to a map point.
Colt's gonna have to make a huge play. Gets one.
Cool. Gonna have to do his best Andrew Luck impression. Put the back, but not to be. Scout winning that one out, and it is indeed map point for Midland, as they have they've rolled away with this. Not really the whole second half, but really just the last five or so rounds.
The whole second half. They're 7-2 so far in the second half.
You're right. That's true. It's felt very close though. In all fairness,
it has. I'm just saying, I really thought UAH had the better squad here for defending, and just either I was dead wrong or Midland came to play.
Well, I have to admit that I think the Sage utility has not been super well utilized in general. And I mean, look at the amount of utility that goes in just from bullets being shot. And that's both shock darts, both slow orbs, a hot hands. Like they're just bleeding utility into that choke point. And all you have to do if you're Midland is just wait a little bit.
Just a little bit. And I finally did take a look, and this was a terrible round economically for UAH. So trying to pick up any weapons they could find, because it was not a great round. Well, you are going to get the kill off that from the shadows, but it is short-lived. Now Mage left on the 1-on-4. He's found the first. Gets the overheal as well, but is not able to pick up that frag. Naro wins that out, and 13-9. The scoreline here on map number 1 in the favor of Midland University. Really great stuff from them.
I can't say enough how I was impressed with the way they came out. They came out swinging. They came out and they made their mark. They opened up that 3-0. It got a little bit closer, obviously, but still, that second half, really good.
You know, we look at the scoreboard here. Average combat score 325 was the top for UAH on Mage, 324 the top for Midland on What. So right there. But then you see past that, Mage so far ahead of the rest of their team. Definitely the hard carry there for UAH. Midland a little bit more coalesced at the top there. But I want to talk about What, and specifically I want to talk about their mythical 6K round there. Not only was it a 6K, but that was an economy round. That was a must-win round there for Midland. And What took it in exciting fashion, and that was the turning point. That was 100% the turning point. They went 7-1 after that round.
They certainly did. And I mean, I not to get onto this player or anything like that, but Sodipop on the Reyna was 4-15. Had a really rough game there for Midland, and they won. I mean that, like, the only reason I mention that is because typically your Reyna player needs to be your player playing well, especially on that Reyna, because you just don't have a lot of utility otherwise. But the fact that Sodipop wasn't having the good game and they still won gives me so much hope for when Sodipop presumably picks up the pace here in map number 2.
Well, and also, okay, and our producer's shouting in our ear that we need to go to an ad break. We'll be back with map number 2. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant coming up.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Alrighty, everybody. We just watched map number 1 here of the best of 3 series, UAH going up against Midland University and Midland. What a great showing in map number 1 on Bind. 13-9 the score line as we head into map 2, Jim.
Yeah, and map 1 was great. Don't get me wrong. Map 1 was absolutely a lot of fun to watch. Back and forth, back and forth. Started with a good run out of Midland, ended with a good run out of Midland. Just everything you wanted to see in a Valorant match.
Absolutely the case. And I mean, yeah, it was honestly down to the wire there until the second half. I mean, the second half, it still looked pretty close. There was a lot of rounds back and forth, but in general, Midland kind of running away with it on the attacker side of things. So I'm on the lookout for that same potential here on Ascent, which is going to be our map number 2. It's the classic. What else? I mean, if you're going to come watch some Valorant, you're watching Ascent and Bind. There's no split, no icebox. Those don't exist. And occasionally,
man, I really want to see more on icebox. I might be the only caster who likes watching icebox.
Oh no, I love watching icebox. I don't like playing icebox. That's the difference. Casting gets a lot of fun. It's just absolute insanity. And honestly, I mean, as kind of insane as the map is conceptually, there's a lot of interesting strategies that have been come up with. I really love how the Valorant community has just kind of buckled down, even though, like, I mean, I personally am not a fan of the map design in general, but I think that it's so different that it's interesting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, and just the 2 points are so different. Like Bind and Ascent, the points are somewhat similar. Yeah, you've got different ways of walking in, but they're similar in nature. Whereas Icebox, the points are so very different.
You know, I think a great way to put what you're saying there is that, you know, on Bind, for example, or Haven, it's all made up of the same building blocks. You know, fundamentally, it is the same type of site. But on Icebox, they are just, I mean, it's like, you know, coding in 2 different languages, or you know, they're just not at all similar in any way, you know, with the crazy high grounds of A versus the wide open expanses over at B. It's just so very interesting. But enough of us waxing lyrical about, you know, map picks that we don't see. Map picks that we do see every single day is Ascent. And we're going to be going straight there right now. And it looks like Scout is quite married to this Yoru pick. What did you think of the Yoru?
With it. I thought they played it well. I mean, for somebody that you saw the pick and you're like, ew, oh, why are we going to see that? I thought they played it well. I thought they used the abilities well. So I think, why wouldn't you play it? Especially because a lot of people haven't seen it. Because like you said, it's not completely in the meta right now. So if you can play something that people don't have a lot of time spent against, it's going to give you an advantage.
So I'm going to keep it real with you. I know we try to keep it positive on these broadcasts, and I typically do, but I saw one play that I was like, yeah, okay, this is a good. I'm impressed with this Yoru pick. Otherwise, I didn't feel like it was a problem, but it just wasn't. It wasn't wowing me. Maybe you call me biased, whatever. But I think that overall Scout didn't do badly, but it also didn't really jump out at me either. You know, not like What did or like Mage did on the other side. Put it that way. We are seeing a similar composition though here on the attacker side of things, as Colt going back to the old Brimstone, and we do see FDC on this Raze. No Sova to be found on either side. You were talking about that a little bit before. Can you expand on that a bit, Jim?
I just think Sova with the recon bolt, so much information to be gathered there. With that being said, though, passive information to be gathered by Raze with all of the bots they can drop. A lot of passive information there. So you have to wait for your opponent to walk there to get you the info, whereas Sova's a little bit more upfront with their observation, which is why I like the Sova a lot. But Raze with a lot of utility, and just the utility always giving information. And in this game, the more information you have, the better it's going to play.
Yeah, speaking of information, the lack of a sentinel for either side is questionable, maybe. you know, we've seen how effective Killjoy can be here, but even beyond that, Cypher as well, very effective on this map. Nothing there for either side. So whilst it's odd, it's no disadvantage for either team, considering they both elected to go away from that, you know, that pick.
Which I don't think that's a good call, but I'm with you on that one. But hey, we'll see. There's a reason we're casting and they're playing.
There is indeed a reason. Listen, I get into the server and it's a little terrifying, to be honest, and not in a good way. like everyone's scared because I look so bad. That's more what I mean. Nonetheless, a good start there. Opener on the defense, doing well for the Midland side of things as frags come out, but quick trades are fairly solid. It's now a 4-on-3 retake with low HP on a couple of players. Makes this very difficult. Scout with a nice little frag in the forward position. Extreme Pyro with a great headshot onto Zebo, who was getting a forward position, but all three players tagged very, very low. Now make this a difficult one to find. Scout looking to maybe get a forward position, but doesn't quite do that. This is the shots initially, but closes out a 3K, and Naru with another frag puts Drowsy in the 1-on-2, and despite the low HP targets, he can't find much of anything. So a nice little round there, closed out very effectively by Midland, and Scout showing me what I know, picking up a 3K.
And some great dancing there as he got that kill in that little pistol standoff there against the Sage. Showing some fast footwork there, moving along. I don't think they got tagged at all during that fight.
Yeah, it was only there at the very end with the final fight for the third kill. It was definitely well done. Great start for Midland. Of course, they're looking to close this out in 2, but UAH on the attack want to bring us to a map number 3, but can University of Alabama Huntsville do in this round? They are here contending with the not ideal weaponry, pistols in hand. And Colt, nice frag actually, and Drowsy following it up. So it's 1-for-1s all over the place. Naro gets that frag, but in the backline, Scout has it all, and Zebo chimes in as well.
And Scout, you know, just going nuts here early. 4 kills in the first 2 rounds. Noro,
Yeah.
not any shame either. No deaths for either of them. Let's see how long they can keep going on the deathless there. Last week we had a player go 20 rounds deathless.
I mean, that's honestly impressive. 20 rounds, no deaths.
Yep.
I mean, that's like a speed run, honestly. Like, that's the level of impressive. I mean, you gotta consistently be hitting that level, but hey, here we are, a round where their guns are in the hands of multiple teams. FTC and Mage, though, they have something to say, and that is, we want to get into this B site. Sody Pop with a frag, but what great movement from FTC. That was incredible. There's a reason that there is a raise, and that FTC is playing it.
Yeah, no, those two both playing extremely well that round. I think they're both set up for a triple. Whoever gets the final kill here might end up with a triple. And it will be FTC. FTC with a triple.
FTC truly a tone setter here
Yes.
for UAH, and doing it perfectly in that round. I thought there was some, you know, interesting strategies going down when the Sage walled up and, you know, all that kind of shenanigans, but no, it was just FTC swinging out, getting frags, and, you know, Mage helping out as well. I do want to add in there, but a statement being made there in round number 2, such a fast pace to come through as well, really suggests, hey, listen, you guys may have picked up those first couple of rounds, Midland, but we're here to play.
Economy round here from Midland.
Cash is a little tight for him, as Drowsy with a nice little frag over in the mid area. Attempts to find another, but as the door goes down, the plant comes in. There's a 4v5 on the retake. Lots of pistols here. Looking to spam someone out. FTC does not really get tagged in that, though. A Scout Classic in hand, looking to go up and figure something out on the back end of things. But I think all things considered, you can hope for maybe a kill, maybe two at best. It's not great, but oh, that's well done. Scout finds two. That's huge. Recovers an operator. It isn't going to be enough for the round, but every frag is so big. And oh my goodness, Scout!
Yeah, I didn't even. Wow, like that shot went off, and he was running before the shot even connected. I don't know how.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Great shot. Great shot.
What a way to, do an eco round to save a weapon. I mean, that's
about as good as you could do an economy round and lose.
That's what I call losing with style.
Yeah. It's cool. I'm going to pick up an extra kill. I'm going to take this operator. I'm going to get out of your hair. Now, you guys take the round. We're going to take the money. Bye.
Yeah. Well, Scout doing the losing with style very well, but now needs to maybe try and win with style. Scout has that operator ready to go. Was looking to get a forward position here at B. Would have met a plethora of opponents, but elects to go away from it as the wall comes out for FTC, trying to get yet another forward position. It doesn't really net much of anything, and well, the Empress was popped, and Sodipop wins out the first gunfight, but it is quickly going to be the opponents bringing it back in. FTC with a very forward position somehow finds another frag. Probably should have gotten punished there, but doesn't die, and now has a showstopper ready to go. The fault line perfect to force them out, but it doesn't matter if FTC hits those shots like you've been seeing. Zebo is going to take that as it was a bit of a gift. Now it's 2v1. It is winnable. 2 blast packs available for Zebo. Seems to have an idea that Colt could be here and does win that fight. Headshot in, not very low HP either. Makes this a very winnable round. And I don't think there's anybody in a resurrectable spot here. Maybe a bit wasted on that second blast pack. On the site though, ready and waiting is Extreme Pyro, who is not going to be missing that headshot, as it is a third round on the board here for the attackers of UAH.
You know, and there's a name we have not said a lot tonight, Extreme Pyro. They've been very quiet, but you know, solid players showing their skills there, getting that final kill and getting them the round.
Yeah, certainly has not had the huge standout moments, but definitely has not been you know, making huge errors either. And you know, there's something to be said about that, right? Whenever you're not the storyline of why your team's losing, it's usually a positive thing, and you're usually not doing anything wrong.
Another, looks like partial economy round, like a mid-buy here from Midland.
Looks like they just pulled out whatever they could afford, so, you know, a Marshall on some. Their money was very uneven, so what a great frag. Mage swings around the corner, takes a head off. There goes that rolling thunder, attempting to get a forward position on A, and the showstopper to follow it up is good for one. Now Mage is kind of teasing around this area. Hasn't really found anybody. Finally does. Mage takes Sodipop down, and FTC finds another frag somehow. This time with the, I believe that to be the pink shells. Either way, it is simply a matter of time for Scout, as it was a nice frag. It looked pretty, and I liked the utility usage, but ultimately not effective.
I think I'm going to look really stupid here.
Okay.
We were talking about FTC earlier, and I think I called out the wrong agent.
I don't recall. What did you call it? What did you call Raze?
I called Raze. I'm gonna be honest, I get Raze and Killjoy confused, and I'm still sitting here looking at it, and I couldn't tell you right now. It's terrible. Like, everybody's got that one thing. Like, you should see me on Overwatch. I get Sombra and Symmetra's names confused all the time, and they're nothing alike.
Yeah, but you got the S's. I'll give you a break on that one. This one, Killjoy Raze.
It's the pictures. I get the pictures confused. I don't know why. They don't even look similar.
Wait, one's from the Netherlands and one's Hispanic. How?
I don't know. It's terrible. I feel awful about it. Hashtag Coach Jim is wrong.
I was about to say, you should feel awful about that one maybe a little bit.
I
That
feel
being said,
super bad about that one.
Naru doesn't feel awful about that frag, but Colt coming back in with 2 more on the refrag, but ultimately
I'm
not
sorry.
ideal.
I'm sorry. I did not know that was one of Brimstone's voice lines.
I didn't
And
hear the voice line. What was
And
it?
I don't think we can repeat it on the air.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I have it all the way turned down in my headphones, so not all the way, but very low.
I
should say.
100% did not know that was one of his voice lines. I'm not going to say it on the air, but go ahead and look up Brimstone's voice lines, and there's going to be one that you're going to know which one I'm talking about.
Now I'm sad that I don't know. I'll have to look it up later. Oh well. Nonetheless, a solid attempt from that Brimstone player of Colt, but not really enough to bring them over the edge there. It's finally a response after 4 rounds in a row. And there's that rolling thunder, but how does Mage find that kill anyway? That's absolutely brutalizing. As we are still in a 4v4 somehow. And in a tough spot, I think. These attackers, they have forward positioning over here towards A, and the B split is going to be solid, but this rotation could also put a bit of a nail into the coffin of the attackers, and oh no, that's a bit of a a fat finger, I should say, from Extreme Pyro. Fortunately, doesn't get punished for that, and Cold Up puts some personal.
Oh.
The operator wins that out and frags flurries of them going the way of Midland. This is absolutely beautiful. And I said Midland, and I definitely meant UAH. My apologies. Naru, the sole survivor, is going to be dispatched really quickly.
You know, and right there, Extreme Pyro was about to get shot directly in the back, and their teammate absolutely saved them from behind. It was about to be bad. It was about to be bad, and Extreme Pyro got absolutely saved there.
Indeed. Saved is right.
And it looks, speaking of saves, looks like an economy round here for Midland.
A little bit. That being said, we'll see what they can do with it. We've seen how effective some of these eco rounds can be. Bit of a missed shot from Colt, but I say miss. It was just a tag. My apologies, Colt. Mage looking to get up close. Maybe deny that Marshall, but what is in a great position, and that Sheriff is pretty lethal with the headshots, so still one player.
Great angle.
Oh, what?
It was a great angle there for what?
Yeah, and he's got another one too.
Oh, and
So
the
big.
spike is down at a terrible location.
I mean, it should be recoverable, but still not ideal. And another missed shot from Colt. This is starting to be a problem. Gets blinded, and it's all falling apart. But Drowsy trying to bring it back, trying to make this a little bit more reasonable with that spike recovered. Operator now in hand for Colt still, but I mean, there's 2 players in mid. Do you use the orbital strike to confirm this? I don't know. Looks like the smoke all that's going to be invested there as another one goes down over here to block out the catwalk. But still, 2v2.
A great rotation. A solid rotation.
I'm loving that. And Scout, what a big victory. Drowsy left now. Has to do it all. Has 3. Now looking for the 4th to close things down. Somehow Yoru still had fake footsteps even though he died. I don't know. Must have hit him before he died. Either way. Still Drowsy. Look at the fact that you have the rolling thunder. You don't even have to peek. You just pop this rolling thunder and you confirm that they're off the bomb. But oh no, peeks anyway. But it has the information.
Well, and has the angle. And I don't think they have time.
No,
I don't think they have time. And he's gonna get the kill anyway. Run, 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 and lives.
A little
Gets
close.
the kill and lives.
Quite close, you know. But hey, that's gonna work out for you. Well done there for the breach of Drowsy. I mean, even a little bit of a mistake in that you didn't need to peek off that rolling thunder, but still, in general, you stalled out enough time, you pulled out the fault line, and by that time it was far too far gone. That spike had ticked away past its expiration date. So Sody Pop looking to be aggressive now. Rifles in hand here for the defense, and Zebo with a paint canister finds a frag. That's a big one. Drowsy gets flashed off and is going to be defeated. And well, that resurrection as well as the frags make this a much less even game. 4 on 3 now is the player count, but those 3 alive here for the defense, grouping up towards A. Oh, big frag from what? FTC falls, and that's another big fragger as well. The Drowsy, oh my goodness, it's just big fight victories coming in left, right, and center here for either side. It's now a tough spot for what, but what is connecting the shots. Has the second in the round already, and now needs to find more. Waits for the teammate to get into position. Seems to have an idea that Colt could be here. Swings around the corner, perfectly played, knows exactly where he was sitting, and now so much utility. The paranoia comes out, the dark cover goes in, playing underneath this heaven. Do they expect it? Swing from the Sage, and Scout wins that out, but it was off the back of some incredible play there from the Omen himself, and what can once again claim victory.
You know, what had been really quiet here in the early going of map number 2, I had actually just looked at the bottom of their team scoreboard there, 5 and 9. But that triple, I mean, they were 2 and 9 at the start of that round, so the triple there puts them back in the conversation a little bit. They were not having a great first couple of rounds here.
Not in the slightest. And, you know, it happens, but also we saw how imperative it was for what to have a good game in map number 1. Though, you know, I will say that I mentioned the fact that Sody Pop had a bit of a slow start in game 1. Not so in this half at all. And so for that reason, I think that you would expect something a little bit different. 4 on 5. Defense is at a disadvantage. But push looking to come on to B. There's 4 players committed here. The From the Shadows is there. That gains information. They know now that it's going to be the B push. Scout ready and waiting with the Yoru on this CT angle. Takes the fight and wins it. FDC falls, and now you're in a tough spot, right? You utilize that dimensional rift. It looks like the answer is no, but the rotations, what has caused this rotation? I don't quite know, but it's a bad one, as D-Site is now open for business. I'm not sure what the defense saw that caused that rotation, but it is not ideal.
They definitely saw something, though.
They had to have seen something. No way they'd rotate out that aggressively if they didn't. Dimensional Rift gets popped up. I like this. Gives them full information. And there is the push off the back of the Rolling Thunder. And it is quickly going to shut down Rousey. No 1v3 for you.
And here we go. And this is going to bring it to 6-5. You know, UAH had a pretty substantial lead here. But I think that's 2 rounds in a row.
Last round before the switch.
So just a really great turnaround here. And if Midland can get this one, they'll go into the switch 6-6.
You're right about that. And I mean, this is once again a very close first half. Something we saw back on Bind. But then Midland kind of ran away with things on the second half. Yet to be seen if that will be the case here, but maybe. Maybe. They are currently ahead of things right now, but only by that 1 round. And, well, there goes that showstopper from Zebo, and it's connecting. Long range against Mage is good. And nothing really found up the back of this Sage wall. It's a good idea, right? But nothing really doing this time around is, well, we'll see where Colt elects to throw that orbital strike. there's, I mean, 3 big ultimates, big ticket items here for the offense. So despite the player disadvantage, I don't think this is that big a deal for them. As well, Extreme Pyro certainly making it a lot closer. Does get traded out eventually, though, making it 3-on-3, but that's short-lived as Drowsy finds another pick as well. So all things considered, this is looking very strong for the Midland University side of things.
Then again, you know, if you're Midland, the 2 players you'd want to have in this position are the 2 players you have. And now it's just one, but what has done it before can what do it again?
You're absolutely right. I would say the clutch master of this game thus far as what is the 4th position, but is not quite ready for FTC. I mean, that's a hard spot to be aware of, especially as a defender coming in. You're not necessarily expecting the player to be sitting in CT, and well, you're in a tough spot now. 5-7 is the score line there, and you know, a pretty good first half, all things considered, but UAH now on the attack.
And that's where they got their points in map number 1. Midland.
Right.
Midland's now on the
Yes.
attack. Midland's now on the attack.
You're
and
right,
that's,
my bad.
And that's where Midland got their points in round 1, was on the attacking side. In fact, I believe this was the exact score going in to the second side of this map.
Yep, you're
And my
absolutely
producer
right.
yelling in my ear tells me I'm right. Of course I'm right. Hashtag Coach Jim is right.
Except when he's not.
Which is most of the time, which is why the official hashtag is Coach Jim is wrong.
The official hashtag of the NECC. Anyway, you know, beyond the memes, beyond all of that, the shots are good there for Extreme Pyro to pick up 1 frag, and Zebo fights one back. Drowsy as well, getting in on the action. Somehow Pyro has not been checked and nearly finds the 2nd kill. That would have been unfortunate there for Midland, but gets shot in the back of the face, does Naru. And this is now a pretty solid looking retake, considering that Frenzy as well can be very effective, doing a lot of damage already to Sody Pop, as both Scout and Sody Pop are in a forward position, committed early. And there goes the Molly, but it's on the wrong side, but it does not matter. A great job, a great retake there. And honestly, UAH, they're looking in control here on map number 2.
Really strong pistol round there. Give us your best Brimstone Molly there, Vincent. Give us your best Brimstone Molly.
All right, let's see. Molly.
That's not bad. I like it. I like it. Not bad.
I gotta get, honestly, after talking for so long today, I can't get the gravel, you know, that he's got in there. Just catch me when I haven't been casting for 4 hours. You know what I mean?
Fair. That's fair. I think our producer's looking at what time it is there on the clock.
I hate to break it to Caleb, but that time is not right in real life.
Yeah, that's definitely not Eastern Standard Time. That's for sure.
This is I was gonna say SST Sky Standard Time because it's in the sky, but probably SST is a real thing. I don't know. Time zones. Who wants them? Who cares?
A lot of people, Vincent. A lot of people care.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, I'm sorry to all of the time zone extraordinaires. My bad. Also, we'd be in trouble without them. Dude, Sody Pop.
Last player standing.
What was that? I can't believe that move bot got a kill.
I
Outrageous.
can't believe Sody Pop didn't just shoot it.
That too. I don't know why they did. It was because it was entertaining and funny, and we enjoyed it. That's why.
It's for the memes. Throwing for content there was Sody Pop. Throwing for the content. They even turned around. They heard it following them, turned around in time to see it jump into the air and explode.
That was a classic. If I can't see it, it can't see me.
Oh yeah, 100%. Just cover your eyes. Cover your eyes. If I can't see you, you cannot hurt me.
Yeah.
I do like all of the advertising here on all the maps today. I do like all of that.
Yeah, been there for a couple weeks at this point, at the very least.
It has been. I'm just saying. I like it.
Yeah.
It looks nice.
Yeah, if there's one thing Riot does very well, it is the consistent branding across, you know.
Product
Multiple.
placement done right.
Exactly. You and Chad didn't know you could do product placement right, but yes, you can.
I actually almost made a joke there, but I was going to make a joke with somebody who's not a sponsor. So maybe if they sponsor us, I'll be able to make the joke here in the fall.
Yeah, I mean, they won't know about it because we can't say it, but either way. A nice little push onto this A site here for Midland, and they get absolutely demolished by Drowsy, who is now out of bullets, but Colt has the health and a lot of missed shots there from Nor, unfortunately. The spike's still planted, but against 4, that's a bit of a tough ask, and a little bit too tough of an ask, as it's going to be 10-5, double digits here for UAH.
And I think UAH is picking it up right now.
Yeah.
They have exactly what they want here on the defensive side. So we might see the third map tonight here, Vincent.
The rarity.
The rarity third map.
I mean, I did say at the beginning that if there's any 2 teams that would give us a third map, it's going to be these 2, as they've already had 2 third maps, both of them, in the entirety of the NECC. So hey, love to see it. Let's see if we get to that third map. It's going to have to be a comeback of massive proportions for Midland here on their attack, as what needs to come up with something big. No real weaponry in this round. We can see Bucky, Sheriff's frenzy, frustration is what gets to teleport in. Close and personal is Zebo, but it's not able to really turn things into frags, and it's simply a bloodbath here.
It's a shooting gallery out there on the B side.
I guess that's the less, gruesome way of putting it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It certainly was. Scout does find a frag, but this is probably going to be short-lived. For some reason, this Empress got popped. I don't know if it was really necessary, but hey, doesn't really matter either.
Looking at you, we were talking about Scout because of the agent choice, but Scout top of the leaderboard there for Midland here on map number 2.
Yeah, Scout playing very well, shooting shots very well. I still haven't seen all of that amazing utility usage, but I think actually has done a lot better with that.
I don't know. You were talking about the perfect dimensional drift earlier, getting all of the information required. You were talking about that good drift earlier.
That's true. You're right. I mean, it was definitely very solid. But when your ultimate is the best thing you've got, it's a little bit hard. That being said, I think that I want to give credit where it's due, because Scout has stepped up that utility usage here in map number 2 in a pretty big way, in my opinion. So,
I thought your ultimate was supposed to be the best ability you had. I thought that was the whole point of the ultimate.
All right, Jim, I'm just going to ignore you and continue talking about the round.
Feel free. Most people do.
FTC does find a frag, but then falls. I mean, of course, to be fair, that is supposed to be your best ability, but it's also not meant to define your play style, is really where I was going with that.
Okay, that one, I'm not going to argue with that one. Not going to argue with that one.
If Reyna was only good on rounds that Reyna had the Empress, Reyna would be a terrible character.
Wait a minute. Reyna's good on rounds where Reyna doesn't have the Empress?
Yes.
Fooled me.
That's toxic. Toxic to both of these Reyna players, as both Mage and Sody Pop are having an okay game. All right, I'll have you know.
No, we like making jokes here, but we would never go negative against anyone here at the NECC. We just like making the jokes.
Tis but a meme, basically.
Tis but a meme.
You like that? Oh, a great opening frag there coming through for the defense, as now it's going to have to be something massive from Midland to get back in here. Penultimate round of this map, potentially, as it is 11-6 on the scoreline. What has
That's a great word choice there, Vincent.
Thank you. What has somehow gotten into this backline? This could be the change. This could be the adjustment. And that's a great frag as well. Mage falling with that operator. And now it's just a 2v2. What does have the From the Shadows and the Dimensional Drift is available. This is good. Utilizing that Dimensional Drift to get all of the information is certainly ideal. That being said, oh wait, you can get, I didn't know this. You can get the spike with the Dimensional Drift. I'm mind blown.
Our producer also admitting he did not know that. I'm going to sit here and say, of course I knew that. I had
No,
no idea.
yeah, I just saw
No
the
clue.
incredulous look on your face because I have your camera up. You can lie to the people, but you can't lie to me.
I mean, I can, just not very well. But a
That's right.
great rotation. A great rotation here from Midland. They're in great position to play defense.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what? That's massive. And even that knows where the second is. And yes, absolutely brilliant. And well, yeah, we were talking about the Yori. We were discussing it there a round or two back, and that's a great thing to add to the discussion. Scout, I don't know. I mean, could they have won it? Yeah. It would have been that simple? Not at all. If Scout wasn't able to use that dimensional drift in order to get that spike out of there, absolutely brilliant stuff.
Let's take another look. You know, I've been talking about what just because I really like the way they played map number 1. They have gone from 2-9 to 13-14. A great turnaround here in the last 7 rounds.
Yeah, a good call as well. Yeah, what stepping up big time, but it's going to have to be another big step up as one player already falling. That is going to be your breach as well. Had the Rolling Thunder online, so a lack of flashpoints, a lack of fault lines, and a lack of Rolling Thunder is going to make this round more difficult than necessary. As we see the reinvestment of, or rather the attempt at the refrag there. Mage does win out that gunfight though, and it's now 5-on-3.
A little bit of the double peek. The double peek there as Mage picks up a triple. As Mage picks up a 4K.
I mean, flawless victory. What can you say? Now it is map point.
I think it's just a golf clap on that one. I think it just comes down to a golf clap.
Fair enough, honestly, yeah. Losing out on your initiator that early as well is rough. Granted, you have the Reyna, and the Rays as well. You could argue, but still, the lack of easy flashes is certainly not ideal. And even Scout, those bouncy flashes not always the best. That being said, reinvestment is here. They've got the guns, but is it enough? It is good for a frag. Zebo with a great job to get a forward position, but the Rolling Thunder comes in to stop what was the rest of the team to come in, and Colt somehow kills Raze before that showstopper can be executed on. That Empress now popped for Sody Pop, who now needs to step up big time. Has had maybe a little bit of a slower game at the moment on this Reyna, but could certainly step up big time. Trades are going back and forth though. It's a 3-on-3 from the shadows. Gets invested in order to get the spike over towards A. Rest of the team though not there, and Scout was in a great position, but unfortunately loses the gunfight. So now it's all going to be down to the 2 left, and that is just what low HP is not enough to bring him over the line, as it's going to be a UAH victory here in map number 2.
And that'll bring us to number 3. We asked for it, and we're gonna see it.
Yeah, ask and it will be given is what we're seeing today. 13-7, the final score line there. I think that it was impressive showing from the from the UAH side of things, and Midland kind of just fell flat, to be completely honest.
A little bit. What did not have as good of a map as they did on map 1? Scout though took over and had a much better map too. But I think the other 3 players that we didn't hear Noro's name nearly as often. We didn't hear Zebo's name nearly as often, and once again, Sodapop at the bottom of the list. And Sodapop still playing well, still making great plays, just at the bottom of the list for the 2nd straight map. So what Midland needs is to get off the bottom of the map. That's all they really need, is to get off the bottom of the map. But that's all I can really say about it. Mage again at the top, but nobody's econ rating as good as map 1. 80 being the top, we had two people in the 90s, 3 people in the 80s on map 1. So just a rough map all the way around on both sides. It was a little bit more freewheeling and just a little bit more come what may style of gameplay.
So I have to say, I again have to lay some harsh reality down, and I think that Sody Pop needs to step up here. If we want to see Midland win this map number 3, you just cannot be you cannot be sitting at a 7-18 scoreline as a Reyna. That's just my personal feel. Reyna is all about feast or famine, and when it's famine, it's rough. And it's not quite famine. That's maybe a little bit of an over-exaggeration here, but in my book, you have a couple of individual plays, a couple of individual step-ups. This might be a different story. 13-7, the score line. So my eyes are going to be on Sody Pop for map number 3, as honestly I don't even know what we are going to for map number 3, but I do think, oh well, I have found out that it is split.
Gonna be fun.
Cool. I'm excited. I barely ever get to cast split. You know that it's a true travesty.
I don't know if it's a travesty. Another good word usage though. I really did like Pen Ultimate earlier. I'd be surprised if a lot of people knew what Pen Ultimate meant.
It's only the Formula One fans. That's the thing.
I mean, I know it for other reasons. One of them being that I have a very large vocabulary in the English language. But yeah, Formula One fans as well. But no, if you're in Twitch chat, you knew Pen Ultimate. If you knew it without looking it up, throw some exclamation points in chat. We'll see just how many of you knew what Pen Ultimate meant. Great word of the day for your word of the day fans. Pen Ultimate. I'll give you a couple minutes to put those exclamation points in chat. And then sometime during map number 3, we will have Vincent define it for you. We got that coming up, Twitch chat. But right now, let's take a look at these agents being locked in.
Well, we are seeing much the same. Very little adjustment there coming through from Midland. That being said, Noru has elected to play the Phoenix, which is certainly different. We saw, I think, him playing both the
Breach. He played Breach on both.
Yeah, that's what I was getting. Yeah.
Cypher locked in for Zebo though, and that's new.
I like this a lot.
I like the Cypher a lot.
I think the Cypher is almost a necessity on this map.
Yeah, and once again, lack of Sova on both sides. I'm going to keep going back to it. I like Sova.
Well, and in addition to that, no Sentinel as well here for the UAH side of things once more. So they're going back to this trusted composition. So like just to be clear, like I feel like there's a lot of positives and negatives for the agent composition of UAH. Like on this map in particular, Sage is really good. Those short hallways, those slow orbs can be very effective. Using the wall in mid is still a very effective strategy. And in addition to that, Raze can be very powerful for the same reason, that it's quite cramped and you can get a lot of value out of those paint shells. But in addition to that, I would say that the Reyna, a little bit rough here. And the lack of a Sentinel, a little bit rough here, even though the Breach is very good. So lots of great stuff there for UAH, and also some not as ideal things if you want to break it down agent by agent.
I tell you, you know what I love about this map is the size. I love the size of this map. It doesn't look that much bigger, but it is. It is a huge map. The rotations take a little bit longer, but they feel really good when you get them done right.
Yeah, I mean you are not wrong. They do feel amazing whenever you hit the easy site take. And well, easy site take is certainly what we're looking at. That being said, the retake looking to be stronger. Already down are 2 players, and oh, that is a interesting teleport from Scout. He just teleports straight into 3 players, but nearly finds one. But FTC with a nice little frag does put UAH back into the winning graces. What now has to 1v2 to clutch this out. Dark cover. Trying to play around it. Playing inside that smoke is FTC. And oh, what? With a double kill. 4 on the round. Absolutely incredible.
great round there for what I talked about, that if Midland was going to come back and pull this one off, what was going to have to go back to how they were playing in map number 1. And that's a great way to start with a 4K to start it off in the pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible way to start that one off. I'm hyped not only that we were playing on split, but I'm hyped to see a nice little clutch coming through from what, remember, the player that you highlighted in map number 1 that had a pretty decent map number 2, but certainly not at that same level that he had in map number 1, now is not only here but ready to show here on split. Five v 5 here in the opening stages is lots of information being gained across the map, but the attackers pushing in on to B, but it is a 1-for-1 trade, and well done to find that second one. It's Mage, who's down at 7 HP, gets a bit of a heal, but it is a short-lived one. It's what comes in, but again, 1-for-1. Mage getting in on the action. It's still pretty even, all things considered. And Mage continuing to find frags. Absolutely huge. As now it's a 2v1, but both players very tagged up here. Mage going to be the first contact. Finds that frag and now knows where the second one is. Scout going to have to do it. That flash good. Close range. You pick it up. He's going to be throwing those fake footsteps, and he can probably just stick this defuse, I would imagine. It's going to be awful close. Has to pull off, but gets the right click. Is there enough time on the spike? It's going to be a very close one.
Oh, there it is.
1.66 seconds left on that clock.
Let's talk about this one here. Pyro had a shot at Scout, couldn't finish the deal on that one. They had him fronted and backed and just couldn't finish the deal. Great job by Scout, though, using the abilities they had. The abilities I would like to mention that Vincent isn't in love with, to be able to get the clutch there at the end.
Hey, listen.
Calling you out, man. Calling you out.
Scout has been steadily improving on this game. I was thoroughly unimpressed map 1. I gave credit, and I thought there was a lot of good ideas on map 2. And I thought that was pretty solid utility usage there in that 1-on-2. Not to mention winning it out is certainly a positive as well. So a 2-0 beginning here in the first half of things on split for the what I mean is honestly who does have to be favored, Midland, right? I would imagine. That being said, now guns are in the hands of UAH and things get a little bit dicey. What with the Bucky? He's got 2. He swings around easy, does it? Flash to follow it up, but it is just a 1-for-1. The rotation, though, what able to get the heck out of dodge, doesn't want any part of that one. This is now a 2v4.
God, I love doubles with the Bucky. It feels so good. It feels just so good. The sound it makes, oh man, it just feels so good.
You're not wrong. It does feel good. What else feels good is Zebo on the flank, picking up frags. And it's now left just Colt, who, I mean, poor Colt. Like, what do you do here?
He's been in a lot of situations like this the entirety of this 3-map series so far.
Zebo's just playing with his food at this point. Because Scout's here? Oh, no. That's a little rough. And they win the bonus round too, Jim. That's so brutal.
Thrifty, baby. Gotta love it when you can get thrifty. Shifty, thrifty, baby. Shifty and thrifty. More importantly, 4 members lived there. You know, gotta love your economy when 4 stay alive.
I don't know why, but that makes me want to start singing Thrift Shop. But that's definitely not something that we can sing here. So
probably not something we want you to sing here either. I'm guessing
that's true.
I'm guessing your singing voice is probably a lot like mine in that it's non-existent.
I feel like that's a really, sharp hit at me for 0 reason. I don't think
I said like mine. I said like mine.
I don't think I deserve that, but you are right, unfortunately.
I speak the truth, my friend. I speak the truth.
As awful as it is to admit, but yeah, no, my singing voice is pretty horrific. It is a rap song, though, so, like, I could probably get away with it.
That's fair.
Either way, beyond my poor singing abilities, or rapping abilities for that matter, Noru with a very good frag, and well, lots of very good frags this round. The Marshall swings. It does find a kill. It's just not too shabby. Sody Pop looking to get aggressive. Does he recognize this? Ducks the shot. Well done from Sody Pop.
You know, I like to joke with people when you karaoke. You know, I have the perfect song for the white guy who can't sing.
Okay.
Devil Went Down to Georgia by Charlie Daniels Band.
That's true.
There's no melody in that song.
Yeah.
Just say the words, baby. Just say the words.
Oh man, you know the worst part about that is half the people in chat have never heard that song.
Well, if you haven't heard Devil Went Down to Georgia by Charlie Daniels Band, go look it up. The old timer like me will tell you it's a great song.
It's a bop. I'll give you that one. Here we are, round number 5. Reinvestment here for the attackers. But at the moment, Mage not winning out that initial gunfight. UAH fall once more, and this is not ideal. The run it back invested here on the Phoenix, and it's not going to net much of anything other than information, but still, information a valuable asset here. As Sody Pop forward position finally does get punished, but not before one frag is found, and Noro in a great spot to find another one. These simply the breach of Drowsy. I nearly said Raze. They do look similar there at a distance, but yeah, Drowsy left in the 1-on-4. Easy does it. Love to see it. And well,
love to see it. 5 in a row here from Midland, just rattling them off.
I mean, you know, this is a defensive map, yes, but remember, not nearly as defensive as it used to be with the changes that came in. I mean, again, I'm saying that like they're new. The problem is I just never cast this map. So like, I've probably casted this map 3 times since the changes that came out 2 months ago.
Maybe you should just cast more.
I mean, I'm gonna keep it real. I don't know if I can. My voice might die. Either way. Regardless, we'll see if it's effective. What inside the dark cover? What? What?
The quad!
With Sody Pop. How dare you? To be fair, that was in mid, but still.
That's 2. That's 2 4Ks on map number 3 for what? And the boy is back for my player of the game.
I think you're looking for the kid is back.
I'm sorry. Is it? Is boy not politically correct?
No. It was a reference. I don't even know what it's a reference to.
Oh, I wasn't referencing anything. That's just how I talk.
I got you. I'm
an old man. I'm an old man, Vincent. I'm an old man.
No. All good. Another investment. Okay, what? Just what is going on? That's how I feel. That's what I see. Paranoia out. FDC does find a frag. Showstopper invested as well here for the attackers, but it's short-lived, and Colt does finally put a stop to what, but it's at the cost of an orbital strike. It seems that's the only thing that can put a stop to him, and Sody Pop caught a little bit unaware there in heaven. Falls now 1-on-3. Was it 1-on-4? Already found the first. Operator in hand, but 54 HP in a dream for Zebo. Moving up. 2 bullets in this chamber. Gonna need to either reload or pick up another weapon. Is nearly gifted a frag, but wasn't quite ready for Drowsy to swing there. So a round finally picked up by UAH, but it's already
Speaking
6-1.
of picking up, UAH also picked up that operator. Great for a team with low economy to be able to just pick up $5,000 at the end of a round. That being said, I was really excited there for a hot second where we saw the revive come in, and I was thinking maybe what could get that another mythical 6K. I was hoping there, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen.
Well, you know, speaking of things that are great, not so great is all 5 ultimates being utilized last round for the UAH side. I mean, literally 5.
At some point, though, Vincent, you got to stop the bleeding. You have to stop the bleeding however you can.
You're right, and I don't disagree with your sentiment, but what I'm saying is it was a very heavy cost.
It was heavy cost, but you did it. You stopped the bleeding.
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah. What? How is? I literally when what comes on screen, I say what? What? How? Why is he here? Just.
You know, that would actually be a really cool quinta of names. If you had who, what, where, why, and when.
That would be funny.
That'd be great.
It would also be so annoying to cast, but
Oh yeah, it would be terribly annoying.
oh, what a great dimensional drip usage. Gonna find all of this information. Knows where both players are hanging out. Can give that information over to the Phoenix, and now is able to teleport out. So 2 flashes left as well for Scout here. And as the reload comes in there for Naru, who might want to try and find a rifle. There's that flash. It blinds up the player, and now it can find both of those. What a wonderful
Great
job
play
from
there.
Scout. Yeah,
Great play.
that flash was on point.
No, my first year here that we had a team at Upper Iowa, our Overwatch team decided to go with the 7 deadly sins. So our 7 starters and our sub each picked one of the 7 deadly sins for their gamer tags for Overwatch.
To be clear, we're talking like biblical, not the anime, right?
Yes, biblical.
Okay.
Yeah. Or if you ever watched the movie 7, those 7 deadly sins.
Yeah. I mean, again, a great reference that I appreciate, but half the people in chat are like, what?
If you've never seen the movie 7, come on. It's got some great actors in it.
It does.
Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman, come on. What's not to love?
Yeah, there's literally nothing not to love.
A surprise cameo villain? I mean, come on. It's got everything.
Also, like, one of the most gory movies, by the way. Just to be clear.
Oh, yeah, definitely rated R. Ask your
Yeah.
parents before watching.
Yeah, so, like, if you're not an adult, probably don't do that. Either way, 7-1 the scoreline here. That's a nice frag, FTC. I really like that swing through the slow as well. As Drowsy clears out some information with that aftershock. It's 3 on 5. What is really the best look that we've seen here as of late. What could be the difference maker? That's the first.
Oh,
Looking
what?
for a second does find 2, but it is just 2. As Colt finally does trade, recovering the spike. Now onto these 2 players left. Mage swinging out, trying to clear out the angle, but misses. Scout doesn't clear it out. And then Zebo as well to pick up another one. The spike has fallen, and this is absolutely devastating. It was a 5 on 3, and now it's a 2 on 1 for the other side of things.
I have the spike.
FDC, got to try to rotate back, though.
Oh, but they
30
know.
seconds
It's a
left.
foot race. It's an absolute foot race.
They know. Could throw this Boombot, though, and pretty much stall that out. And this rotation is very long.
Oh, now they know. Now they absolutely know. Going for the wall bang, doesn't get it.
FTC needs to take this fight right now. Here's the reload. Doesn't miss that. Perfectly played. Has another paint shell as well. Lots of utility left on this side, but doesn't actually reload. That's 3 bullets in the chamber, by the way. FTC probably want to get those.
Hey, you only need 1. You only need 1.
I mean, you're right, but you know. FTC more confident than I. Unfortunately, all 3 bullets utilized and go straight into the wall, so a little tough. And Scout somehow knew where FTC was, took a gamble and was right.
There, good stuff right there. Oh, but great play by FTC. Like, FTC trying to do everything they could there. Milkman Lauren, hashtag Jim is old. Yeah, no, that's nothing new. That is nothing new, Milkman.
I mean, literally, Jim and I get on a cast, and it's just half the times I'm making jokes about hashtag Jim is old, and then the other half, Jim is making references where I can call him old.
Yeah, hey, let's be honest here, Milkman. Don't go breaking rank on me here. It's Coach Jim. So
Yeah,
maybe
come
fix your
on.
hashtag. It's
Let's-
Coach Jim.
Put some respect on his name, all right, dude? Oh, either way, a great opening. The run it back as well utilized, and Noro says, "See you later, Colt. You come back next round, as I'll be seeing you." What a great find, but the run it back and the curveball as well. Drowsy somehow didn't see that player, but does find a frag. So all things considered, not too bad. Sody Pop's now needing to run for their life. Does just that. Empress is popped in response, but looks as if the attackers may not be wanting to move in that direction. Zebo, though, what a great job. It's 2v2, though. Neural Theft available, as well as that Dimensional Drift. So everything available, as well, Showstopper and Rolling Thunder. So, I mean, pretty much everything. But that Neural Theft goes out, and it's gained all the information for the retake.
Where is the spike? Oh, the spike. They're nowhere near the spike. Okay.
No more charges left.
Yeah.
Cage triggered.
Where's Scout, though? I'm not a fan of Scout's rotation here. This is basically Zebo on an absolute mission alone.
On the island over here, they're gonna have to fall back, and that's gonna be the spike being reclaimed.
Oh, dude, if Zebo hit that shot, that would have been incredible. But now, look, the site is here, and Scout is ready and waiting. There's no way they expect him to be here. If he gets the timing here, could get both of these frags as the plant goes down. Doesn't find both, but does find the player. And oh no! FDC was in a perfect spot, but the Showstopper, it comes out. It's a little bit wide though, and Zebo now with no utility left has 3 seconds to the camera. Could clear out some of these harder to peak angles as well. Is he ready for FTC though? On the low ground, no, not to be found. FTC.
And once again, we talk about that was the wrong side to peek. You never want to peek to the left. Just the wrong side to peek.
I mean, what was he gonna peek to the right and look the wrong direction?
I'm saying you gotta go faster. You can't peek it like that. You gotta go fast.
You can't jitter peek it.
Yeah, you can't. You just gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta make your call and go. Because what's like we talked about, your gun's not gonna clear the obstacle.
You're right. It's not. Oh, well. Yeah.
Hey, Septilant's giving you some love there in the chat. Septilant's calling out Vincent as having a lovely voice that he could listen to forever.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, Septilance. We were casting earlier some Rocket League. It was a lot of fun. Now, though, the Valorant action is here, and Zebo continues to make me enjoy this game. Zebo with another great double kill. And off the back of, if you didn't know, that's a one-way on that cage. You put it up on top of the rafter, and only you can see the, well, not only you, but it's very difficult if you're an attacker to see anything, but your feet can be seen. So 2 on 5 now. It's a tough spot. Zebo's caught unaware entirely. But
that
hey,
looked painful. That looks painful.
It's just one frag, you know. I'm okay with this, as long as there's no more crazy aggression. You know what I mean? Like, you're okay to give one frag away to get some information, because now look, there's 30 seconds left on this clock, and it's starting to become a bit of a problem here for the attackers of UAH.
Oh,
there we go.
There's two.
There's another one.
Now they're moving.
I'm starting to get worried. It's one player on the site. Are they ready for it? 15 seconds left.
Oh, no.
It's the first one. Grabs the dismiss. So huge, but are you ready for the second? Colt is not going to be trying to take this. He's going to run away.
He's going to try to save. He's going to save.
Yeah, he does get scout, though, so this should be a save, yeah. But at 9-2, do you like that call, Jen?
I don't think he was getting it in there. I don't think, and we called him out earlier for trying to force something. In fact, you called him out earlier for trying to force something. And this time he doesn't try to force it, and you're calling him out again. Come on, Vincent. Come on.
Hey, listen.
You can't call him out both ways.
All I'm going to say is situations are situational. And this situation, situationally, may have called for the trade. And
I might agree with you. I'm just saying, you've called him up both ways. And I believe when you called him out earlier, I believe I specifically said that he was danged if he did and danged if he didn't.
And I agreed. You're right. Yeah.
A caster could call it either way.
Yeah. I mean, you were definitely right on that. And a tough spot to be in. No
terrible spot.
Yeah.
A terrible spot. Chose to save. Might have been a good call. We're going to find out if it was a good call.
Well, Drowsy certainly making a good call on that weaponry. The Guardian doing wonders, despite the fact that it rarely does.
I do like the Guardian. I'm one of the rare people that likes it.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it's horrible. I just personally can't use it very well. Which, fair enough, right? Oh man, Mage is just having the hardest fight of their life there. That head is so small, and you've just got to try and find it. But finally does, and it's a 5-on-3, so this is looking very solid. The Empress is pop. Scout gets a forward position though, and this dimensional drift is going to give them a whole heck of a lot of information. And in fact, Zebo finds a frag off the back of that, but FTC is ready and waiting, making this look a little bit more difficult.
What with the double?
Oh, dude, that was so good from Scout. It just, FTC kind of saw the information. But
Can
now
what find a triple here is the question.
it's going to be tough. Does have this right. Oh, it gives away the information.
There it is.
So brutal for FTC.
Can he clutch? Can he clutch?
There's plenty of time. What didn't have the info? They didn't know that FTC was sitting close by, but that hate shell gave away the info. That's so frustrating if you're FTC.
So frustrating. What the 21-5 at the moment, top of the leaderboard. How about that? 21-5. And let's talk about from the side of UAH, Mage, who had been the top of everything, sitting at 6-13 right now.
I mean, in all fairness to Mage, that's just kind of where UAH are at in this game. I mean, the top is 10 with FTC, and the bottom is Extreme Pyro, who's at 5. So, I mean, 5 frags between the top and the
Mage
bottom.
Mage had been the overall carry, the top of the scoreboard on both maps so far. So to see them that far down on the leaderboard might explain why UAH is in the position they're in.
I don't know if I would agree with that. I do think that it's more a, I mean, this is maybe even worse, but more of a team diff here. Everybody playing well here for Midland in this map, but we'll see if they can turn it around here. Already the first frag going towards the defense. As maybe this is just
I have retrieved the
a
spike.
defensive sided team. Who knows? UAH, they have a player advantage. They are in solid position. And Colt, this is great. The timing is what matters though, and Colt might be giving up the timing. Now the push is already at A, or rather at B, my bad, and FTC and Mage both pick up frags, and now Colt finally is on that flank, but Scout is ready and waiting. 45 seconds left. This is technically winnable. It has to find 3 heads, and that's a little bit more easier said than done. Beats one out. Oh, turns away at the wrong time. Mage
Knew where they were. He had it right, and he turned around.
Yeah, Mage had the low HP as well. That's rough. UAH, they respond. They get the pistol, and that's certainly a way to start the second half, especially down 10-2 after halftime. Let's see what they can bring. As here we are, a full eco round. Maybe this is time. You think it's time, Jim? We talk about
UAH.
Go ahead.
Oh no, it's time for what?
I was gonna say to talk about the definition of penultimate.
Oh yeah, go for it. Go for it.
All right. So we talked about earlier. If you weren't here, the word penultimate. If you have never heard that or don't know what it means, it is the last but one. So the round
Second to last.
or thing before. Yeah, exactly. The final one in a series. So it would be round 11 would be the penultimate round in.
And here's where the star goes across the screen with a rainbow behind it saying "the more you know."
Exactly. Yeah. Well done. And well done to these pistols for picking up that frag. I mean, a 1-for-1 is about the best you can hope for with a classic in hand. Right click was attempted, but not quite there for Cold. It's a little bit of damage, but yeah, once again, that is a bit of a shooting gallery. But Scout somehow finds both of those kills. This is a very expensive round at the moment for UAH.
And if he could find a way to plant, that's just more money in the pocket of Midland.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, this is not an impressive A to eco round, particularly with the limited investment. There it goes. Oh, the teleport. That's so good. Scout in a great position now. Surely they don't know. Maybe they heard the audio cue, actually. FTC probably heard that audio cue now that I'm thinking about it. And in fact, did. But I like that a lot. I think that Scout's play right there was very intelligent.
Great play. Great play. But UAH maybe on a comeback.
Well, it's still early, but comeback season might be here. They've got 2 rounds. They need 6 more to tie us up.
And let's be honest, they have a couple of rounds of leeway. They are not sitting on map point. They have a couple of rounds of leeway, and they just got to keep playing that economy game.
I will say, it is only a couple, though, and if they lose here, then they're on an eco. And so that's really not a couple of rounds of leeway. That's just a round plus an eco.
Well, if they win this one, they'll have a huge economy advantage.
Yes. That's where they can really get their economy moving fast, and they can start to, get an advantage. But Scout says no advantages for you. I take notes. Extreme Pyro falls. And, well, there goes that dimensional drift, gaining information once more. And what? Off the push. What incredible timing. I really like that from the attackers. And it's now a 5-on-3. We talked about how the economy could be very brutal here for UAH, and right now it's looking abhorrent. Mage, though, winning out that gunfight in the second one as well. Makes this very doable. Empress is popped. So this round imperative for the rest of this game. Is Zebo in a great position. Isn't found out just yet. The paranoia is good to blind up Colt, and at least Mage alone has found one, but Sodipop puts that to bed very quickly on 11-4 is the scoreline.
And you were talking about Sodipop going to have to step up here. And a good round there from Sodipop.
Indeed. Yeah, and I mean, look, I mentioned that Sodipop needed to not have a bad game. Not have the best game. And right now, it's sitting at 8-10 at the bottom of the leaderboard, but it doesn't matter. There's a difference.
At the bottom of their team's leaderboard. They're no longer at the bottom of the combined leaderboard.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, fair enough as well. But I mean, they're right in line with the rest of the team. Playing well, nearly a 1-0 KD. Not that KD is that big a deal, but statistically and on paper, looking very much way stronger than they did in the prior 2 maps.
Have to agree with that logic.
This mid push has been very effective. That being said, Drowsy has something to say. Doesn't want to get caught out by what anymore. And Mage on the flank, big frags with these pistols. And Sodipop unfortunately just tanks the blast from Scout, but still Scout finds the frag anyway. Noru now ready and waiting for either of these players to pop out of their hidey holes. With a 3-on-3 player, no advantage either way, but the weaponry very much in the favor of Midland. And Noru with another good frag and heal off the back of that has to run it back now as well to net some more space if necessary. But look at where Scout is running all the way over at A. They have the information. They know that nobody's home.
30 seconds left.
And that Phoenix is there just to hold off rotations from mid.
And this is going to be big. I do not think this is a retakeable spot. I think they have to try. Oh, and now I really think they need to try, but I don't think it's retakeable.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, it doesn't even matter what you do. Maybe you can pick it up. And that does give you a nice Phantom to work with. 27 bullets in the chamber. But you got to go quick. And, well, that sort of speed definitely allows for Sodipop to time that to your demise. 12-4.
Match point.
And the Empress and Run It Back both available here for Midland.
Yeah.
That could be huge here. This is the map point round.
Well, and we talk about, the tip of the spear, right, for the attack. That Run It Back is the spear.
It is. And
the whole thing.
Two big buys here. I mean, they have to spend it now or lose it forever, but 2 big buys on the side of UAH with Omen. Quantity over quality.
Well, we'll see if they can be effective. That certainly can be an effective weapon on this map, in my opinion. It was the original, right, own map before Ascent came in. And Neuro using that, run it back in order to get a forward position. Great find with that, but it still doesn't net any frags. It's actually frags on the other side of things, though. With Zebu and Scout finding kills, and What chimes in for another. So this is just all falling apart for UAH. Midland, they're in a 5 versus 2, making a 5v1. It's looking all over. Colt left to 1v5 here. That's the first, but it's a difficult spot to be in. Gets blinded up, and Scout with a great find. Just had a terrific map number 3, by the way, along with What. They were just a hair's breadth apart. As there, we see UAH fall to Midland University in 2-0 fashion.
Midland looks so strong there, just so strong there on map number 3. And I was talking about him on map number 1. I'm still talking about him now. What? 24-9. 24-9. And I know you said, oh, the economy rating isn't always a great indicator. The average combat score isn't always a great indicator. The KDA isn't always a great indicator. When your average combat score is 100 points over the next best person, and it's a teammate, when it's 160 points over the best person on the opposing team, and when your economy score is at a 129, you're doing something right. On map 3, 2 4Ks, a double kill with a Bucky, a 3K as well. 24, 9, and 4. And that's who I'm going to be telling the NECC is this week's player of the week for Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point. And listen, 129 econ rating. Yeah, that just kind of happens when you don't die.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Died 9 times in 17 rounds. Did What? And I mean, to be fair, Scout died 8. So, like,
hey, let's not get it wrong. Scout had a great map there. On map 2 and map 3, Scout had tremendously good maps.
Scout clutches this.
Oh, yeah. Right there.
So many 1v2s, I think. And even when they attempted 1v2, I never walked away thinking Scout made a mistake in a 1vx situation in this map.
And Scout getting so much information off the dimensional drifts. So much information. And I'll be honest, it was really fun on that one. He was drifting and we saw Scout, What, just absolutely execute someone. And Scout just watched it. And we got to see the kill from Scout's perspective. I'm like, wow, that was really nice. What just decimated this person? We got to watch it firsthand as Scout basically stood in front of them like, what? Over here. Come over here. They're right here. Come shoot them. So, but no, I really liked seeing what Midland had there. They had to come back. They were down 0-1, had to win 2 maps in a row, and they did. I got that right, correct? Yeah, I got that right.
Midland won map 1, UAH map 2.
My apologies then. Yeah, that's right, because What looks super good in map 1 and they lost. That's what it is. It's been a long night, guys. I'm old. I need to go home and take a nap. You know, I'm the old man of the NECC here.
The classic excuses coming out again. Here we go.
Classic, Coach Jim.
Just whatever. Basically, though, I do want to say that I mean both What and Scout really I use the term carry performance very rarely. But both What and Scout, if you look at the difference in the frags between them and the rest of their team, 10+ kill difference between anyone else. No one even in the server close, and that is a pretty carry performance if I've ever seen one from both What and Scout. So congratulations to them. 13-4, the most dominant showing that we saw tonight in this series. And Midland, they take a big victory there against a UAH side that I would have argued is favored against them, considering the win-loss record at the very least. You know, UAH came into this 2-4 and Midland 1-5. So great job to Midland for pulling that out. But that being said, it is just about that time for us to wrap things up. Jim, any final thoughts before we head out?
No, I mean, we wanted to see a good match, and I think we got one right there. 3 maps long. They were all exciting the whole way. I think everybody on both teams had their moments. We got to say everybody's name in a positive light. I think that's everything you could ask for out of a Valorant match here on the NECC.
absolutely is the case. But listen, if you want some more Valorant action, do not go anywhere because we have even more Valorant gameplay coming at you with 2 more games. I think we have Septilence and Alice coming in, if I'm not mistaken. And then I'll be rejoining you with Orbital here at the late night games. But nonetheless, make sure that you continue tuning in, and we will see you here in just a few minutes once we get the next game ready.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to NECC Valorant. I am Septilance here with Go Ask Alice to bring you yet another fantastic matchup here between Boise Orange and UBCO.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty interesting match. Boise Orange is actually 5-1 right now in the league, and UBCO sitting at 0-5. So this is gonna be their comeback game. I can feel it, UBCO. They're ready to get their first win, and they're gonna take it from Boise Orange.
Yeah, not only is Alice full of hope here for UBCO, but she is also full of excitement because of our map pool here today, which is going to be Bind into Split into Ascent if we see a third map. But due to those game scores, may not be very likely, and she is just very excited that we are going to see Split at all.
I am the biggest Split fan. We even got one last series, so tonight is the night of Split. We are going to see another Bind game, which is pretty typical for the course. Most teams feel pretty comfortable on that map and often choose Bind and Ascent. But getting a Split game guaranteed map 2, I am super stoked. How are you feeling about these games, Septilin?
I'm personally really excited. I know that a lot of people aren't a big fan of Bind, and I personally am not stoked about it either, but I'm a big fan of Ray's gameplay, and this map kind of calls for her to show up, so I'm really excited to see Ray's come out. I love the Showstopper. I think it's my favorite ability in the game, and, you know, as I say that, they're probably gonna, like, and no one's gonna go Ray's just to spite me or something, but I would love to see it. I love the map, personally. I think it's a lot of fun, and it calls for Sova a lot as well, and as much as I don't like playing against him, I think his kit is super interesting to watch, so that's something to keep an eye out on as well, and personally, just excited to see Split because we never do. Maybe not as excited as Alice is, but I'm looking forward to it nonetheless.
Despite my constant criticism of how many teams tend to pick and choose Bind, I love seeing the Sova gameplay. Like you mentioned, this map is all about rotations. It's all about gathering information, and Sova is such a good agent to do so. And we also get to see a kind of different choices in which Sentinel a lot of teams choose. Some teams are pretty consistent with the Killjoy. Others tend to go for the Cypher. So always an interesting choice that the teams have to make to see which agent's going to get them the most information and be able to catch those rotations before they happen.
Absolutely, and I think something to keep in mind about, Killjoy and Cypher, we talk about this every single week, is they're very similar, but Cypher just utilizes his kit a little bit more consistently on the defense, and then she can do it a little bit better, Killjoy on the offense and the defense. But I feel Bind in particular, we see Cypher a little bit more often. You definitely see Killjoy sometimes, but Cypher just gets great utilization. He can cover an entire plant point by himself, and I think that's definitely some pretty high value. Killjoy can do the same, but I feel it's a little more difficult for the player themselves to utilize it, whereas Cypher, you just put down your abilities and call it a day.
Definitely. I think after the Killjoy changes that made all of her utility based on the radius around her and how close she has to be for her turrets and her bots to be activated, we've seen her a lot less on maps like Bind, where it's so important to have that utility that Cypher can bring to constantly let your team know, oh, hey, they're actually going back through mid, or they're on this B site and we're all over at A. It's super important to be able to get that information before. I'm excited to see. I know some teams have been bringing out Skye. I personally love seeing Skye on Bind. She has this combination of being able to gather a lot of information while also serving as an initiator, because we don't tend to see Breach that often on Bind, but Skye's a good pick, and I love seeing teams kind of experiment with their comps and figuring out which agents they can best utilize on different maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And Skye, like you mentioned, she has all of those flashes in her kit, and then she also has healing, which is great because the only other healer in the game is not going to be picked on Bind. You do not see her very often. Sage is not, she does not go well with Bind. We might see her on Split, though, because she is kind of a mainstay pick there. Her walls get great utilization as well, and we're already going to see a couple of instant lock-ins here. We're going to see Dreammaker choosing that Sova and Lycan choosing that Cypher. So 2 of our predictions correct already.
That's a good start. It looks like Silvern might opt to go for the Killjoy instead, which will highlight, I think, the Sentinel difference we were talking about before. So really helping our narrative storyline in terms of controller agents. You expect to see Omen coming out of both sides, but Kurt's hovering Viper. I'm getting a little bit excited.
Yeah, that classic quadruple Skye 1 Viper combo that you see, all these teams running in the meta recently. It's definitely not something I'd expect to see coming out, but, if that's really, maybe, who knows, maybe they go all the way for that quintuple Skye. I personally haven't seen one of those, but, maybe we'll see one here today. And I'm kind of surprised because you mentioned early on, you thought maybe we were going to see the Skye, and I definitely didn't disagree, but these players in particular seem to be possibly avoiding that one, but currently having both a Jet and a Raze would be quite interesting coming out here from our defenders. It's going to be, so Saucy's going to choose that Raze, and they're going to bring out the Jet as well. So a lot of damage going to be coming out from our first defending team, UBCO.
Choose your agent.
Makes sense that if they're going to choose Raze and Jet, who are both duelists without flashes, that they do go for something like a Breach or a Skye, so they at least have some flash, some type of initiator for these duelists to play off of. An interesting choice not to run a Phoenix or a Reyna, but I'm excited to see what these teams have to offer.
Absolutely. I'm a little less surprised to not see a Reyna because every week since it's happened I've been talking about those nerfs, right? Absolutely broke my heart. I hated to see her nerfed into the ground like that. And yeah, I'm surprised not to see a Phoenix though. That's the one that really catches me off guard. But they're instead going to go for that Jet. They're going to go for that Raze, and hopefully they're able to make it work because UBCO, they are, like you said, they are looking down the barrel of a pretty aggressive loss rate right now, sitting at 0-5, I believe. So going up against a team that's 5-1. This is going to be quite the hill to climb for them.
definitely going to be a tough matchup for them, but if they can get this win off of Boise, that's just going to be huge for the momentum going on later into the league. Because if you can be one of the top teams, especially going 0-5, your confidence has to be through the roof. So I hope they have some stuff up their sleeve and that this isn't the last we hear from UBCO.
Yeah, no, I definitely would not want it to be. Of course, we want to see every team do their absolute best, and those who may be familiar with my casting know I love nothing more than an underdog story. So to see UBCO come out and really start to bring the heat would be absolutely phenomenal, and I would just be stoked to see that happen. But of course, realistically speaking, the odds of that happening here against a 5-1 team feel mighty low. And now we're hanging out in that pistol round, which everybody knows. Also, you know, probably don't know this. My least favorite round of the game. I think it's incredibly boring, and I feel like not much can get done unless somebody pulls, you know, a crazy ace or a 4K or something. But all in all, it pretty much just establishes an early lead for one of these teams, usually the defenders.
We see a lot of frenzies actually coming out on this pistol round. It's going to be super interesting to see how fast this round is going to be executed on, coming out of Boise here, who is on the offense. It looks like it's going to be a B hit there. Some shots going out, but no damage lands quite yet.
Yeah, no lands quite yet, but Saucy is going to be able to find Lycan. Legit takes out Splendor, so it's going to be an immediate 4v4 there in favor of neither team as the damage is just coming out. But Legit going to find Saucy, so now a 4v3. Looks like they might be able to get that spike on the point here. Thickbang does know somebody's over there and was going to commit a paranoia, but then chooses not to. So a bit of a, okay, excuse me, he's going to commit a couple abilities there in that high ground, just trying to find anybody they hope is there in the 4v3 now. Looks like they're going to see the rotation around to A, but around to B, but it looks like it may be a bait, and they may rotate things back around to B. I'm really not sure quite what's happening from the attacking side right now.
Boise looks like they faked the TP to bait the rotation from the defenders back onto A. So UBCO is on the completely wrong bomb site, but they still have two of their attackers keeping UBC there, as they're gonna definitely go for this execute on B, and there's gonna be no defenders from UBCO on the site.
Yeah, I know defenders are going to be here quite yet, so that is at the very least a free plant coming through. It's still a 3v4 in favor of the attackers, so if they're able to secure even one more elimination, and Legit already able to find the bang, but Kurt, phenomenal headshot there. It's going to be able to take one more Phoenix out. Now, forced a 4v3 into a 3v3, but that's still very difficult to win. That's definitely going to help. Thickbang finds one, Silverin finds another. Then it takes Silverin out of the fight, and Thickbang is going to be able to find Bandit. So a 2v0 as that spike diffusal will come through very early on.
Really well played from UBCO to actually execute on that retake. I thought Boise had it there. I thought it was super smart for them to bait out the rotation back onto this A site and then ended up executing B, but Boise just nailed the shots. Thickbang getting 2 kills with the classic, kind of just dominated that pistol round. That's the first round going to UBCO.
Yeah, definitely going to be a good round here for UBCO. They're able to get that on point, and you know that's almost surprising in itself. After looking at the scores of these teams, you think it's going to start, you know, hyper aggressive in favor of Boise Orange, but now UBCO, they're able to take that first round. They can flip momentum in their favor, and if they're able to take this round, which I did not catch if they commit to a full buy or not, but if they choose to really get aggressive on this round, that could be huge for them. And yeah, okay, so we're going to see a couple of buys coming through. Not really a full buy commitment. Saucy has that judge online, and you know, even one kill makes the judge worth it. So you definitely want to try to get at least somebody.
Boise looking like they're going for an A execute. A lot of damage coming out onto Splitter, but Thickbang gets the first kill onto Legit, and Your Hat does trade it out with the Frenzy, so now it's a 4v4 as they look to execute on A.
Yeah, Your Hat makes me laugh because when we talk about them, it's like Your Hat just died, and that's a weird thing to say, right? But Splinter is going to be able to find Your Hat. Lycan gets the revenge kill onto Splinter, so it's going to be a 3v3, and we see the critical condition on both sides, right? We're looking at Cypher and Sova are both crit, and oh, Bandit, come on! Literally just a wall bang shot in the dark there. Kurt taken offline was already incredibly low. I didn't even get to say that he was low before he was taken out by that Sheriff, but now a 3v2. They've got the spike online, they've got the numbers, but honestly, they do not have the health pool, right? That Cypher and that Sova are both critical condition right now.
They are very, very low, so they really need to be playing for Bandit here with the Sheriff and hope they can stay alive long enough to get plant down and let Bandit play post plant.
Yeah, they're going to try to play post plant here, and looks like they're going to go for a pretty aggressive plant and just hope nobody's in the area, and I mean, it does work out.
2v1. Lycan does have the Spectre though, and U-Haul, if he can get at least a significant amount of damage on one of these two defenders playing retake, they might have a chance to still win this even though their health bars are so low right now.
Yeah, the health bars are very low, but as long as they can get that first shot off and just find any kind of elimination, that can be huge. But Saucy, the judge, all of a sudden it's worth it all over again, right? That's going to be a phenomenal turnaround for them there, and Dreammaker goes for a kill, has to reload there, and now, I mean, they are running out of time to defuse the spike, so this is going to have to be huge, but no, Saucy does pick up the 3K, and Silverin has plenty of time to get the defuse off. They're still going to have 7 seconds after that. I mean, that's going to be 2 rounds in a row, right? This is already much different than I had expected.
Yeah, you have to give credit to UBCO. They did win. You expect them to win the anti-eco, but the last 2 rounds in a row, they were kind of getting out-rotated by Boise. Boise had drawn a rotate onto the wrong bomb site, I think, twice, and UBCO was just playing a really consistent retake. This is actually going to be the first round that Boise will have guns online, though, so they do have a chance to get back to this game, but props to UBCO for holding it down, winning the anti-eco, and not dropping too many bodies along the way.
Yeah, like you said, they are not dropping too many bodies along the way at all, and they get to hold on to that judge here, so that's going to kind of be huge, because now they don't have to buy another gun for this round, and that's going to give them at least a mild advantage moving forward. Bandit going to be committing that Blade Storm early on as well, so this possibly a bit of a desperation move, trying to get any kind of elimination early on.
Call drone into Hookah, not actually going to find Saucy, who is crouching under that box, so Dreammaker might walk into their crosshair if they're not super careful here. Bandit does have knives.
There's going to be a lot of patience, and oh wow, a single bullet from Dreammaker finds Saucy. So the judge taken offline, that could give the attacking team just a little bit of confidence moving forward. Maybe they're willing to get a little bit more aggressive in this matchup, but instead they're still going to be playing it slow. They don't want to push in, they don't want to get overzealous, and you know, getting overzealous in this game can cost you the round, no doubt. So they definitely want to try to confirm maybe just one more elimination, push into a 3v5. It sounds so much less important, but it's so much easier than pushing into a 4v5.
Oh, Thickbang has the rotation on to the Sova here, and Hookah, because he jumped the trip wire, and Dreammaker, though, gets the flick onto Thickbang, making this a 5v1 in favor of Boise, and Silverin probably going to choose to save here. Not a whole lot he can do unless he tries to get some rifles off at the hands of Boise.
Yeah, Silverin maybe going to, like you said, just try to get some guns out of their pocket. They've still got the Blade Storm online. It is a 1v5. This is getting danger close to a perfect round. I mean, this could be phenomenal. This could really turn things around for Boise. They lose those first 2 rounds, and this is kind of a, not necessarily a free round, but committing that Blade Storm and getting an elimination early on is going to make that round nothing short of flawless, as Silverin is caught out in the back line by Lycan. Momentum is not swapped completely, but now everybody's got some points on board.
Yeah, really good round coming out of Boise. They really needed to win that gun round. If they didn't, their economy would have been pretty rough. Luckily, if you're UBCO, you still have enough money for a gun round right now, so not too much loss by losing the bonus. But I loved what Thickbang tried to do there. Was flanking through short, TP'd across the tripwire so he wasn't spotted, but at the end of the day, he just wasn't patient enough to get close enough to actually get the kill with the judge, and Dreammaker does punish him for it, so really well played by Dreammaker, but kind of a misplay coming out of Thickbang in that round.
Yeah, that was a great coordination and great reaction time coming off from Dreammaker there. Really more of a dream ender trying to get rid of that round for UBCO, excuse me. Now going into round 4, it could be tied up in just a moment if Boise Orange is able to come on top of this, but we've got to get some eliminations to make that happen first. And it looks like they're going to be committing the run it back here, coming from Legit, trying to get, you know, any kind of recon. A great flash comes through, gets the kill, and now both Jets have fallen. Going to be a 3v4. Your Hat finds one, Dreammaker finds another, and Lycan finds a final kill. It looks like it's going to be Saucy versus the world all over again. Commits those paint shells pretty early on, trying to find some damage, but the spike is being planted, and Saucy does not have a judge this time around.
Saucy, 1v4, not a whole lot he can do here. Again, maybe trying to play for exit frags, trying to get some guns off. Gets the first headshot onto Legit, so now it's a 3v1. And the Showstopper is available if Saucy wants to go for a hero play here. He has time to do it.
Yeah, it definitely has time to do it indeed. Got time to make this happen. Gonna commit the pack as well, just trying to get into the fight. I was gonna say probably trying to get through that clear area to not get taken out. But it's gonna be a difficult approach as there's people seemingly waiting on every single corner that you can approach from. It looks like we're gonna be seeing Lycan take a little bit of damage, but not enough to take him out. And the spike is running out of time to be defused here. Either they go for the exit frags or they go to keep their kit. But Saucy has to make a choice. I'm pretty sure the spike is, I'm pretty sure the spike is undefusable at this point. So Saucy goes for that one exit frag, is able to find it. As long as, as long as Lycan makes it out of showers there, they are not gonna get taken out by the spike either.
And this is the Boise we expected to see coming into this game. Just really committed, winning their gun battles, getting these headshots in, and they had killed so many defenders that despite the, I think, pretty admirable attempt from Saucy there to flank through short to try to pressure them on this A execute, the defending side of A for UBCO just couldn't really hold long enough. They lost their gun battles, they were taking peeks, and they were losing. So now they're going to be punished by that by being forced onto a save round. So you expect this round to go the way of Boise unless UBCO has something up their sleeves and can play some really tight angles here.
Absolutely, they are going to want to place, like you said, some very tight angles and just try to find an early elimination, an early flash, just anything to really give them the advantage, because UBCO has not really had the advantage since that second round. We've seen a much more dominant Boise coming out. Maybe they were just getting warmed up in those first couple of rounds, but now it looks like a bit of a short buy coming out from Saucy, in particular here, going to be committing to that Sheriff.
playing kind of an off angle, trying to catch one of Boise unaware, not checking the corners, but Boise's playing this, to their credit, very slowly, playing a default style, waiting for a member of UBCO to push out, because UBCO has been pretty active on these flanks, pushing through the sites, trying to get info, maybe as a product of not having a Sova on their team, and I think Boise's looking to punish this.
Yeah, Boise definitely looking to punish this here, trying to get any kind of value, but running out of time to make anything happen here. 50 seconds left online. Bandit goes for that first kill, is able to find it with the wallbang, gonna dash in, look for a second one, but no, thick bang with the Sheriff, able to take Bandit offline, an immediate 4v4.
Now, only one defender, two defenders actually left on the site. Your hat gets the first kill on the thick bane, another kill from Lycan coming out, makes this a 4v2 as Splinter though gets a trade kill with a buggy, but does get taken out. Last member left alive. Poor Silver, and gonna be really late on this rotate onto B.
Yeah, Silver, and like you said, a little late, and I always like to say better late than never, but this time it's probably late. It's probably better to never show up, because now you're just gonna take it. And to be fair, you've got what? You've got a classic in your knife. It's not like you're losing anything, but you are padding somebody's KD, and it looks like legit is gonna be able to find that kill onto Silver. And yeah, Boise Orange coming in stronger than ever. They're doing a phenomenal job so far here today.
Boise Orange looking really good. I really like the read that they had on UBCO, knowing that UBCO has a tendency to push out of their defending sites and try to gather some information. So good read, good default, especially you don't want to be risking dropping a lot of rifles on the thrifty round. You don't want to be giving that advantage to a team who's already at a disadvantage because they have to be able to save. Luckily, UBCO, not out of it yet. They do have another gun round coming in, trying to tie it up to 3-3, and 3 ultimates online on the side of UBCO.
Yeah, they've got those 3 ultimates. I mean, one of them being an Omen ultimate, so in my opinion, it's more like 2 ultimates. But they've got both that Bladestorm and that Showstopper, which can get kills. I mean, the Showstopper even easier than the Bladestorm, but as long as that Jet is hitting her shots, can clean up an entire team in the blink of an eye. And we see Dreammaker getting a little bit of recon, trying to figure things out. But the defending team with 3 ultimates, as long as they don't push out of their defense like we've seen them do, they could very easily turn this in their favor. But if they get overzealous, if they get over-aggressive, that's really when Boise starts to take advantage of their choices.
Playing pretty slowly on this BXQ. Lycan is lurking A, trying to gather some info. All of his utility is stealth. He really doesn't want to die here on this lurk, but he does as Saucy takes him out, and so now that's one less avenue that Boise has to do. And if I'm Boise, I kind of want to do a hard execute on B right now. You already know there's someone still on A. This is at least a 4v4.
Yeah, like you said, this is at least a 4v4, and they're going to be committing to run it back as well. The second one coming out from Legit. Able to get a little bit of damage, but no kills coming through. Now the Hunter's Fury coming out. Silver finds one, Splendor finds another, and Legit is able to take out Kurt there. It's going to be a 2v4, and while the Raze and Killjoy are both crazy low, four guns fire a lot faster than 2, so they have got to get these kills online before they can really push into this fight.
Saucy's still lurking on this A site, trying to get some damage. Boise is legit waiting for Splendor or someone to peek out, but Yuko's playing so clean and takes out Boise in a pretty convincing hold on this B site.
Yeah, pretty convincing hold indeed, and we talked about how they get a little bit overzealous, they push a little bit too far, and then they didn't, and they won the round for it. So definitely going to be a good turnaround here for UBCO, and it's all tied up with Boise, and I was so confident this was going to be a shutout. I really thought Boise was going to come in here at like back-to-back 13-0, just looking off the records alone, of course. I've never seen UBCO play before, so this is new for me, but now they're going to be committing, you know, a full buy, in quotes. Splendor isn't going to buy anything, but that 100% means the Bladestorm is coming out, so I would count that as kind of a stronger weapon, so to speak. And now, I mean, this is going to be a full round coming out from just about everybody. Bandit committing the first operator we've seen between these two teams as well.
Yeah, we don't see a whole lot of operator play on this map from Jet. As I say that those Splinter and Saucy both getting a kill, it's now going to be a 5v3, and that means Boise is going to be stuck with an operator and 2 members left alive against 5 ultimates and 5 members of UBCO.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a difficult thing to come back from, right? They committed a lot of ultimates in that last round. They unfortunately weren't able to win it either, and Dreammaker trying to get recon on anybody, but just cannot find anyone quite yet. And I'm very curious to see what their strategy is going to be. Is it going to simply be run and keep moving, or is it going to be push in and just try your best? I honestly am very curious if they're going to risk giving up that operator, or if they're just going to try to hide their way through this round.
Yeah, the one disadvantage I think when players commit the operator on the attacking side is if they are down a member to retake becomes suddenly so difficult for them to get onto these sites and to get these picks, and a lot of teams just opt to save the gun instead of trying to go for the win.
Right, yeah, absolutely, because the gun, one of the most expensive guns in the game, so buying it to immediately lose it in a round where your teammates die would just be nothing short of unfortunate. So it looks like I would highly suspect they're going to choose to keep that one up, and you know, maybe they're going to try to hide. Only 30 seconds, right? Only 30 seconds left, right? So they're definitely got a very little amount of time to wait things out. Dreammaker taken out now. Phoenix and Jet. Bandit does find Saucy, but I mean, unless Bandit finds 4 more, I don't think Boise's going to be able to take this one with ease.
Boise probably gonna opt for the save here. Splendor probably really wants the operator out of the hands of, but he's gonna peek right into Bennett's crosshair. Now it's gonna be a 2v3. This is winnable, but there is not enough time, so this round is gonna go to UBCO. Bandit trying to see if he can get another pick, get another gun off their hands, but a really good defense round again coming out of UBCO.
Absolutely, and Bandit, they're looking for a couple of exit frags, like you said. Currently sitting almost most eliminations in lobby, sitting at 7 and 5. Saucy is sitting at 8 and 5, respectively. So they are the top fraggers on both sides for their teams. Other than that, we pretty much just see one operator and a lot of vandals going on here. Like, we're going to be seeing a lot of damage coming out pretty aggressively from these teams. I mean, it's a consistent weapon, to be fair, but it's not necessarily the most entertaining.
Definitely, especially on T side on Bind, it becomes so difficult to get these picks if you're not the first to the angle. Luckily, it is on the Jet player, so Dash is available for her to peek these more aggressive angles, but he has to get there first, and trying to peek off into a bunch of Killjoy utility is always super difficult.
It most certainly is, and you definitely want to try to not push face first into an operator as well, because like you talked about, the Jet, she can get in a lot further than you may expect her to, and then she can kill you and get right back out. But Lycan gonna flip things in favor of Boise for, you know, a good while. They're able to take out one, the Omen on the side of UBCO, so it's gonna be a 4v5. Worst case scenario, even if they lose the round, they get the extra credits for planting the spike. And now even gonna be committing the lockdown coming out from the Killjoy here. That is a bold choice to say the least, but it could pay off.
Yeah, trying to push these attackers off of the site so they have a pretty easy retake. It is a 4v5, so this isn't impossible for UBCO. Ultimates are still available. The op is stuck in bathrooms, but gets the kill onto Saucy. The Breach ultimate comes out, doesn't quite find anyone. Bandit with another kill. It's now gonna be a 3v2, and time is ticking on the bomb.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v2 in this Jet. I was going to say Splendor is in critical condition. I was going to say that as they turn the corner, but Bandit let us know that with the classic there. So now we see a final win coming through here for Boise Orange. It's going to be 4-4. So going into halftime, I mean, this could realistically be a 6-6 going into halftime.
And if you're Boise, you're okay with a 6-6 half on this attacking side. Bind is notoriously pretty difficult for a lot of teams to have coordinated, really strong attacking sides. And especially if you're only running 2 duelists, it can be pretty difficult. But to Bandit's credit, I was giving him kind of not giving him a lot of slack for buying the operator, not doing a lot with it the first round, but really made up for it this round, getting 2 kills with the operator, then getting his 3rd on the classic, really opening up this round and saving the post plant for Boise.
Absolutely. I was hesitant to the operator as well, because when I think of this map, I'm not like, oh, you know, operator map. You know what I mean? So I was definitely surprised to see it coming out, but like you said, definitely getting some work with it, right? Getting some shots, Bandit doing a great job, stealing these kills, and now Lycan able to find Splendor right away. You made a point that I really like that you touched down on, is the fact that even if they can go into halftime 6-6, this is a crazy defender-sided map. So if they can do that well on attack, we can only imagine what they're going to try to do on the defense. Bandit and Kurt are going to get some trades here. Kurt finds another. Bandit finds 2 of their own. Dreammaker picks up silver, and it is an Omen versus the world here. Thickbang hiding in the back line. I don't think they're going to be able to do much here, as it looks like this Sova is just waiting around the corner, but he is critical health. Yeah, he was 1 bullet from death. Thickbang, if you're able to get 1 more kill, you can tie things up, make it a 1-1, but Bandit not going to let you away that easy. Going to steal your life before your very eyes with a 3K.
Bandit 13 and 5 on this Jet. Operator still in his hands. Bladestorm available. Bandit's really showing up in this later half of this T side, getting a lot of important frags and really holding down these post plants. And to Boise's credit, they are being very careful with where they're planting the spike and how they're playing post plant, giving a lot of room for this operator to do what operators are best at doing, which is holding the angle and getting these picks. And UBCO forced on a save on round 10, so gonna be really hard playing for match point. Gonna be a pretty hard win for the round for them to win here.
Yeah, no, a short buy on round 10, and I mean, even committing to run it back, that's going to make it 6 eliminations that they need to win this rather than 5. Legit, just trying to get any kind of recon. Dreammaker is going to be able to take Thickbang out of the fight. The Omen's going to be gone, as well as that teleport. They know somebody's in the area, and they know that Killjoy is waiting for them, but looks like Lycan's going to be playing it slow, possibly looking to get an exit frag on that back end. They've given the Phoenix the spike, so he's got great opportunity to just move in and plant, but it looks like Legit is going to be able to get it off on the side. Yeah, just next to the truck, same place we've seen it planted, I believe, every time they've planted it on A so far. So it's going to be a pretty classic firefight. The Shells are going to be able to find Dreammaker, makes things a 4v4. They're committing a blast pack as well, just trying to get in and get aggressive, but Legit takes out Splendor. They've got the numbers all over again. Boise Orange 1 kill away from really having the numbers advantage.
Yeah, a lot of flashes coming out of Kurt, and gets the first headshot with Lycan, gets another kill with this utility, makes it a 2v2. Bandit misses the op shot, and Killjoy's gonna peek him, doesn't quite get it. The last man left alive is Bandit, gets the first one, gets the second, and secures the round. Bandit is playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, Bandit, that was credit where credit is due. That was phenomenal. I thought that was going to be the thrifty round of a lifetime, but
my
Bandit prevented that from happening there. Still has that operator as well, which is arguably the scariest part, right? Like, the operator is still here. You come so close, just bullets away from taking that operator offline from Bandit, but unfortunately you do not find that kill, and Bandit gets to live another day.
Boise didn't. They played around a little sloppily. UBCO had already fully rotated onto this A site, and to Boise's credit, yeah, they had short guns, but they committed the plant even though the rotation had already come through, and Boise clutching it up and securing the round, that's huge, and that's a lot of momentum going into the last round of this half.
Absolutely, that is a lot of great momentum moving into this. And, you know, I always talk about if you can get to halftime and have even 7 points, and you can have even 1 point over your opponent, that is such a big advantage when the sides swap, right? Because you're in the lead, and worst case scenario, that gives you a round to kind of throw away a little bit, because you know you won't take a massive loss or anything. But, you know, it's great to go in with a point advantage, and now I can only imagine that's what Boise Orange is trying to do here.
Really slow kind of defaulting style now coming from Boise, kind of slowing it down from their last round where we saw the really aggressive attack onto A. Lycan does have the lurk onto A, but looks like he's going to rotate onto B, and looks like Boise's going to either end B or go to the teleporter here.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're going to be seeing the Hunter's Fury come out from Dreammaker, actually find a kill on the Splendor. I often see Sovas kill their own teammates more than killing their enemies, so I'm really glad to see that a kill does come out from Dreammaker here, able to find that Jet and turn it into a very quick 4v5, and then make it a 3v5 as Bandit takes out Saucy. Thick Ben does find Legit and Dreammaker with a second kill, looking for more. Kirk finds one, but Dreammaker finds the triple. Oh, it's going to be this Killjoy versus the world here. Silver and going to be approaching B as it looks like she knows that's where the plant is going to be happening. Might go for the wall bang, but instead actually finds Bandit, so the operator currently down. That's something to keep in mind. Silver does find 2, looking for the third, but no, Dreammaker with the 4K. I assume they're going to, run over and grab that operator before they get sent back to spawn.
Last round before the
Wow, what a great attempt coming out of Silver in there. Almost clutching up, gets 2 really important kills, but doesn't quite land it. Into Dreammaker's credit, getting the 4K on the Sova, getting the opening pick with Hunter's Fury was huge for that round. Just open up the B side completely. Easy round. Now it's going to be 7-4 on the last round before the swap. So if you're UBCO, you want to try to get at least 1 more on this defense side. Defense should be the easier side to hold, like you were saying. It's a pretty defense-sided map, so UBCO really needs this round unless they're going to have a phenomenal attacking side.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's just me, but going into halftime 7-5 hurts so much less than 8-4. Like, it just gives you, you're only 2 games away instead of 3 or 4, and it's just so much better to look out for. And Saucy trying to make it happen, able to find Lycan in showers there, and Bandit trying to tie things up, but Kurt with a phenomenal headshot there, able to take Bandit offline, and you know, they're looking to go 7-5, right? UBCO, they were trying to make it 5 in the halftime rather than the 7, and it's looking good for them. It's going to be a 5v3 right now, so the remaining players of Boise would have to absolutely play out of their minds to go into halftime 8-4.
If Boise tries to execute right now, the only member of UBCO who is on this site is Killjoy, but they are going to get stalled out in Hookah, and the
no way!
3K for Saucy, kills 2. Last member alive for Boise is Dreammaker, has the spike, but not a whole lot else. It gets taken out by Kurt. A flawless round to end the half for UBCO.
Yeah, second flawless round of the game, only the first for UBCO, so we've now seen both teams get a flawless somewhere in the mix, and I'm very curious to see, is this where Boise really starts to take this and run away with it? Is the defense where they're really going to shine, or are we going to see UBCO give us the upset of a lifetime here? This could be insane.
UBCO does have the Breach, and Breach is, while Breach is obviously a very good agent on the defense, I feel like he's even more potent on the attacking side. Having 3 flashes and 1 agent can make it so difficult for the defenders to hold angles unless they're playing very carefully with their utility and with each other. So UBCO not out of it yet. Only down 2 rounds. Could come back here, especially if they get this pistol round. I think that'll be huge for their momentum going forward into this game.
Yeah, no, I could not agree more. Not only in terms of momentum for the players themselves getting ready and getting prepared to bring it into the next fight, but they get the credits and they get a whole bunch of things moving forward. They get the satisfaction of knowing they flipped around in their favor early on, but Legit finds the first shot onto Saucy, and going B long here, I am personally never a fan. I avoid B long on this map like the plague. I don't like it, and every time I go there, I die. So I try to not go over there, but now we see, I mean, it's working out decently well for our defending team. They're going to be up in numbers by 1, but both this Cypher on the defending side and this Omen on the attacking side are bullets from death.
UBCO is actually running the spike onto this A site, but Boise still has a defender there. Splinter does get a kill on Dreammaker, Lycan trades out Kurt, so now it's going to be a 3v2, and the bomb is going to get planted by Thick Bang, but your hat already gets the kills, going to tap the defuse. Splinter Will he find? Tim gets the headshot, but not much else, and now it's gonna be a 3v1 for poor Splinter.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v1, and Splinter is quite the player. Both this Cypher and Omen are very, very low, so if they're able to get this kill, but now just the pot shots into the cloud, and yeah, Splinter gonna be taken out, unfortunately. Gives it their best, but not able to stay on momentum there.
We were just talking about how UBCO had the breach, which is so potent with his flashes, but then they dry peek B long. I'm not even sure if they double peeked it together or if one of their players just peeked it first and the other one tried to get the trade kill, but peeked into 3 members of Boise there, and really, because it's so much harder to attack on this map when you are down players, because the rotations are one of the biggest parts of this game. And if you are Boise, you're gonna keep at least one defender on the opposite bomb site. So really well played by Boise, but kind of a misplay coming out of UBCO.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a misplay there coming out, like you said. Now it's going to be 8-5, so that's going to be much better than that 8-4 that I talked about earlier on today. And I'm very excited to see if we can have a little bit of a turnaround again, or if we're going to be seeing Boise just kind of reign supreme here on this defense as well.
The full buy is coming out of the side of Boise. It's going to be pretty difficult. Bandit already getting the first kill onto Saucy as UBCO tries to make their way onto the site. Dreammaker, though, with the Aries, a lot of missed shots, but it is going to be a 3v1 in favor of Boise. So no harm, no foul as the last member left alive trying to creep through this U-Haul.
Yeah, just like you said, trying to creep indeed, because they are trying to get something, but Dreammaker, the Aries, you're gone. That's a 3K again for Dreammaker, who's got to have a crazy amount of eliminations right now. Phenomenal job so far.
14 and 10 coming out of this Sova. And we talked a lot about Bandit on this attacking side, but we have to give a lot of credit also to Dreammaker, who is playing a more supportive role in the Sova. 14 kills and 9 assists. Sova is such a great agent, such a great supporting agent about getting information and having it be sent to your team so your duelist can play off it. But Dreammaker himself getting a couple of 4Ks, 3Ks, multi-kills. You love to see it from your supportive agents, and I'm proud of Dreammaker here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I could not agree more. Dreammaker isn't exactly getting the aces that you may expect, but definitely getting 3Ks, I think a 4K at one point, doing a phenomenal job all the way around so far. And I'm very excited to see if they can keep up that momentum, if they can really start to take this series and run with it.
UBCO trying to play a slower default style, slowing the momentum down. They do have the gun advantage here as the bonus round is on the side of Boise. Still a couple of areas though, which you don't really want to run headfirst into, so I can't really fault UBCO for playing a little bit more slowly and trying to get a bit more information, but it is going to be difficult. They don't have a Sova. Yeah,
they do not have that Sova, so they cannot get a lot of recon and not a lot of information moving in through showers. They're going to get smoked out just a little bit. At least Kurt is trying to find any kind of value early on. Think somebody's peeking that corner, and as Kurt will find out in just a moment, nobody is, so he's going to be turning his back to where the opponents actually are, and that usually ends up in an elimination. Not exactly in favor of Kurt, but maybe he's able to turn things around a little bit here, so he's not going to poke all the way on the smoke club. Bandit, however, great shot coming through that Sheriff onto Splendor, already going to be a 4v5.
Boise looking prime to win. The flash does come out. The Omen is at very low HP here. Might get taken out, and he does as Kurt finally finishes a kill in your hat, making it a 4v4. The bomb should be able to get planted pretty easily here from UBCO, and at least they'll get plant gold this round.
Looks like we're going to be seeing Bandit get another shot. So it's going to be a 3v3. Bandit was able to get that secondary elimination. Now it's going to be quite interesting as neither team has the same character alive on either side. So it's going to be something interesting as it really may come down to cooldowns as much as it will come down to who can aim better and who catches whom off guard. So now Kurt just playing that corner per the usual, trying not to get peeked, but going to get peeked anyway. That judge puts the bullets into Kurt there, and Silver able to get the revenge kill onto Lycan. Going to find a little bit of damage. The Ares comes through, and they've both got one. Legit and Dreammaker are just putting in the work. It looks like Dreammaker's actually going to choose to swap onto the Vandal there, so a bit of an odd choice. The defuse does come through, and that knocks the score up 10-5.
Beautiful retake coming out of Boise there. They played together so well. That round, the gun advantage was in the favor of UBCO. They had the full gun round, and unfortunately, Boise was on their kind of bonus round, only having a couple of Ares, and Bandit with their Sheriff, who now they're gonna have a full rifle round if they choose to. Bandit might be saving for their op. No, he ends up getting the rifle. And now UBCO, they full bought last round, and now they're gonna be on a save going into this 5-10 game so far.
Yeah, and this is where disaster really starts to strike. So we're gonna be seeing some great value coming out. As they've got 5 Vandals online, the attacking team. Best case scenario, they've got 2 Sheriffs and a couple of Frenzies. That's gonna be a bit of a disaster coming out, but this would be just the thrifty round of a lifetime.
It used to be huge if UBCO at least want to get a couple of guns off of the hands of Boise. Boise's economy looking pretty good, so it wouldn't be the end of the world, but you need to start chipping away at it, even if you can't win the round.
Absolutely, and now you want to try to get guns out of their hands. You want to win or lose the round. You want to try to get that offline. You want to force your opponents to spend their credits. In particular, I don't think anybody's really keeping track of who would have how many credits in game, but we can see that your hat only has 100 credits right now. So if they get taken out this round, they're really going to struggle to get a good buy in the next round. Of course, again, not that our attacking team would know that, but if they were able to maybe focus the Omen a little bit more, try to get that gun out of his hands, and you really want to start getting things on points, because when your opponents get to double digits, that's when you want to start getting a little bit worried when you're still sitting at 5 points.
UBCO needs to switch up something on their attacking side this round. Kind of a wash. They are in a save. They really just want to get some frags here, but their next round is going to be so important. But this round isn't over yet. 30 seconds on the clock. They could go for a really fast execute here as the timer clicks down, but Legit already gets the kill on the Silver. It's going to be a 5v4 in favor of Boise, and the gun advantage is theirs too.
Yeah, the gun advantage is going to be huge, almost more important than the numbers advantage here, because yeah, it just comes down to who can fire more bullets in a shorter time, right? And so far, that is going to be our defending team. Actually, Saucy and Kurt able to find a couple with Bandit all over again, looking for the triple kill. Not going to be able to find it yet, but there it is. Saucy taken offline. Bandit reigns supreme in terms of eliminations here in this lobby, sitting currently at 23. Next in line is going to be Saucy and Dreammaker, both at 15.
Bandit playing out of his mind, has the ultimate available again, and the Odin actually coming out of the side of Dreammaker. To UBCO's credit, got a couple of guns out of the hands of Boise. It's all you could really expect, but now this is going to be a really big round for them. It's 5-11. If they lose this, they'll be on match point, and their economy will be ruined. So they really need this round. They have 3 ultimates available. We need to see them playing a different style. The defaulting style hasn't been working for them, and they need to start making plays and not losing these gun battles.
Absolutely, they need to not be losing those gun battles, and of course that is much easier said than done, but that's really what needs to be done here, as we see that they are struggling to move forward and not really getting as aggressive as they necessarily want to be. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle here. We're going to be seeing a rotation around onto A, but your hat already finds Kurt again. The defenders not only have an initial advantage the way that Valorant offers one, but now they've just got the numbers advantage. Never mind, it's a 4v4 with the spike plant. Still going to come through. They're going to full commit for it just in an attempt to get those credits, and now the Killjoy ultimate as well. That is a risky move here, but I guess you're only a couple of rounds away from losing it, so you really got to put all your cards on the table.
At 2v2, the bomb is ticking. The run it back is coming out, does get taken out. Killjoy Valley goes out, 2v2. Boise's running out of time to defuse this, but getting a lot of damage. Bandit with that headshot onto Splinter, making it a 2v1, and Legit gets the kill, and that's going to be round 12 going the way of Boise.
Yeah, that's going to be huge here, Boise. You know, they were looking a little bit rough there, but it looks like they may be able to make that happen just barely at the end of the day, and now they are on game point for this map here on Bind, and we'll move into split no matter what, but we're going to have to see a serious turnaround if we want to see Ascent as well.
UBCO actually, due to the losers bonus, they've lost 5 rounds in a row, will have enough to buy this round almost completely. They're going to have 1 member on light shields, but this is match point. They have not won a single round on this attacking side on Bind. They need to figure out how they can get these trade kills. I liked what they tried to do a short, throwing out the breach flashes, pushing the defenders off of their positions and getting the plant down, but they need to figure out their post plant. They do have Killjoy. They have a lot of advantages and utility in their favor, and now it's up to them to use it to save this game.
Absolutely, they need to save this game because it is a now or never moment. They've got that operator online, but we are looking a little bit of a different strategy here in expensive guns. We've seen Odin online for one team and an operator online for another. The operator is going to be a super aggressive weapon, but the Odin obviously fires way faster. So that's going to be quite an interesting gunfight if we get into one of those. But we're going to have to see an engagement first. A lot of slow gameplay coming out from all these players. 3 ultimates online for the attacking team, or excuse, yeah, for the currently attacking team. And it looks like a couple of ultimates online are going to be that Blade Storm and that Cypher ultimate as well, that Neural Theft. So it's going to be, you know, do you commit these ultimates? Do you just go for the normal win? Saucy gonna be able to find Dreammaker. That is going to be phenomenal so far for UBCO. They get the numbers, they've got the ultimate advantage as well. They almost lose their rage, but she does get to live a little bit longer.
Yeah, Lycan does finally get the raise as we were talking about. Now it's going to be a 4v4. 2 of the defenders of Boise are going to be late to this fight. Kurt gets another kill into Legit, making this a 4v3 in favor of UBCO, but Lycan gets the first headshot onto Silver. 3v3, bomb still isn't down, peeks into Splinter, makes it a 2v1 in favor of Boise.
Bandit just saving the day all over again, stealing the win out from UBCO's legs there. Just a phenomenal job here. Still has to get this kill, but I mean, what a turnaround, right? That was so neck and neck. That was so close. And then Bandit was like, no. And just got those 2 kills back to back. Knows that Jet's in there. Commits the Blade Storm. He cannot find them. So not exactly the kill they were looking for. But still a lot of patience coming through. Splinter getting a bit aggressive here, trying to do something. But it's actually going to be your hat. It's not even going to be Bandit that takes the win there. But that is going to be Bind. Now we're going to be moving into Split. I'm curious what's going to happen in terms of team comps. But, you know, we'll see that when we get there.
Yeah, UBCO didn't actually run a Sova on Bind. That's usually kind of the biggest champion difference we see when teams go from Bind to Split is lose the Sova. But not having a Sova there really hurt UBCO there. Their attacking side, they didn't win a single round on their attacking side. Their defense looked pretty strong. Going 5-7 is not that bad, but they just weren't able to pick up any momentum on this attacking side. And Bandit and Dreammaker, 26-9, 15-3, top of the server, played phenomenally. 17 assists coming out of the side of the Sova.
Absolutely. I mean, 26-9 is pretty darn impressive. Definitely better than I could do at any opportunity there. So a great job all the way around. 15 and 13 definitely going to be great as well. Maybe a couple less deaths would have made that more impressive, but definitely nothing to be embarrassed about at all. Like, again, much better than I would be able to do. So a great job from all of these players, and I'm very, very excited to see what's going to be brought to the table kind of in the next matchup.
So it's going to be a super exciting map. It is, again, a pretty defense-sided map. So UBCO is going to really have to work to figure out how to break into Boise's offense. They looked really strong on their defense, but I think right now we're about to head into a break before we get into Split. So I hope you guys stick around and watch game 2.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everybody. Still Septilence and Go Ask Alice here to bring you map 2 between UBCO and Boise Orange. They just wrapped up on Bind, and things were looking really close at halftime, sitting at 7-5, or I believe 8-4, around that area. And then Boise went on the defense and just rolled. So it kind of turned into a 13-5 matchup there, and it happened so quickly that it's pretty much going to be over already. We're going to be moving into Split, which I know Alice is just over the moon about.
Split is such a fun map. We don't get to see it a lot in NECC. I'm super excited. A lot of teams get pushed off of the Sova, so they have to go on slightly different team comps, which is always super exciting. Maybe we'll see a Sky. Maybe UBCO will bring out the Breach again. UBCO, though, needs to figure out what exactly is going on their offensive sides and fix it. They didn't get a single round on that Bind map on their attacking side, so they need to figure out exactly what they need to change. They were running double duelists, but no duelists like Phoenix or Reyna, who are really good at entering sites with their own flashes. I'm not sure if they're having a difficulty playing off their initiator in the Breach, so they need to switch something up. But Boise looked really solid on their defense side, especially when you put an operator in the hands of Bandits. It's going to be a really tough match for UBCO, but hope is not lost yet.
Yeah, hope is not lost yet. They got quite a few rounds there, 5, which is, I will be honest, more than I expected after looking at these teams kind of, their win-loss ratios so far up to this point. I expected things to be a little bit more one-sided, but the first half in particular was very close. Like I said, I believe we went at the halftime 7-5 or 8-4, so juggling right around that area. So things were relatively neck and neck for a little while, but Boise, as always, really got to take it and just kind of run away with it.
Boise looks so strong, and unfortunately for UBCO, they are on attack on Split, and as we all know, Split, a notoriously difficult map to attack on, even after the changes, which made attacking feel a little less miserable. Still, a lot of teams, first of all, haven't played a whole lot of Split in these competitive tournament settings, and still find a lot of difficulty in executing the rotates that Split requires, getting mid control, which is super important on Split. So I want to see UBCO hang in there. If they can even get 5 rounds, 4 rounds I'll take on this attacking side. They do have a decent chance of winning and coming back into the series, but unless they can find a way to break into Boise's defense, it's going to be really difficult for them.
Yeah, Boise's defense good on Bind, which is the defensive sided map, but going to probably be great on Split, which is even more heavily defensive sided. So it's going to be a little bit of a mix up here and there, and it looks like time being, I'm taking a look at the lobby. It's going to be the same 5 players on both teams, so I don't think anybody's being shifted out. And of course, they may be really different agents because that's entirely up to them when we get to that agent select screen. But I'm very curious to see, like I said, I'd love to see a Sky come out. I think that would be great. I suspect we're probably going to see a Sage, which would also be great. But the question is a team going to go double healer, or are they going to choose one over the other?
Definitely. Double healer is a difficult thing to do. We don't see a whole lot of teams running Sage and Sky in the same team comp, but similarly, some teams have a really hard time running double Sentinel in Sage and a Killjoy or a Cypher because it makes your attacking side that much weaker. To Sage's credit, she's not the worst on attack. She has the wall that can be used to get onto the site. On example, B site on Split is a notorious wall. You can wall across, get the plant down. Sage is really good for post plant. But if you don't have initiators or duelists who can make space onto these sites, Split is going to be so hard, especially if the defenders are running a Sage of their own. Going to be pretty difficult for both teams.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it's going to be great to see. That Sage wall is just so great on this map because there's so many close corridors that you can just simply block off for an extended period of time. You can get some great value, in particular, like I said, on those small hallways or blocking off an approach for one of the teams, because it's quite a nuisance when those Sage walls get in your way. But we have to see a Sage first for that to happen. I truly hope we do. I think she's a lot of fun. I don't see her very much in the scene.
Definitely. Also, an important matchup to look at is what kind of controllers both teams are going to decide to pick. Brimstone has been seeing a little bit more play, though he saw a lot of play immediately after his buffs, kind of fallen off back to Omen, but now we have Astra, a totally new controller, much more complex, a much higher skill floor, but also a higher skill ceiling. So there is so much potential in Astra. The teams have had a little bit more time to play with her. I'm not sure if either of these teams are familiar with the agent, but I think it could be a super strong pick onto Split, especially if the other team isn't used to playing against it.
Absolutely, and that's definitely something to consider as well, is that, she comes out, she's going to be a new-ish character, so we're going to see some great value moving with that. And I personally have not seen her yet, but I mean, I have, but you know what I mean. I have not cast her yet, so I'd be very excited to see her kind of make an appearance or show up a little bit and change things up, because I think it's going to be a really interesting change of pace. Like you commented on, I think we're not seeing her as often because her skill floor is much higher, and then when players can at least hit that, they can really start to run away and find some great value with her.
Definitely, and it's also important to note, difficult for people to play Astra in public games and pugs. It's really difficult to actually execute off of Astra's utility when you don't have good comms. But it looks like we are finally about to go into this champ select. I'm excited to see exactly what sentinels, what controllers we're going to see, if we see the Sage. I'm excited for this map, Septilence.
Alice, I would love to say I'm shocked, but you talk about this map every single week until it shows up, so I'm very glad to see it finally making an appearance, and it looks like legit hovering over that Sage. Hasn't locked anything in quite yet, but I would love to see it come through, and Dreammaker instantly going to that raise. And yeah, legit gonna be locking in that Sage as well. So no real surprises. Kurt coming in on the Yoru would be a bit of a surprise. I wouldn't be blown away by it by any means, but you know, a little bit of a change of pace coming through there. And I would be surprised to see the Reyna coming out as well, because I won't talk about her nerfs anymore. If you guys watch it, you're probably sick of me talking about it, but she got nerfed into the ground, and I every time I see somebody pick a Reyna after that, wow, really? Like, interesting. You know, oh, go ahead.
I was saying, yeah, definitely when you're picking Reyna after the nerfs, you rely so much on playing with your team, because they did buff the fact that you can get an orb off of her assist. So that is huge in team play when you have coordinated attacks. But for some teams who aren't at that level yet and don't have that form of team play, it can be a super dangerous pick, because if Reyna's not getting these orbs, she only has 2 chances to kind of make the most and get these multi-kill sprees that she's known for. But Bandit is going to lock it in, feeling pretty hot after that Jet game. So I'm excited to see what Boise has to offer with this Reyna pick. On defense, probably going to be not super crazy, but we do see another breach coming out from UBCO, which we talked about a little bit before the game got in. So excited to see what they have to offer on this side.
Absolutely. And the Reyna, I always refer to her as a very feast or famine character. You really need to be getting kind of that top frag potential even more now than ever, now that most of her cooldowns have been cut in half. She can only have, you know, half of what she used to be able to, so she really needs to be using them more consistently and getting the value. So I'm going to be curious, you know, like you said, Bandit, phenomenal job in that first game, right? That first map was top tier, top fragger in the lobby, and we've got to see if they're going to be able to carry that over on the Reyna as well.
So excited to see Bandit pop off this game. Dreammaker, though, switching from Sova to Raze, pretty significantly different playstyles and different roles on the team. But Dreammaker was, as we said before, second frag in the whole server, not even just on his own team. So expect to see some cool plays coming in at Dreammaker. I want to see if he's kind of unlocked now that he's on a duelist and is not forced to play a little bit more laid back. We did see he had a lot of deaths on the more supportive champion, which is to be expected. But coming in with double-digit kills and assists, nothing to laugh at is it looks like they're gonna do some action mid, but they're just gonna wall it off, and it's like we're gonna see a pretty hard attack on A site coming out of UBCO.
Yeah, they're gonna be rushing into A site here. Just kind of a, I wouldn't call it a desperate attempt, but a bold move to say the least. Bandit already gonna find one. Your hat finding Big Bang already a 3v5 in favor of our defending team, which is going to be Busy Orange starting on that defense. Your hat and Bandit are both taken out though, and there goes legit. So as I'm saying it, you know, I'm like, oh, that's gonna be super close. And then Lycan and Saucy take each other out. It's gonna be a 2v1 here. This is gonna be quite the task for I can't think of the top of my head. Dream something. Dreammaker, that's their name. I knew it had the word dream in it. Dreammaker is definitely going to struggle. They've got the Frenzy, so it's got a great fire rate here. They're going to try and find some damage. Getting the blast pack, she's kind of forcing him into the corner with that. I don't necessarily hate that move. Now the flash coming out from Dreammaker. Going to be taken out by Kurt, so this is going to be a bit of a repeat as we saw on Bind just a little bit ago. UBCO, they're going to take that first round.
This is so exciting for UBCO. If you can get the pistol round on your attacking side split, that is going to feel so much better than losing it. Because when you lose the pistol round, you go into usually a hard save second round, you lose that too, and then already your momentum's on the back foot, which can be super difficult to come back on split. So UBCO getting the pistol, playing pretty well. The fast rush A, especially since they didn't have the Sage on that A site, worked out super well for them. Looks like they're going to switch it up, hit B. The Sentinel is on B, but Cypher's going to have really little utility as they're going to be forced on the save.
Yeah, very little utility coming through here, and it's going to be very difficult to see, you know, what they're going to be able to get in terms of value. But I'm curious to see why they didn't wall off that hallway there to kind of prevent this push. Lycan, yeah, taken out by the Bucky there. Just gets a little bit too close for comfort, and now Dreammaker with a Bucky of their own is going to find one. Bandit finds another, so they lose their Cypher, and they're able to take the lead for just a moment. Thick Bang with that Spectre, going to take legit offline, so that healing is going to be gone as well, and this is a classic 3v3.
3v3 retake, pretty light buy on the side of Boise here. Going to be pretty difficult with the Sheriff in the hands of Bandit. They get the first kills. Now going to be a 2v2. 2 members of UBCO stuck. The Painful's just so much damage though, as it's going to be a 2v2. The clock is ticking. Bandit full health and overkill, but Thick Bang takes him out, making this a 2v1 and gets taken out by Thick Bang for the 3k.
Yeah, Thick Bang is going to be able to take out your hat and get that 3k online. Second round, UBCO, they are running a repeat of what we saw on the map before they won those first 2 rounds, and then they started to lose their footing a little bit, so now we have to see, is history going to repeat itself? Is Boise going to be able to step up their game just a little bit more?
Boise were a little greedy last round. They did go for a light buy, but still a light buy is going to damage your economy. So they're going to still have one member without full shields, one member with the judge. So the bonus round is going to be a little more equal. You still expect it to go the way of Boise just because of the pure rifle difference between rifles and specters, but really well played by UBCO. And if they can just do another rush with these specters, they might be pretty set for this attacking side.
Yeah, they would definitely be pretty set for this attacking side indeed. They just need to get one, maybe two more kills. Starting off great with the 3 rounds in a row would be phenomenal, both for the economy and obviously for your score. Being up 3-0 is quite fantastic. And they just got to be playing it slow. Utilize these weapons, find people when they're out on their lonesome, but instead Thickfang going to be the first to fall. It looks like Lycan is going to be able to get that killer.
Yeah, really good frag coming out of Lycan, getting the kill into B main. Kind of greedy for the Omen to be peeking that, assuming he doesn't use Paranoia to get all the way backside. It can be really difficult, and kind of greedy to try to go for that orb, and Lycan does punish him for it, making it a 4v5 on this attacking side.
Yeah, going to be a 4v5 for the attackers, and this is exactly where we saw things get turned around for Boise on the last map. So maybe, like I said, maybe history will repeat itself here. They're going to take this one, and then they'll take like 4 rounds in a row if they run it the same way they did on Bind right before this.
Looks like they're gonna take some kind of split into Heaven into B. The
I get
flash
it.
does come
Split.
out for Kurt. The double kills though, with 3 kills immediately coming out of the side of Boise, and Lycan makes that the 4th, and now it's a flawless round coming out of Boise and Septilence. You might have been kind of right about predicting history repeating itself this game.
And don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure either the 3rd or 4th round of the first map was also flawless in favor of Boise. So I know they had a flawless early on. I don't know if it was the 3rd or 4th round, but I know it was one of the beginning rounds. And I'm shocked because, like I said, this is kind of what I expected to do, right? They lose those first 2 rounds. And I think the issue is I believe UBCO committed to a bye in that 2nd round, and then they ended up losing it, so their economy is a little bit in shambles. I don't think it was a full buy, but I think they bought at least a judge. So I'm curious to see.
God!
And wow, Dreammaker goes in, and Dreammaker is put to sleep there. Saucy with the shot, mid-air, the blast does not work quite like Dreammaker thought it was going to.
Pretty greedy double satchel there, and gets immediately taken out by 2 of the members of the attacking side. Means it's going to be a 5v4 in favor of UBCO. Guns on both sides, so weaponry isn't going to be a really huge advantage or disadvantage for either side, and they're going to kind of slow it down, and it looks like they're going to rotate towards this A site, but there's 3 members of Boise there, so it's going to be a pretty difficult site for them to take unless Boise ends up calling for the rotate back to B.
Absolutely, and I'd be surprised to see if they called for that rotate back to B, as they do only have a minute left on the clock. They're probably going to want to engage with whatever point they are on, which currently looks like they're going to be approaching A, and the elimination on the Bandit, that's definitely going to help. Now that Reyna going to be taken offline, you got to go up against a Sage, a Cypher, and an Omen, who obviously all bring 3 very different kits to the table. And now Saucy with... Okay, Saucy doing the same thing Dreammaker did. You're going to be an exact repeat there, a 2v3 in favor of our attacking team all over again. Looks like things may work out for UBCO here. They may be able to break the curse, so to speak.
Oh,
Spike down
legit. Getting
A.
that kill onto Thickfang before the plant can go down, making this a 2v1. Full health bars, though, basically on this side of UBCO. So not going to be an easy task for legit here. The bomb still hasn't been planted. Finally going down in the backside of A. Be really difficult for the Sage to get this 2v1 out.
Yeah, now this 2v1 will be quite impressive if it can be brought to life, but like you said, this is going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. Now, going to be able to get a little bit of fire in there. Kind of, I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of that because you also just gave away your location, and it's kind of a high risk there. We're going to see the shells come out, I believe. Yeah, do all that damage to the shield. Legit looking in all the wrong places. No idea they are being flanked completely behind here. This could be a disaster. Yeah, they're going to get caught up in the middle. Silver is able to catch them off guard, even if just for a moment, and that's going to make all the difference at the end of the day.
I was a little worried about UBCO there not playing the crossfire, but having the turret there, spotting out Sage when she was pushing through that CT really helped out, playing off the turret, playing off their utility, and that's going to be the 3rd round going on the side of this T side for UBCO, so really turning it around from their last game where they got 0 rounds on attack side, and they're going to have a full gun round. It looks like, though, Boise is going to force here, but this is going to be a really dangerous force. If they lose this round again, or at least lose a significant amount of players, it's going to be really difficult for their economy to come back.
Oh, absolutely. Their economy, I mean, the most they have on their side right now is 2,200. That is not going to be enough to buy a kit for one person, let alone all 5 of the players on your team. And also, I mean, they lose 2 rounds. That's going to put UBCO at 5 points, which is going to be a great lead early on. We're really going to have to see Boise bring it back on their offense. And we keep talking about, oh, defender-sided, defender-sided, defender-sided. And this is how Boise's performing on the defense. That's something to be worried about here.
Yeah, definitely. Boise has 2 Sentinels, so this is going to be a super important round, but Splinter already gets another headshot onto Bandit, making this a 5v4, and the advantage goes to them again, but as I say that, UAH gets a beautiful headshot onto Saucy, making it a 4v4 and evening it up.
Every time somebody gets a kill, somebody else just gets a kill and evens it up almost right away. We can hardly finish our sentences before that's happening. And it's like, we're going to see a lot of great value coming out from both sides. The Jet, okay, never mind, Dead. Yeah, I was just about to say, Splinter incredibly low, but UAH is going to be able to find that elimination.
UAH really showing up on this Omen, holding down this A site. Looks like we're going to have a pretty slow rotate from UCO onto the B site, but there is going to be a Cypher near ropes. I'm not sure if he's going to peek it or not. He might run directly into Kurt's crosshair here.
Left.
Yeah, Kurt is just so patient, just waiting, and now, yep. I was going to say, he's going to get rid of that right away. Not going to... A couple of abilities of his own, trying to find anybody, getting a little bit nervous that somebody's in the area, but now in the firefight, Lycan will come out on top. It takes about half their damage, but no, Lycan with the double kill there, able to secure some great value. It is Thick Bang versus the world, 11 seconds online, and he is not the spike carrier. This one goes in favor of a Boise here.
Yeah, Boise getting another round on the board. A misplay coming out of Kurt, you have to think. A little curious to why they chose to use the utility, wait a couple seconds, and then push after the utility wore out. Made it pretty easy for Lycan to get that frag without the blind. And if you're playing an agent like Breach, you have to be so specific with how you're using your utility. It can be really important to zone it out, but if you were gonna just use your utility to zone out ropes, then just go through Be Heaven, right? You don't have to push it after utility has already faded and after you don't have a flash. So kind of greedy there coming out of Kurt. Boise able to capitalize, but now it's a new round. And gun round, kind of awkward on the side of UBCO. Gonna have at least Saucy unable to buy, and a Spectre coming out of Silver, and it's gonna be pretty rough for them.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be an interesting choice to see why they chose the weapons that they did. And I'm curious to see if it's gonna pay off or if it's gonna kind of bite them in the behind before this match comes to a close. You're gonna see a lot of utility coming out very early on from Saucy, I believe. That may have been from a raise nonetheless. And now Kurt just playing this mid area, playing, just waiting for someone to poke these corners, and nobody ever does. Both times we've seen Kurt here, he's been taken out in a firefight. So I'm very curious to see, what they think is gonna go differently this time.
Yeah, UBCO playing really slowly again. Haven't played super aggressively besides their rounds around the pistol round. So they're gonna finally creep into this Be Heaven. Going to run into Dreammaker, who is holding it. The stage slow orb does come out. The Sheriff in the hand of Saucy gets taken out by Dreammaker, making it a 5v4.
It's going to be a 5v4 here. One raise does, in fact, take out another, but Lycan going to make it a 5v3. Looks like a 5v4 once again, or excuse me, a 4v3. Now the kills are coming out left, right, and center. It's going to be a v2, and everybody alive on the side of our attacking team right now is just a bullet from death. This is going to be difficult as they're going up against the 2 full health opponents.
Gonna be a really difficult post plant to hold. The bomb luckily is down. The Killjoy lockdown is gonna go out, gonna buy them some time unless Lycan and UAH are gonna be able to push through, but Lycan gets the first kill onto Splinter, making it a 2v1 back sight. UAH gets the crown to Silver, and that's what happens when you get taken down so low. It becomes so easy for these defenders to retake.
Yeah, absolutely, and UAH just barely able to get rid of that Killjoy ultimate online, and not that it would have really ruined much, but still would have been quite inconvenient for them, so it's a good thing they got that offline. Score going to be tied up all over again. We're going to go from, what was that? I mean, basically 2-0 to 3-3, so that's going to be quite a jump here in favor of Boise. They're really coming back to life.
Yeah, UBCO choosing to go for a kind of half buy there really kind of hurt their economy. They're going to have to go for a full save now. It didn't exactly pan out for them, but we're going to get a full buy round coming out of Boise. And an interesting kind of switch in the Boise team dynamic. Last game, we saw Dreammaker and Bandit top of the leaderboard and top of the server even. And now UAH and Lycan really stepping it up on this defense side, and credit to them for holding it down.
Yeah, Dreammaker and Bandit also making the choice to swap agents, and I personally, at least so far, do not think it's really working out well in their favor. They're struggling quite a bit. As we say it, timing is everything. Bandit picks up a double kill straight up, but it does give the price of their life, so it doesn't necessarily pay off as it goes from a 5-5 to a 3, and the blink of an eye there. Bandit gets a little bit of a frag, but just cannot follow up off the back of it. And honestly, Dreammaker not performing as well on the raises as they did on the Sova, but there's still plenty of time to turn that around.
Player standing.
Definitely. It's going to be a 3v in favor of Boise. Legit makes that, puts an end to it. No thrifty round win for UBCO.
Yeah, I do like Thrifties, but you know they are unlikely, and that's what makes them so interesting. Is the fact somebody can get a win with even a single round with some crap weapons there. And now it's gonna be 3 ultimates versus 3 ultimates. Okay, one of them is a Sage res, so it's not like it's gonna be doing any damage. But the Empress and the Showstopper coming out from the side of Boise Orange is gonna be pretty high value, and particularly the Showstopper coming out from UBCO as well.
UBCO has a lot of high impact ultimates. They are 4 and 3, not too bad for this attacking side. If they can get 2 or 3 more rounds, they're going to be set up really nicely for their defending side. But the paranoia is going to come out. The Showstopper paired up with it. Don't know if it's actually going to find any members of UBCO though.
Yeah, I don't think it's time. I think the timer. Yeah, I think the wick is going to come to a close, and Dreammaker's just going to have to send it. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find the value that they're looking for. And that ultimate kind of down the drain a little bit. That's going to be a bit of a disaster moving forward for Boise. As they kind of really wanted to use that to initiate a fight, find an elimination, and give themselves another point online. Because like you said, only a couple more round wins for UBCO before they're going to be super comfortable going into their.
Saucy making their way into heaven, playing off this breach fast. I really love to see that. And Thickman gets the first kill onto Legit, making this a 5v4 and another kill on the side of UBCO. And now it's going to be a 4v3, but Bandit holding down this B-side, not cleared out of their backside corner.
Yeah, Bandit and Thickman just kind of hanging out for a second. That was a little weird. And now we see Bandit gets the double, but unfortunately cannot find the triple. And there it is. Looks like the spike is going to come through. Saucy in particular with the triple kill there.
Valiant attempt from Bandit to actually hold down that push and slow it down, but Saucy just committing so much present with that raise, getting a 3K, a really solid round coming out of him, and now it's going to be a 4v4 as UBCO ties up this offensive side.
Yeah, they're going to be able to tie up the offensive side. So we saw a lead very briefly in favor of Boise, but that lead was taken away just as fast. That 3-4, that 4-3 turned into 4-4, and now it's going to be a lot of Vandals and a lot of Phantoms online. Nobody for any unique buys, no Odins, no Op, no Ares, and it's going to be... usually it comes down to whose gun fires a little bit quicker, but when everybody's pretty much got the same gun, it's going to come down to who aims better.
Definitely, or who has a better crossfire. Is Bandit already getting the first frag onto Thickbing by pushing out a B main, and that's what you want to see if you're a Boise fan, is see Boise playing a little more aggressively on this defense, because they're playing really passively, and UBCO is punishing them really well for it, using a lot of utility to get onto these sites, and Boise hasn't really showed that they can hold that by themselves, but already that first pick is going to make it a 5v4 and be really difficult for UBCO to now execute on either site.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult for them to execute on either side. Like you said, there's great coverage blocking both these sides, and they don't have the numbers advantage either, which is, of course, okay. Now it's not exactly an advantage, but it's going to be tied up a little bit. Bit of a green satchel coming out from Saucy there, and yeah, gotta pay the price. Bandit was just waiting for that opportunity to happen, and they took full advantage of it. The numbers in favor of Boise all over again. It's gonna be a 3v4, so there's definitely a world where this can be turned around just like that. Splendor finds 1, Splendor finds 2, and yeah, as I say it looks like Splendor is gonna be able to separate this fight just a little bit, but legit with the res into the double kill. Like and able to find Splendor, a phenomenal play from that stage there.
Really well played by Legit there, getting the res into the double kill, as you said, could have been so detrimental if Legit or the person he res got killed there, would have thrown them the round, but Boise holding it down. Bandit kind of showing up again, kind of waking up on a pretty slow defensive side, getting a couple multi-kills the last couple rounds, so coming back into this game, making it a 5v4. The money on the side of UBCO, not so great. It's going to be a pretty rough round for them to win, and they're probably going to be looking at a 6-4 here.
Yeah, realistically, I think a 6-4 is pretty likely, but Thrifties are always possible, and it looks like Splendor going to be committing to that Bucky, which I don't hate, but at the same time, you've got to get in close and you've got to get in, which Jet is capable of, but you've got to try to get some kills early on. Splendor, no idea how close they are to this Cypher, just waiting around the corner, going to be committing that Cloud, trying to get a little bit of value, a little bit of information. Lycan with some phenomenal placement, making it a lot harder to shoot him. Oh, gonna get a little bit overzealous, might cost him his life. No, it's gonna be Dream help of the Cypher, able to take Splendor offline.
5v4 in favor of Boise. Gun advantage also going their way. Kurt throwing out some flashes, trying to make something happen as they finally push through this mid wall, break the Sage barrier. Sage gonna get chased down, and Kurt gets a kill of his own, but Lycan does trade it out, making it a 4v3 in favor of Boise.
Yeah, that's going to be ending in favor of Boise. I don't want to say per the usual, because these rounds really are pretty close, but that's really how it started to feel in these last couple of rounds. Thickbang with the Sheriff, able to get a great headshot. Probably going to get the plant off as well, because it looks like nobody's on B quite yet. Yeah, so the plant definitely going to come through. Now, whether or not Thickbang gets a 3K with a Sheriff, that's mostly up to him, but it's going to be quite the surprise if he's able to do so.
Yeah, 1v3 gonna be really tough for Thickbang here. Does have Paranoia available to him if he chooses to use it. But the Cypher doesn't check his corner. Thickbang gets the first kill onto Lycan, making it a 2v1. The Paranoia is gonna come out. He's gonna push the slow, but the slow orb make it so hard for him as Legit takes him out. Beautiful slow orb coming out of Legit there.
Yeah, Legit. Just a couple of smart plays back to back there. Able to get that great frag. Last round gets the phenomenal slow there. Gives their teammate just enough time to defuse the spike, and that's all you can really ask for, right? Legit sitting smack in the middle of the team with 9 eliminations and 5 deaths, and then obviously gets a little bit better above him and a little bit worse below him. But so far, some very solid Sage game.
Legit's looking really good on this stage. I get kind of worried sometimes when they have players flex onto the stage because Sage isn't played that often on other maps, like you said before, and some players aren't used to really playing that kind of more slow, more utility-focused playstyle. But Legit really proving that wrong, getting frags and fantastic utility usage so far as UBCO is going to go for a really fast execute onto the base stage.
Absolutely. It's just going to go a very fast execute again. Saucy committing one of those packs, just trying to get any kind of info, trying to get any kind of damage. And Silver and Your Hat and Thickbang are both able to find some kills back to back. And here comes Splinter, misses the entire Blade Storm. Close quarters, not able to find it. Going to commit that slow fall as well, try to spice things up. The smoke clouds coming out left, right, and center. The spike plant does come through, however, so that's going to be, especially as Kurt takes out Lycan. This could be a huge round for UBCO.
4v3 in favor of UBCO. A little bit of a whiff from Saucy there, but finally gets the headshot onto Legit. Gonna make it a 4v2, and it's gonna be really difficult for Boise here.
Yeah, Boise's gonna struggle, but Dreammaker does find one, still sitting at full, finds 2. There's no way they find 3. But the showstopper gonna be online. Here comes a 3rd kill. Dreammaker putting on a performance. This is where dreams are made. Saucy able to find Bandit and gonna go for the bait. Defuse the showstopper of their own. Gonna overcommit as they have no idea Dreammaker is now behind them. It's gonna be huge, and there it is. The 4K comes online. A phenomenal performance, but I don't think it's gonna be close. It's gonna be really close. I think they got it. 2.31 seconds left. Phenomenal job there from Dreammaker. My goodness.
Dreammaker, such a slow start on this defensive side. Takes a 2v4, gets 3 kills, gets the clutch, gets the bomb halfway before the enemy raises showstopper comes out, and gets the round. Dreammaker, that was beautiful. If you're Boise there, you have to feel so good. You know the comms are going crazy. Dreammaker going from like what, 4-8, 5-8 to 8-8. Beautiful play there.
I was gonna say goes from 4-8 to 8-8 in one round. I was about to point out that very same thing. You talked about a slow burn, a slow start, and Dreammaker literally doubles the amount of kills that they had going into that round. So a phenomenal turnaround. Hopefully they're gonna come out just as hot for the rest of the series, because we could really see Boise run away with it if plays like that keep happening.
Beautiful play from Boise there, and Saucy immediately gonna get headshot by Bandit, making it already a 5v4 in favor of Boise.
Yeah, Saucy just gets sauced. They're taken offline so fast, and the Killjoy ultimate, the lockdown coming out again, so they're going to try to protect the point, but feels a little bit early. They don't have the spike planted yet. Legit going to be taken offline, so no resurrections or healing will be coming out this round at all. Splinter, no, not going to be able to find a kill as Lycan, and Ben, oh my goodness, what is happening? All of a sudden, Boise, this exact same thing happened on Bind. Like, they just start slow, and then they're like, all right, let's start playing a little bit, and they just frag. This is insane.
Yeah, winning 7 out of the last 8 rounds is what Boise just did on that defense side. A really pretty, as you said, pretty slow start, losing 3 out of the first 4, but then really coming online. Lycan and Bandit held down that B site so well, even through the Killjoy ultimate, and there wasn't a whole lot that UBCO could do there. And now they're gonna be on the defense though. Gonna be can't be harder for them than their attacking side. They have a pretty solid team comp for this. The Killjoy utility is going to be on A, and that's where it looks like Boise's looking to hit. So this pistol round is going to be really big in determining their momentum for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think they're just all about to walk face first into a firefight, because this is going to be a 5v3, I believe, actually in favor of the now attacking team, which is going to be Boise. So if they can get 1 kill here, they can make it a 5v2. That would be huge, but they can't push in too aggressively, especially as that Paranoia comes through here. There's some shells very early on. So we're going to have to back out, finds the bomb buddy, so that won't be online. Saucy, first kill onto Lycan, though. That's going to be huge. The flank already pays off.
Boise calling for this huge rotate, gets the first kill, though. On this rotate, Saucy does. The blind comes out. Saucy gets another Dreammaker, though. Gets 2 of his own, makes it a 3v3, and this B site should go the way of Boise.
Yeah, no, Boise, they have to play it a little bit slow, but Dreammaker is going to be able to flip things back in their favor once again. The Raze takes a lot of damage in that initial firefight. I thought she was going to go down, but she takes about half damage and lives to tell the tale. Now it's going to be a 2v3. Boise just barely the health advantage here.
The bomb is down. Looks like UBCO is gonna play together as a team. They're finally dropping out of heaven, gonna hold angles together. The dark covers though are gonna make it really difficult for them to actually get onto this bomb site.
Legit finds Thickbang. That's going to make things even worse. There goes Splinter. Killjoy versus the world. Silvern finds 2. It's going to be that 1v1. Dreammaker is great as well. And Silvern with the triple. I think there's enough time to defuse this spike. That is going to be huge for UBCO here.
Silvern getting the first pistol round on the side of UBCO is so huge. Really well played by UBCO. The 3v3 retake was going to be pretty hard because Boise had a pretty solid post plant set up and the dark covers were out, but Silvern clutching it up and giving them another round, making an 8-5.
Yeah, Silvern has one of those names that I'm just curious where it comes from. That always happens. Every game, there's somebody with a gamer tag where I'm like, how did you end up where you are? Silvern strikes me. I'm very curious. Silvern, if you ever watch this VOD, message me. I want to know why your name is what it is. But now 8-5 moving forward. And that was a great turnaround that flips momentum in favor of UBCO. And you brought this up already. If they could get 5-4, if they could get 4 on their defense, on their offense, their defense should be even easier.
Definitely. Dreammaker throwing out some utility. Thickbang though with the one-way, not quite gonna peek it. The Rainolier should come out pretty soon. It looks like they have 3 members primed to swing, but they're gonna hold on to it. Probably gonna wait out the dark cover is what I would do.
Cover going out.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be seeing that cover coming out from Thickbang, trying to get a lot of value, not going to be paid a little bit more, but here comes that. I mean, dude, yeah, I was going to say, shoot the raise. She's staring right at you. She can't see a thing, but Thickbang chooses to fire kind of blindly, and it looks like it was going to pay off, but your hat comes in with the double kill. A 2v2, there is plenty of opportunity for this to go either way. Both your hat and the surviving member of the side of Boise Orange aren't exactly our top fraggers of the day, but they are definitely getting some kills in and out. However, Silvern's still alive, and we've seen some great plays from them today as well.
Silvern trying to pull another clutch here with their teammates.
Oh,
Now 1v1. Your hat versus Silvern. Taps the bomb. Has the judge, so your hat has to be really careful here with the range. Gets the headshot. That's a 3K coming out of your hat to secure the round for Boise.
I guess you could say he's pulling that 3K out of his hat. But sorry, that was stupid. The name is stupid. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. Anyway, your hat does a great job. It's gonna be 9-5. So definitely not the best score that could have happened, but still a very good score for Boise Orange. They've got a 4-round lead, so they've got plenty of time to, even if they lose, drop 1 or maybe even 2 rounds, they've got time to come back, and that's really the difference here. Because if UBCO drops 2 rounds, that's rough because that's getting very close to game point.
It's gonna be really difficult for them, and now they're gonna have a pretty solid save round. Only 1 ghost coming out on the side of this defense, and full Spectre round coming out of the side of Boise. So this should be their round to lose as they push up into A heaven. Not quite gonna find anyone yet though.
I know it's gonna be a little bit of a slow burn. Unintentionally, nobody really knows where anybody else is quite yet. Now we're gonna see Lycan kind of poking this corner, a little bit afraid, knows somebody's there. Gonna go for the shot, but Bandit with the Spectre gonna be able to find it early on to Saucy there, and I believe we're gonna be seeing, yeah, a little bit of damage coming out from Kurt onto Lycan. Legit is gonna find Splinter as well, so a bit of disaster here. Silvern finds 1, Silvern finds 2. You've gotta get this Killjoy out of here because she is a nightmare so far. Bandit is able to find Kurt. It's gonna be a 2v2 in the side of Boise. They've taken a little bit of damage here, so Bandit able to find Thickbang though. Gonna be a 2-1. Silvern finds 1. It's gonna 4K. It's a 4K button for Bandit. Silvern gonna be taken offline. They're hitting double digits on the side of Boise Orange.
Bandit getting the 4K on that round, which became super disastrous as Boise didn't actually clear the A site. I'm not sure if Silvern had utility on the site or not, so they had really no idea that Killjoy was on the site. Silvern gets 2 with a ghost there, doesn't even get traded out until the very end, and a nice clutch up from Bandit. Kind of a sloppy execute, but Bandit really saved that for Boise there.
Yeah, absolutely. Bandit just running away with that round, getting some great value, and a 4K, which is obviously 1 away from it. So some great value there. Going to be 10-5, and the score, as far as I'm concerned, is looking like exactly what it was on Spine. It looks like we may be walking into a 13-5, and I'm shocked because we talked about pretty defensive side. We were expecting this to be in favor of our defenders, and then both times Boise has gotten onto the offense, they have just started outperforming. It's been kind of nuts.
Yeah, Lycan, Bandit right now, the top frags on their side. Dreammaker, though, making a lot of space on this raise, not to be counted out. The nade doesn't actually hit Thickbang, so not going to draw him out of that corner. So, and actually, there's all 5 members of Boise stuck in this B main, but not really getting punished by UBCO, as no one's really pushed out of their site. UBCO playing a little scared and a little passively, not getting that much info.
Yeah, they really did not get a lot of information on where anybody was, but Saucy just going to be playing that mid. Might not peak fast enough as Bandit. Yeah, Bandit's going to get through. Now you think you're in a 1v1 because Saucy did not see anybody else, but is still going to be able to back out. They're kind of assuming the team is running together. Here comes that slow from the Sage, just trying to set things up. Now the shells coming out. Those could actually be colossal, but yeah, the team is able to make it out. The shells are a terrifying ability to go up against. All 5 of them are going to be able to. It looks like we're seeing Saucy on a bit of a flank again, and this worked out pretty darn tootin' well last time.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna make their way onto Heaven. Is actually gonna clear out Thick Fang. It's now gonna be a 4v4. As they say that 4v3, 3 members left alive on the side. I don't. Boise though, trying to make something happen, but Kurt gets another kill onto Lycan. Does get traded out, makes it a 3v2. Last member left alive, gonna on the A site.
Yeah, it's gonna be your hat, and the Killjoy ultimate's gonna come out, but he's gonna commit to the plant. They're not gonna be able to. Yeah, I was gonna say not gonna be able to get anything, as that Killjoy ultimate is not exactly where it needs to be. Your hat versus the world here. A 1v3 is gonna be mighty tough, especially with the low ground advantage he currently has. Maybe best case scenario, just hide on point, just hide in a cheeky spot. That's exactly what he's trying to do. But oh, this is gonna be tough. I am quite nervous here for your hat.
Yeah, low health bar on the side of Saucy and the Breach here might be able to make something happen. Doesn't get the first one, but yeah, really good retake on the side of UBCO, saving this game in a really significant way, making it 10-6.
Yeah, like you said, not exactly getting that 11, which is obviously closer and closer to the lineup. They're gonna get the defuse. 7 seconds left, so plenty of time to turn that around. It feels like it's Silver all day to me. It's just been Silver all across the board so far, doing a phenomenal job here. Realistically, I mean, the Killjoy, I talked about her at the beginning when we saw her on Bind, or when we didn't see her on Bind, rather, kind of a smaller performance. But I was waiting, kind of seeing some expectation, and now really showing up here on Split. Currently sitting at 12 eliminations, so actually not in lobby, or not the most in lobby, but still up there for sure. Currently sitting, I believe, 5th place in terms of eliminations, but still a very consistent game nonetheless.
Silver's been doing a super good job, have to agree with you, on just staying alive, playing off her utility. And to UBCO's credit, they're using their utility, I feel like, a lot more effectively in this game, especially coming out of Kurt here with the Breach. I feel like his flashes have been generally way more effective, and his teammates have been playing off of him way more confidently. So they have a lot to gain on this defensive side as Bandit slowly creeps his way. Only a rifle in hand, as Boise is on a save round. This round is expected to go to UBCO unless Boise can pull something out.
Oh, that's gonna be huge. Saucy able to find one. Splendor finds another. The judge is gonna be future Thick Bang taken out. What's it gonna look for? You're gonna find another kill on the Dreammaker there. Gonna be a triple kill for Splendor, and yeah, like you said, kind of an expectation that we thought was going to happen, and it's exactly what did happen. So this is gonna be a very easy round to win for BCO.
Lycan does get a rifle, probably not going to be able to keep it. If I'm UBCO here, probably down to chase Lycan for the rifle. Not going to make a huge amount of difference in terms of their economy, but you feel pretty confident in 3v1. But Lycan, 20 health, vulnerable off the bot. They know exactly where he is. It's going to be really difficult for him to get a frag here.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's even going to be able to fire his weapon at this rate. He's stuck 20 health, yeah. I was going to say stuck in the corner, and Silver is going to be able to put him out of his misery a little bit there. Lycan is going to be taken down 10-7, just obviously so much closer than 10-5, right? So that's going to be 2 rounds back-to-back in favor of UBCO. They're trying to take this one all the way.
UBCO getting a lot of momentum going on their defensive side, which is, you have talked about it before, you do expect to see teams have a big rallying point on this defensive side. They did win the pistol. They have now 2 more wins under their belt, 7-10. Not impossible to come back from, but there are 4 ultimates on the side of Boise and a full gun round coming out. So this is going to be a really make or break moment for both teams.
Absolutely a make or break moment indeed. We see the double digits finally coming out. They really get to make their way out here on the side of Boise Orange, and then they kind of get halted in their tracks 2 rounds in a row. They end up losing them to UBCO, and pressure is on. Lycan is going to be able to find that first kill onto Saucy, so that's going to be great. Trying to find that 11th round win. That's exactly what they needed to do to get that first elimination.
Lycan on this lurk, sometimes his lurks didn't pay off on the last map, but right now getting that first frag is going to be so huge. The neural theft coming out, realizing where most of the defenders of UBCO are, going to call for the rotate onto B. There is an Omen in this. Heaven, though, takes out Lycan, making it a 4v4, evening it up, and now it's going to be a pretty aggressive attack onto this B site.
Absolutely, they're going to be rushing into B site, trying to get the kills that they want. Silver and able to take out your hat, so a round that started so strong is to a little bit of a close. Dreammaker actually almost finding a kill there, getting some damage. Able to find Kurt with Splendor, able to find Dreammaker right after. We're going to have the wall come out there. They may have been the slow, but the inability coming out there from the stage. Bandit is going to be able to find Thick Bang now, so that's going to be huge, but taken out by Splendor right away. It is legit versus the world here, and I am mighty nervous as Silver, and again, still alive. You've got to get rid of this Killjoy.
1v2 gets the first headshot onto Splendor, making it a 1v1. Killjoy is really low. He clutches it out, making it 11-7, and legit so impressive on this stage, and has res available for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, their Sage is looking pretty legit indeed. That was a phenomenal performance, and the 2K saved the day. The clutch comes through, now only 2 rounds away from victory. And they've got the economy advantage as well, but just barely.
just barely indeed. We see a judge coming out as Spectre on the side of Boise, so a pretty rough buy. Still one ultimate in the Sage Reg, which could prove pretty influential, but if you look at UBCO's econ, they're not going to have a full buy either. Only 4 rifles coming out, but they do have 4 ultimates, and one of those is going to be Splender's Knives, so a pretty solid buy coming out of them. This is their round to win.
Absolutely, and we see a big issue, at least I know that I do, Alice, maybe you can disagree with this, but we see an issue where Sages are very afraid. Okay, wow, Splender's not afraid of anything, apparently, because they are just going to turn that corner and get ripped apart. I was gonna say, oh, I gotta wait. They're just not gonna stop. So Bandit gonna be able to find the wall bang onto Kurt. Saucy finds Dreammaker, but it already may be too late. It's gonna be a 3v4. Legit is still alive, and honestly, I was gonna say you might as well commit that res. You are so close to the end of this. Bandit already with a 3K. This could be an ace. We're gonna see some damage coming out very early on. Bandit looking for another kill, but nobody's gonna be on A. They're waiting patiently, trying to find what they want. And Dreammaker gonna find Saucy. It is a 1v5 here. This is gonna be a rough one.
Like it takes out Thick Bang, and that was a round that Boise wasn't posed to win. Bandit getting that opening one tap with the Sheriff, opening up that A heaven, getting another kill, making it into 3. Bandit, we gave him a little bit of slack for having a pretty sluggish start, but really showing up into the server. 21 and 15 on the Reyna.
Absolutely, and I'm going to speed up my point a little bit because these players clearly don't realize that I'm trying to analyze between these rounds. But I was going to say that Sages hold on to their ultimates a lot because they're afraid they're going to use them poorly and then they're going to lose the round. And it's like, you might as well use it early because if you don't, you're not going to use it at all. We did see legit use it, to be fair, but in what was possibly the penultimate round. So it's like, you held on to it for quite a while, but better late than never.
Yeah, definitely 14, 12, and 14 from Legit on this stage. Phenomenal gameplay so far. Kind of a misuse of the ultimate, have to agree. Not super impactful, but did secure them the round. And now Lycan getting the opening frag onto Thick Bang, but gets traded out. So hope is not lost for UBCO. It's now going to be a 4v4.
Yeah, Lycan not only got the kill onto that Omen, but also did a lot of damage onto that Raze as well, which is going to be huge. If they were able to confirm the elimination, then we're going to see some great value. You know, a 2-for-1 trade is obviously going to be worth it 100% of the time, but now it's going to be that 1-for-1 trade, kind of 1.5. That Raze can't be healed, which is a huge bonus, but we've seen some players frag with incredibly low health bars, so I would not be surprised to see this happen. Bandit just knows somebody's around the corner, and no, it's going to be Splendor who finds one, but Legit finds the kill off the back of it. A 4v4 turns into a 3v3, and Legit, I mean, as long as Legit is alive and as long as Silvern is alive, this can go either way. But there goes Silvern! Saucy going to fall as well, and Kurt, you have to make the magic happen for this team to stay alive. It is going to fall on this Breach's shoulders.
2v1, it's the first kill Timur had, making that a 1v1.
He gets one. This is possible. It's gonna be a Breach versus a Sage, and the Sage has 40 health advantage. To be fair, only a couple of bullets here, but she could. Oh, I think Kurt could time out this Sage as well. I think Legit may struggle to get onto point, and they're both gonna rotate away from A in simultaneous. But now, here comes Legit back onto A. I think is gonna get a free plant here unless Kurt is able to find them, but as long as, yeah, okay, you've got 10 seconds. You've got to go for the plant, but no, looking for the frag instead. Okay, gonna go for the plant. 5 seconds left. It looks like they're gonna be able to find it. Gonna be very difficult to get the wall bang there, and the timer not exactly reset, but more time added to the clock here for Legit.
Yeah, Kurt does still have utility with a headshot from Legit. Secures the round, and that's gonna be the series going the way of Boise from a beautiful play from Legit there.
Yeah, a beautiful play from Legit indeed. Able to carry the team in that final round. A phenomenal job. I could not praise the Sage gameplay enough. I got the Sage gameplay I wanted. You got the split gameplay you wanted. Absolutely phenomenal turnaround there, and I just could not be more impressed.
Yeah, UBCO came back a little bit in this game in comparison to their buying game. They looked a lot stronger on their attacking side, like we noticed, but a lot of the members of Boise really stepping up. The last game, it was really the Bandit and Dreammaker show. This game, Lycan and Legit, both on Sentinels, playing exceptional gameplay. 19 and 13, 17, 12, and 14. You love to see that coming out of your Sentinel players and really supporting your duelists.
Yeah, absolutely. That was super awesome to see. The 21 and 16 is going to be great as well. And it's just a phenomenal turnaround. Honestly, a lot of eliminations coming through in that game as a whole. Nobody falling under 10, the lowest being Kurt with 11. So a very good turnaround. Unfortunately, folks, we do not have anything else lined up for you here tonight. At least Alice and myself. There's another game. I should rephrase that. There's another game coming up right after this one, but Alice and I will be calling it a night. I will. It's like 8 p.m. for Alice, but it is 11 p.m. for me, so I will be calling it a night. Thank you, everybody, so much for having me. Huge shout out to everybody for watching. A huge shout out to these teams for watching, and a huge shout out to NECC for putting on this whole show. Caleb, our producer, thanks for everything you do, man. We could not do what we do without you. And with that, folks, we are going to be calling it a night. And you guys will be replaced. I'm not exactly sure who by, but I'm sure you'll see them in just a couple of minutes. Everybody, check your posture, drink some water, and don't forget to love each other. We'll see you guys next week.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
And welcome back to everyone at home watching right now. We thank you so much for sticking with us through this very long day. Massive game number 1 and then a somewhat close series 2. And now coming in here in the Challengers division, we are coming in with what could possibly be a very hot series. My name is Orbital, once again joined by Vincent, who is coming on for his second series of the day. Vincent, how you feeling?
Oh, I am refreshed, ready to go here for the second series, at least my second series, third series on the day. And well, it's going to be an interesting one in that we have UC Davis Blue coming up against Sac State Gold. And, you know, a some teams have storied histories, we'll just say. I mean, everyone's storied at this point, week 7, right? But UC Davis, they are pretty much topping the leaderboards for the Challengers division here. I would say somewhat uncontested is maybe a fair statement to think about. I'm pulling it back up. I had it up before, but I had to restart. So
well, so they are currently, if they win tonight's series, they will be tied with CSU Dominguez Hills Gold, as they will be another 6-1 team, as well as Southern New Hampshire University. So that would be three teams tied for first place if they win tonight's series. On the other side, though, we do have Sacramento State Gold. I'm very sorry. This team is currently sitting at 3-3 as we buckle down into the last 3 weeks of play. They have got to tie it down because, again, if they lose this match, they'll be put at 3-4, which will put them in between the, I believe, the lower set of brackets, which might be a possible elimination of the playoffs. So, again, every game counts, every match counts, and for Sac State Gold, it means just a little bit more if they are able to pull out this series.
Yeah, I mean, even if they lose this series and still win the map, actually, they'll maintain their position in 5th spot because of the map differential. But that's only if they lose in 2-1 fashion. They have to pick up a map here at the very least to stay in that contention race. And like you said, very much is a huge deal for both of these sides. Obviously, UC Davis wanting to be in contention for the very top of this division. And, of course, Sac State, they got to get in there onto the playoffs. So, yeah, I think we have a grudge match of sorts in that it is a whole lot of stuff on the line, a whole lot of potential tears and, well, wondrous victory available. Yeah.
It's gonna be a fun time, I think. Now, of course, the maps are coming out, and so we will see Ascent first with Split second, and if we go to a third map, it will be Bind. So we are already loaded in, heading on to Ascent with UC Davis on the attacking side first, and Sac State Gold running out on the defense. And taking a look at the agents selected, it feels pretty meta right now. We do see the Sova, the Jet, Omen mirrors, as well as the Phoenix mirrors. So a lot of people working with pretty much, I think this is actually a straight up mirror match between the agents selected.
Yeah, it looks like it. And a pretty standard, very meta comp, like you said. Really nothing here that I would say is odd. That said, I've seen some teams elect to move away from the Killjoy onto a Cypher. But I really think that's more about preference. I think at the peak of either character, I want to say Killjoy is a little bit better on this map just because of the lockdown placement potential, right? Even though, like I said, I think at the highest level we are seeing some Cypher get pulled out just because, you know, some people are kind of cracked at Cypher. And also, you can flank it a little bit easier with Cypher as well. You don't have to be so nailed down to a certain position like you do with the Killjoy. But nonetheless, enough about that as we move into round number 1 here. UC Davis Blue, Sac State Gold.
Of course, the immediate setup, the ever classic A push on this first set. A main is always a fun one to stack up and see about 15, or it's actually a little bit higher number. 10 people decide that they are rushing it. So immediately Nanoswarm down, and Mitchell just annihilates the frontal push. That'll immediately set it into a 2-1 position as the rest of UC Davis push in and try and get the plant down.
Yeah, a decent take, but unfortunately left with a player disadvantage, and Astro picking up one more, making things very difficult. Astro doing a great job, has found 3 massive frags coming through from Astro, and I really love that hot hands straight onto the bottom. You jump into the hot hands, you know, it takes an extra second to realize that's a possibility, right? Because you're thinking, oh, it's a molly. Well, no, not if it's his own. Obviously, heals. You know what I mean? It's just it's a cool little added bonus in my book there, Orbital.
Oh, of course it is, and you gotta feel good coming out with a 3K to start stuff off. On the side of Sac State Gold, Mitchell has been known to really tear up in a lot of these games, known as one of the primary carries, and to see other players start to step up in the later stages of these games, of these matches, bodes well for the potential playoff run, to be able to see these players really kick it into high gear when it matters. Couple share shots going through in mid, deciding that, hey, we want to get that free kill if you step up just a little too far. That is going to be the Omen saying no, though.
Free haircuts.
Yeah, free haircuts indeed. And the shotty says full body massage by Mantic.
I mean, that's not the kind of massage I'm looking for, and I think that honestly, Sac State Gold would have preferred not to have that one, but nonetheless, they are stuck with it. A minute left on this clock as the spike is recovered by Aliak. And it looks as if the push should be coming over towards A. OMI does find that frag on the B side of the map. So now Sora, ready and waiting on the site, has lots of utility available. There goes the swarm grenades. That's going to be shut down, though, very quickly, as I-Only Vayne is going to be able to pick up that frag. So 3-on-3 now. The retake is in.
Oni makes it 2-on-3 and having to break through the door. He's going to play the lurker side as everyone is still on there. And Astro trades 1 for 1. Going to come down to a 2-on-1, as that is going to be Joe hoping to clutch it out here. Find a couple frags. Is he going to get one? Can't find it. Lands 2 bodies, but Omi finishes it off. That is going to be the round once again, going to Sac State Gold as they go up 2-0.
Is that Omi or is it OMI?
It's Omi. We got Omi and Oni, so that's going to be fun.
I was really hoping it was Omi or OMI so that I would not get Omi and Oni confused, but
nope, they just want to mess with you.
Yeah, they clearly just don't want me to, have a good time. Nonetheless, I will prevail. I will have a good time anyway. Haha!
Indeed, as we are now getting the third round underway, and already I-Only Vayne has that running back available, is going to be prepped and waiting to decide who gets caught by this pseudo life that he is allowed to utilize. Going to be a little bit of a hold and B lobby, as everyone just wants to find that singular kill to start things off.
And this purchase is pretty shoddy, to be honest, from the defense. Like, yeah, it's the bonus round, but you have 2 Buckies. That's a little bit rough. And there goes that run it back that you were talking about, and it is going to open things up fairly simply. Oni now all around the smoke. Is there enough time? No, not quite enough. But the run it back is going to get the information, and with the player advantage, should be a plant. That being said, Omi has something to say about it. Finds a 2-for-1 trade, so that's pretty darn solid. As now we see one more frag brought the other direction, giving us a 2-on-2. The problem is that Mitchell just has a Bucky, so needs to recover some sort of other weaponry here.
I mean, you can say that, or you can just try and run face first into them and hope that you make the kill. But granted, yes, try and find that rifle, try and get that down as quickly as possible. Ali decides that it is going to be them that gets that kill. Now in a 2-on-1 situation, only Oni is going to be the survivor. Has a full shield up, only sitting on that Spectre.
Somehow Oni picks up that frag, does recover the Phantom, so this is looking somewhat doable. Doesn't, I was about to say, doesn't quite have the utility, though, against Aliak, who was looking good on that site, able to pick up that triple kill as well.
Feels good, man, to close out that round and push themselves back into this game, get the first round win. And of course, you always enjoy seeing that, right? And granted, Sac State Gold, they did run very low econ, like you said, running with that shotties plus Spectres in there. And now they also have a full buy for themselves. So we'll see what they can do, if they can retain their round lead, or if it's going to be tied up here by UC Davis, who are deciding to split the map in a 3-1-1. I believe that is, or 2-2-1, I'm very sorry, as they were double stacked on top of each other in the mid.
Yeah, I mean, that weaponry is not ideal here, to say the least. Yeah. Even though they won the round, it's still very, very rough. I have to admit that I would have preferred to see the full buy-in from everyone, even though like we have 3 players not really fully invested. In fact, Joe Honey with just a classic. Despite that Blade Storm, I understand that, but still difficult.
Oh, very nice swap out. Sora goes ahead and drops the first kill of this round. That's gonna be an attempt here onto A as Willie picks one up with the sheriff. They're gonna get a quick play in as 3 of the UC Davis squad are going to get into the smoke. Gonna be rounded up by Astro, but he gets taken out of his run it back. Mitchell, though, trying to clean it up. Can't find the repeat kills. Gets taken out 1 for 1. 3 for 2 here as the wall goes up. Only Vayne can't get the spike down just yet as Astro making it difficult here on the planting side. They finally get it down. The health bars running a little bit rough, and this is the mirrored Soma versus Phoenix. Which side is just that much stronger?
And the sonar arrow is now online here for the defense. That goes out. Doesn't necessarily net any information. Now info gained. Astro knows where at least one player is, and that shock dart goes a bit wide. A frag already there for Omi, and a second picked up. Beautiful stuff there, and the 2v2 for Omi, who closes that round out. And well, the only positive thing here for the UC Davis side of things is that they kind of saved, so they should still have money here.
Should still have money, but remember, a couple of them did full buy in that setup, so that's why you do only see the Marshal, not the Operator, but Mantic coming out as the top fragger thus far in the game. Is going to be running that one-shot potential kill if you pop that head. Hoping to find some opening frags here and to really clean it up. On the flip side, though, Sac State running pretty low. I think they're still deciding on what they might want to run here. This is a little bit questionable.
What is this? Is there a new meta that I'm unaware of, Orbital, where you just save after you win? I have no idea what's going on.
I don't know either, but they will be coming up against the 4 Vandals and a Marshal. And Only Vayne shows why you should probably get a couple guns here. Picks one off straight through B. Oh, Ali is going to find one on the backside, making it a 3 on 5. And that's going to be the Blade Storm coming out. That's what we were wondering about. So Mitchell trying to throw it down and finds the first straight to the head. You get turned into a pincushion real fast with that swipe.
Easy right click, easy does it. Getting aggressive there was Mitchell, but missing the blades makes it all the more difficult. 26 HP, trying to hide in these cloud bursts, but it's simply a matter of time before they're found out. Well, Mitchell there does fall, leaving Astro in the 1-on-4. Does have a Vandal in hand, but a tough task ahead. As look at how split up these players are. Has heard the sound cue of Aliak there on the side of Generator. Should swat out the head of this Phoenix. Does indeed do that. Might get spray down. Another. There's a third. Absolutely incredible. But is there not enough time? Yeah, this is fully ticked away. But Astro doing huge damage. And I mean, we might even see another save come out from the attackers for some reason, because they won, but they only had 1 player survive.
Yeah, and I mean, Astro being able to pull that off in the final moments, that is what we call trigger control. Not taking that first snapshot, making sure to wait, get a good lineup, and knocks out a bit of the eco. So very well played to pick off as much as he could. Now we do see the full buy. I believe that is going to be 4 Vandals. No, 4 Vandals on the side of UC Davis with a couple Guardians sprinkled in. That's going to be the question of how they're going to play it. Joe decides that he does not want to live as Mitchell picks up a straight headshot in that cloud.
A great job getting a forward position and taking advantage of it there for Sac State. Is now a player advantage for them. Love to see it. And if we take a look at the attackers, right, they're playing very grouped up, and they're grouped up towards B for the moment. Looks like that might just be where they end up. But they took that early duel and didn't win out. That time, though, Only Vayne does win out on the opposing Phoenix. That shock dart does a little bit of damage, but this running back is looking for more, and just barely finds OMI right before the door closes. And now 1 player up, this time in the favor of UC Davis.
And UC Davis finally finding their stride here as Spike is going to be planted. The rest of Sac State are hoping to get a little bit of a flank, but up against 4, they have to play this very carefully. Vayne playing the lurker. Oni does not see it. That's going to be a 3K in Vayne's pocket. The Phoenix, after rising back, cleaning up this round. Sora picks one off before getting headshot by Ali, and that is going to make it a tied game here on Ascent for map number 1.
What a great play there on the attacker side of things. Sac State, they just kind of collapsed over at B, and it was mostly off the back of that run it back. But in addition to that, we saw the double swings over and over and over again to defend the retake. Really solid stuff. Nobody really was able to get a 1v1 in any way for the Sac State side of things. They tried, but they certainly were unable. And so now you look at that cash. It is very, very low. A Marshall out, a Bucky out, a Stinger as well for Oni, but it's simply a not ideal purchase. And, well, that's not an ideal pick for the side of Sac State as they go down 1 already at the beginning of this round.
Seems the Huntress has made her way over here to Valorant from League of Legends as Only Vayne is sitting at the top of the scoreboard for UC Davis, so really leading the charge here in this map number 1, again showing off why they are 5-1, why they deserve to be tied at first place if they can win this series. It's gonna be a quick plant coming out here. Very nice setup with all 5 members still alive, but they are facing a potential 4 ultis coming out by Sac State Gold. If they wish to utilize some of those, they might be able to tip the scales in their favor, but Mantic says no, you ain't teleporting anywhere.
I don't love this orbital. I have to be honest. I think this is a bit of a mistake. You have barely any weaponry, and you see that the Sova ult, the Hunter's Fury is available. That's just an automatic counter to your lockdown.
Oh!
And you're just running into, you know, this. Joe Honey with 2 frags. I don't know. I'm just... That was ridiculous, Sora.
With 2 HP, decide to take a classic spray straight into the enemy's chest and is able to pick it off. That is a kill that you gotta be a little bit chuckling about, as grabbing that one, even though you lose the round, you got a little bit of a nice highlight reel for yourself. I was gonna put UC Davis at 4-3, moving into the next couple rounds.
But so what I was saying is that I don't love the investment of the lockdown there. I think it would have been better utilized in a gun round. You know, maybe if you're just saying, well, let's just trade the Hunter's Fury, sure. But I don't know. It just seems like you never were going to win that. You didn't have the weaponry. So why even like pretend? You know, that's kind of where I'm at. Nonetheless, still 3 ultimates available for them in this round. And some pretty big ones too. I'd say the run it back, key one to take a look at. And Oni doesn't need an ultimate to get a frag. Has already opened this up onto the opponent's Killjoy.
It's gonna be the molly being tossed out, but Mitchell able to spray through the smoke, knew exactly where that molly went, and just gets an easy frag. Sac State with 5 members strong is ready and waiting for Ali and Johanny.
Great start to this round, and I say start. It's a minute left. Johanny has somehow picked up a frag. What I think was through a dark cover, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, you like to see that. And Mitchell, what a peak that was. Talk about confidence. Just swings out, takes the man's head off with no problem whatsoever. As now it's Johanny in a 1v4, trying to contend with everything. Left. A Vandal in hand and 30 seconds to play with, but no one's giving anything away here. This is well done from Sac State to not give any free frags.
Yeah, this is a huge thing. You know, chasing for the kills is always somewhat damaging, but Mitchell says no chasing today. We just hunt the fish in the barrel that we have locked it down, and that is gonna even it up once again. Both these teams playing fairly well here. Slight question though, as UC Davis is not known as a, I want to say, overly confident defensive team, so hopefully they can pick up a few more wins here on the attacking side to secure a safety net moving into the next half. Be a nice set of weapons though. Most Vandals and Guardians once again with, I believe, a Phantom sprinkled in. So everyone should be getting off a full clip here and there.
Should be doing just fine. And those 4 ultimates that you were talking about still ready and waiting here on the defense. Bladestorm, of course, running back. Hunter's Fury from the shadows. All of those a possibility. So I'd like to see those utilized here. They've kind of been sitting on them for a little bit of time at this point. And you know, it would be good to see those put to good use. That being said, Mitchell, I guess if you don't need your ultimate, you know, fair enough, right? Just shoot him in the face, forehead.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is still a shooter, and where your bullets are aimed does count quite a bit. Willie goes ahead and picks off Oni. That's going to even it up at a 4-4 pace. The slight hold through mid, bottom, and Cubby is going to mean that UC Davis are still kind of deciding where they want to push the tempo. Nice little swing out from the Sova in mid as Sac State Gold trying to sniff out where these guys might be.
This is a nice, slow, methodical approach there from Mantic, who finally does find that frag, and that's going to cause rotations. Look, there's nobody here, Orbital. They have absolutely just entirely wrecked this defense. There's just, they don't have any clue. They have to pull the Hunter's Fury in order to try and deny that spike plant, but it is eventually going to go down with plenty of time left on the clock as well. So, I mean, well done to the UC Davis side of things, and now they have to look for the retake. Run it back was utilized, and it does net a kill, but not much more. There's 2 versus 3. Ali looking to be ready in the back of the site. Mantic, a big frag. Omi, now the sole survivor, has been tagged down as well. Has got to contend with 2, and Mantic cleans up the quad kill.
I love how I Only Vane knew exactly that Mantic was running up and didn't spare that chance of losing his life, right? That is a well thought out play. Hey, I'm getting shot. Cool, give me a second. I'll be right behind you. Mantic cleans it up. 4K here for this player, this Killjoy, who so far we've seen, you were talking about, you know, some people do prefer the ciphers in these situations, but a little bit of pushback here by Mantic saying, hey, look, you know, Killjoy is still one of the optimal compositions to run.
Yeah, and I mean, I would agree with him. I agree. I think that Killjoy is better here, and well, better is maybe I Only Vane. That being said, the curveball is good, but followed up by the paranoia makes it very difficult for that to really find much of anything. Ooh. Well played, shock dart, and a second as well, but that one does a little bit less damage. Run it back engaged for I Only Vane, as that lockdown is not going to catch anyone at all, but the B site open for business here as that come through. Oh, I Only Vane gets one. That's incredible.
Yeah, and this is a 3 ulti push. They're bringing out most of the utility that they had in their hands. So Omi decides to turn it back on. Ali is going to hold, but the operator sounds and that immediately stifles any potential peak once again. It's going to be a hold by the side of UC Davis, who are deciding if they want to keep chasing Sora, though. Can't find I Only Vane, picks up a 3K. Might be one more if they find the operator, but Johani with the classic says, hey, the pistol's a little bit better than your sniper at close range.
Yeah, you missed that shot. It's all over real quick. And, well, a nice little job here in the last couple of rounds to solidify their position. You know, you talked about how UC Davis on their defense are not necessarily all that strong, and that they needed to kind of solidify themselves here on the attack, and they've done just that in the last 2 rounds. Very much taking advantage of their ultimates, of making space, of winning out gunfights as well on those on the defense of those retakes. So everything coming up wonderfully. And Sora, oh, does that not reach? Oh, that doesn't reach. That's horrific. I Only Vane's gonna think that that wine is clear, and it is absolutely not.
Uh-oh. I think there might have been a tag, though, down onto Sora's head, and Ali, yeah, reads it like a book. Again, this, I believe, was an eco round for Sac State. As you can see, only has a Bucky, really, for any major guns. The rest are sitting on Frenzy Classics with Sheriffs. Sora losing his life. Not going to be the worst thing in the world. Question, though, coming out here is the take has been made. Now the retake is going to be fairly difficult. Rest of the squad sitting around still in B, which question for you, when you see most people rushing A and you lose that site, probably should start rotating.
Yeah, you know, a good idea, certainly. I mean, listen, I'm no, you know, absolute Valorant, you know, expert, but you know, that certainly seems reasonable. And a nice little paranoia. That blinds up 3 players and does only net 1 kill, but the follow-up is even better. And I only Vayne with the triple. Johanny gets in on the action and a flawless victory there in the, well, honestly, that round, like, number 1, it confirms the half victory for you if you're UC Davis, and that's important because of what we were talking about on their defense. And then secondarily to that, you kind of get those easy rounds, the flawless victories that really make your confidence go a little wild.
Yeah, and I think what speaks to confidence even more, not only getting a kill with the operator, but getting a kill with the enemy's operator. Johanny actually picked that up in a couple rounds before, and now Mitchell says, give it right back. Mantic had bought one for himself as well, and that is going to be a simple and very clean kill. Mitchell coming out saying, hey, listen, we are not going down without a fight. We will get as close as we can to winning the rounds in this half. They win this one, they'll set it at 7 and 5 to end it all, but that is the location revealed for a good chunk of UC Davis as Johanny goes ahead and flips it out. Multiple kills coming down straight through mid corridor into A, and now going a little bit silent, hoping to catch that lurker on the backside.
Yeah, but ultimately still a 3-on-3, so not too shabby either way you look at it. That being said, Hunter's Fury available, and this is the last round of the half from the Shadows as well. So be on the lookout for a information play from the Shadows, or potentially a bait over towards B, or something odd, something spicy to try and pull rotations. Right now, the only rotation here at A is the operator player. That's Mitchell, who should have some information. There goes that from the Shadows.
Ooh.
It's committed over towards A, and now do you just plant that spike immediately? It looks like not quite. You wait for the shock darts, but now that that's over, you can get that spike planted. But again, close by, up close and personal, operator of Mitchell, and is just waiting for the rest of the team to get in for the retake.
Yep, good call over. Mitchell still scanning, can't find anyone. Doesn't realize 2 have snuck under this rafter setup. That's gonna be a jump out from the Jet, and Vayne finds the first pick. That is the operator, very close to out of play. But Phoenix on Phoenix action means Mitchell finds a snapshot with that op. Willie, though, closes it out. Might find one more, but Omi is gonna be there. That's gonna be a clear to Fury finally used, and Willie puts it to good use. 3K for him with the final shot of the Fury.
Switching sides.
Well done, UC Davis. It looked awful close. It was 4-4 at one point, if you recall. And it was 4 rounds in a row at the very end of the half to pick up this 8-4 scoreline. And they certainly have done exactly what you were talking about, solidify their attack to just make sure that they have plenty of rounds to work with defensively. And, well, we'll see if they even need them all here, as UC Davis now going onto the defense. Pistol round should be coming in very shortly. And I think that I was really impressed with what they did there on the rotations. They were very intelligent and never really seemed to make any clear errors. You know, there's always things you can do better, but it was, generally speaking, very solid there from the UC Davis side of things on their attack.
Yep, and now Sac State Gold deciding that they're going to try this A push. One finds its way on as Mitchell is able to boost underneath. Couple shots going out straight through a link, trying to find a couple. But I Only Vayne had something to say, picking off the head of Sora. They'll drop it into a 5-on-4 situation as Sac State get the plant down. Now running back to position, a 4-point setup, holding against Raptors and Link.
This double commitment down below, I'm a little bit questioning, but hey, if you get the frags, you get the frags. It's 1 for 1 though, ultimately, and it's really 1 for 2. Somehow Omi finds that frag through the smoke. Beautiful stuff. Willie gets aggressive though and dispatches him very, very quickly. That is going to be UC Davis picking up a second pistol, and man, this is starting to look rough there. I mean, you know, you win pistol round if you're Sac State, and yeah, that's pretty reasonable. But now losing the pistol round and potentially this round too. I mean, that's double digits for UC Davis.
Yeah, and they're slowly pushing and showing why they are deservedly in the top of this Challengers division. We get to see the fun of fun. Couple Spectres, 3 plus a Marshall and Judge.
Ooh, let's go.
Good commitment by UC Davis to have a blast to possibly put themselves up at 10 rounds.
I'm a Judge fan.
I think we all are.
I mean, we all are until we get like judged in the face in our ranked games, and then we're just molding. I mean, we all know. But I mean, either way, this is fun. Joe Honey looking to get aggressive. Actually finds out that after the commitment there, nobody really wanting to get a forward position at B. They were like, oh, a Judge. Let's not go that way. And I don't blame them. Not one bit. So the push actually looking to go towards A here as 4 players group up with the spike in A main.
Little quiet walks. As Sac State Gold are hoping to hear some footsteps, at least get a read on where this UC Davis has set up positioning here on A site. Because if they round that corner, immediately get picked off, that is going to be a rough time. But praying that they can at least turn it into a 4-on-4. Time taken down, 40 seconds left.
Here.
Plenty of time if they do decide to rotate.
Look at the read. There's 3 players here. Dude, it's crazy.
Yep, and there it is. You hear lots of footsteps moving through. Very nice smoke out, though. Does secure the vision off of Raptors, so that's a full blind on 4, and Willie gets the collateral. That's going to be 3 for him as Johanny completes the full house of the flawless victory. UC Davis up 10 rounds to 4.
Well done. Double digits already picked up here for UC Davis. You know, I was looking 4-4, and I'm like, man, Sac State coming to play. Let's get it. And then UC Davis has simply looked better and better throughout this game as it has continued. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a bonus round here. Full Spectre purchase, with the exception of Johanny, who has that Judge saved over against the full Vandals and Phantoms available to come close and personal. 2 shots, 2 frags. Don't do them dirty like that. Jump now. That's absolutely ludicrous. And Mantic as well does find a frag elsewhere. That being said, Omi now on the mid position. Does get a very nice shot onto the aggressing Jet, but that is the only real issue in this round. Oh, that's, I was gonna say, Mantic, that is great job. That shot, it aim punched the player who was on target, by the way, but got aim punched and it entirely threw that off. So that headshot at the beginning, so key.
Yep, very nasty pickup here, as that is going to pressure into a 2-round win scenario. Sac State still ecoing. That is the most horrendous feeling in the world. You know you're getting close to match point, and you are forced to eco. Only real weapon coming out is that Minor Spectre on Omi, and the rest of them, some of them not even running shields, so they are all in on a holding on a possible 4-12 positioning. I Only Vayne finds the first, finds the second, as well as Omi clears it out, but I Only Vayne is able to pick up 3, and that is going to be UC Davis pushing to match point.
I mean, and there might as well have been air quotes around like the real guns with a Stinger and a Spectre against full rifles. Like, I mean, come on, that's just not ideal in any scenario. A couple of ultimates online here for the offense, but I mean, I have to imagine, right, that you're looking into the Blade Storm, and you're one away from the lockdown as well if you want to pull that out for Sora. So this could be a very interesting play. It looks like there's 5 players at B, and there's that Blade Storm already popped, and that is a oh no, he misses it. He just needed 1.
Can't get the reset either. Now you know you're facing against an Operator and Odin, which is just pain in the making. You hear 4 shots, I think, just going off, and a straight up punch straight in. Mantic takes out Mitchell, who was trying to get that reset. Can't find it. Defender Killjoy and attacker Killjoy both used, so no one will be moving inside of this B site. Vayne finds the third kill against Sac State. Is hoping to find a few more. One player detained by the attacker's Killjoy, 0 detained by the defender, because the rest of Sac State Gold have decided to full on rotate over to A site.
So I definitely love the play. I mean, I mentioned it right there before the round that I thought that the play would be the lockdown play, but I mean, why not just throw your Hunter's Fury in there if you're Omi? I'm not quite sure what the reasoning behind that is. But the timing from Mantic, what a great job from Omi to find that first frag. But I mean, that's all you can find. That's a brutal map number 1 for the Sac State Gold side of things.
Yeah, and they put up a valiant fight. I will say there is a reason UC Davis is, right now one of the top teams, sitting at 3rd. But if they win this, they will be tied once again. I said it so many times, but it shows here. Right, 20 frag for Vayne. Mantic coming out with 19 of his own. Mitchell this time, one of the primary carries for Sac State Gold, just couldn't pull out the victory. So little rough time here. And I mean, so far UC Davis looking like they're on their A game.
And I mean, look at the first bloods. I think that's a really telling statistic right here. 8 between both Mantic and Vayne. Elsewhere, nobody has more than 1. The exception is Mitchell, who certainly had some of those trend-setting rounds. But that's at 4, and nobody else really on the side of Sac State was being the opener, being the kind of the crowbar, if you will, to open these rounds. And that certainly was a problem for them. And in addition, by the way, I really needed to see something a bit better on their attack. It wasn't bad, just a little uninspired. Like almost as if, yeah, we've seen this play before, but we haven't necessarily gone into a server and pracked it. We haven't necessarily done a dry run of it or anything like that. And those parts of the practice are very important. So, the scrim time important, but those parts important as well. I am, just making assumptions based on what I saw, of course, but that's just my read from it. Orbital, anything that you think needs to change here for Sac State on the strategic side as we move into split before we go to a little break?
I'm hoping for them to be able to step up. You see Sora and Oni sitting at the bottom, 2 of the players that have quite a bit of utility between the 2 of them, right? A lot of information being gathered, and you saw how Ali was also able to contribute and be able to make some of those plays. So hoping that they can start rotating through and being able to find some of those key frags on key targets. But with that, we will go ahead and go to a very short intermission. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with map number 2 between Sac State Gold and UC Davis Blue.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
And welcome back to everyone still up very late with us here. We are excited because, again, we are here with not Ascent or Bind, but we got Split. We're going to have a little bit of fun, a little bit different here in this map. But UC Davis coming out with the victory in map number 1. Sac State Gold, we were talking about it a little bit, seemed a little bit disjointed and fragmented in terms of their calls. Hopefully they can clean it up here, as I believe Split was actually the map they decided on themselves. So hoping that they have that ability to make the clean calls and be able to close out this map and push it to a map number 3.
We'll see if they can do just that. I mean, I feel blessed. We had Split earlier today, and again, another Split. Absolutely wonderful. But yeah, I think that the thing about Split, right, is that the utility and your default, particularly on the defense, is so very important. You need to be looking for advantages on your defense. You need to be having good setups in pretty much every situation, and that is very difficult to do. There's a reason why we don't tend to see Split all that often. It's because it's a hard map to play. I mean, it really is. It's not very simple in that on Ascent, right? Like, even if it's hard to do the things on Ascent like correctly, it's fairly simple to understand conceptually. A Split is less so, and so I'm certainly going to be on the lookout for which of these two teams has those concepts down better and which is able to bring it over the edge, because this character selection might be interesting.
Yeah, we already see a couple swap ups here. We see I Only Vayne locking in that raise, and a Cypher on the flip side. Jet and Phoenix the next to follow, but Mantic, interestingly, is hovering that Astro, which I think could bring a whole new element here to this map.
I have a feeling that's a bit of a meme, but
one can dream, right? Come on.
Hey, I agree with you. I saw an Astra. I forget what I was casting, but I saw an Astra the other day for the first time. It was actually really interesting. It was okay. They lost, but it wasn't really the Astra's fault.
I mean, I think we did see a Yoru win earlier today, so I mean, there is some possibility to see some fun coming out here, but that will be the rain well.
Yeah. So hey, I mean, fair enough. All that said, Omi on the Sage is something that's different from other maps, but not all that odd here on Split. You tend to see the Sage happen quite often. It's so key over there in the mid area, particularly, and in the long corridors at A and B. It can be very effective at shutting down a push all on their own. So not at all surprised to see that. Same thing with Raze. Those paint shells are very effective here.
We've seen paint shells be able to zone out completely off of a key hold, right? And that is going to be the big question coming in here as we do. Once again, we have Sac State coming out on the attacker side this time first, so UC Davis will be defending, be able to rack up those wins if they can. Couple minor weapons coming out here, just a couple ghosts for a little bit of fun, and some frenzies blessing this Split map.
Oh, Mantic is committed. Okay, no longer committed. I was going to give Mantic so much credit for buying a Sheriff in round 1, but he sold it and gone over to a Frenzy, which, I mean, that's fine, but not as fun. Willie, nice little frag to open things up there in mid, and an aggressive push by Mantic. With that said, Frenzy is going to net another frag for the defense, already up 2.
Already up 2 to start things off, and ready to find a third as Sac State Gold's still trying to find their opening. Kind of pinched here into the bottom mid. Only in, and that's the wall, I believe, taken down as Mantic comes around with a frenzy. Couple shots going on from Omi, but can't find it as Mantic with the frenzy just guns out. Omi, and the follow-up from Mantic picks up a new gun, might be able to find a fourth. That's a very nice blind, runs around the corner, gets dropped. Omi decides that he's still playing, but Ali decides to finish it off. No one's dancing here, as that is a very sweet round for UC Davis.
I don't know why, but I felt the want to break out into song there, and I don't know why. I resisted the urge though.
Gotta break out into that musical feel, right? That's
yeah,
just
I don't
how
know.
you want to do it.
You were talking about the dancing, and I was like, yeah, I get into this. I don't know,
There's
man.
just a lot more hopping than I'm used to, and they're just people hopping up and down. It was great.
I mean, you're not wrong. And listen, it's late. You know, things. I just, my mind was going wherever. But right now, the minds of the Sac State side appear to be straight towards B. And, well, they're going to get a wall out, which is going to maybe give them an opportunity to get in here. Those paint shells that we were talking about stall out the push for a little bit of time. And lining them up and knocking them down like bowling pins is Mantic, and uses that dismiss to get in a forward position, but doesn't even care. And, well, Mantic's bowling a strike right now.
So funny story right there. You saw Mantic run straight through. I believe that Paranoia picked up one of the Devourers, and you hear shots behind. That's because he literally ran by all the rest of the enemies and let his team clean up. He was just looking around like, where'd everyone go? I'm sorry. So picks up 2 3Ks back to back. Already has the Empress up and available, which means Sac State are going to just have that much more of a difficult time, because literally they are saying Mantic can hold B all on his own with that ultimate.
6 frags, 2 rounds. That's all you got to say. That's all there is to it. That being said, Willie, the double kill with the Bucky. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And that does leave 2 players left alive here for the attackers. And a bit of a difficult spot. 2 players as well committed fairly aggressively in this angle. I'm a little confused at why they're still so committed, but I guess they heard the sound cue. Either way, it's going to work out beautifully.
Yep, and they hear it again. That's gonna be a little bit of a blind going out. Finds one. Astro might find 2. Oni helps him out. This is now a 2-on-1 situation, but I mean, that last one is Mantic. You gotta be scared. You gotta be a little bit on your toes as Mantic going up and down the ropes to quickly get in position for this A-site fight.
I popped the Empress here. This is an Empress pop if I've ever seen one. You got both the Leers, both your Dismiss and Devour. Come on.
Everything's prepped. It is willing and waiting. That has happened. Finds one with a beautiful spray on the Spectre. Gonna throw down, and Mantic just literally said, nah, bro, I don't listen to Vincent. Might find finds 2 for himself. Oh, the teabag. No! No!
Yes!
Do it.
Yes!
Oh, no.
I mean, listen, if you just don't need the Empress, then sure, ignore me. I'm fine with that. Just clutch on your own, man. Go off, son. Let's go, baby.
3 rounds in a row. 3 rounds in a row. Mantic has proved that he is a force to be reckoned with here. Went ahead, dropped the Spectre in favor of the Vandals. So 3 Vandals. An Operator coming out, Willie. 4th round Operator just shows how confident he is in this situation. And the rest of Sac State are actually sitting on a pity buy here. 2 SMGs, a Sheriff, and a Frenzy rounding out their utility.
Indeed. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned it. I noticed it and then forgot to say it. But Hayes has come in for Sora on the Sac State side of things. So just an FYI if you were unaware of why Hayes is down in the game. But
yeah,
we'll
actually
see.
swapping out, I think, for can't tell. I believe that was for Sora. So Sora out, Hayes in. Here.
Welcome to the game. That's what I just said.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm a little bit slow. Here too. So that's a little bit fun. We do see a hold here, though. Everyone on Sac State's side gonna be prepped and waiting, hoping to find the lurker. Because remember, Mantic did run a pretty quick lurk route. He does get found. That is a major power point being taken down. But once again, the judge having a bit of fun for Willie.
Let's see if it can be effective. To be fair, Mantic has just been very effective as a player. That's a very nice headshot. Mitchell taking off the head of the breach and looking for more, but Haliek, they've got it covered. It is a 1-for-1, so not too shabby here. The take on A, pretty solid.
Yeah, now Willie just says, nah, the judge is here to bang the gavel of defeat. Gonna put it into a 3-on-2 situation with Blade, Stormveil, and Empress, and up goes the smoke, down goes Willie with a 3K to round it out. I Only Vane picks up the last, and that is 4 straight rounds UC Davis had collected for themselves here in map number 2.
I hate that worked for Willie. I really hate that worked.
A boost straight into someone's face and then straight up in the air.
Like, and they even got bailed out by the fact that the teammate came in, and like that was the plan clearly, but also, come on, just no, please. Oh,
it's the style. It's the style.
I mean, yeah, it's just Jet. I mean, that is what it is, but also great job from Willie to pick up those frags. 3K, easy does it. Now another rifle round here coming in for Sac State. They've got to start picking something up here. You know, the attacker side can definitely be a struggle here on split, but we talked about it, or I talked about it in the last split game that we watched earlier today. That you know, this ain't old split. This split, you know, you should be able to pick up some attacker rounds here.
Should be able to, but Mantic is saying otherwise. Another opening frag for him, sitting at 9-1-2 so far. That is averaging more than 2 kills a round. I see shots going out. Hayes trying to find one for himself and actually drops the top fragger, and Mitchell follows it up cleanly with a shot through a couple walls. Spike grabbed by Omi as B looks to be the plant site.
Yeah, those rotations coming in very quickly, and Willie.
Oh!
That's a unfortunate miss, and that's a second unfortunate miss. I mean, just a series of unfortunate events going through for Willie right there. As now the retake's gonna have to be strong with just 2 players alive. Drops down, does Joe Honey, but it's quickly been dispatched. As now it's Aliek who's left in the 1-on-2. Wasn't 1-on-3, already found that first, but now has it all to do. And both these players playing very separated the attack, but let's see how Ali decides to play it. Tap the spike, looking for more. Doesn't quite stick it out, but Omi is ready and waiting on the defense. Actually played it really well around that dark cover, but unfortunately loses out that gun battle to Hayes.
Bomb doesn't go off, spike doesn't go off, so that does mean that'll be a round win for Sac State Gold. They cut off that round streak at 4, and this time they have 4 ultis to show for it as well, so hopefully they can collect and get 2 for themselves in a row. Big one to watch for is that showstopper, of course. Mitchell, known as the carry for Sac State Gold. If he can get a good showstopper off, that can be the one shot that kind of turns the tides of battle.
Known as the carry. I wish at some point, I hope at some point that I can be known as the carry in something.
There's a reason we're casters.
Yeah, listen, stop making, you know, hurting my dreams, okay, Orbital? This is not okay. Let my dreams be dreams, all right, mate?
All right, sounds good to me, but the dreams as Sac State Gold are here, hoping to get a 4th win for themselves here in the regular season. They are dropped into Paranoia. I Only Vane picking up Oni, looking around here in heaven. Might not be able to find much as Mantic follows up with a Devour and drops Omi where he stands. That's going to put it into a 5-on-1 situation. They see the gun, and unfortunately the blind was on, so Asher doesn't even know that Mantic picks up the flawless 3K to put it at a 5-on-1 situation.
All right, so I hate to do it to him, Sac State, but Mantic has as many kills as the entirety of Sac State does. Yeah, do the math. Yeah, you're there. Yeah. I mean, and I don't even mean that as a negative for Sac State. What I do mean to say is that Mantic is absolutely cracked out of his gourd right now. I mean, what a player has just been playing incredibly today, and this map too is just stepping up massively.
Yeah, there's a point where it's either forced errors by the enemy team kind of putting you into poor positioning, or it's unforced errors where you yourselves are putting yourself in a poor positioning, not in the right opening movements. But that's gonna be a bounce out from Mitchell, trying to jump forward, sprays through the Paranoia right there, actually finds Aliek in a couple shots, but doesn't take them down, so might be seen through. Oh, Aliek gets caught trying to prop up an ability, and that's going to give a 2-0 advantage so far, as UC Davis might have to scramble for this round.
With that Lear, though, it could be good. The Empress was popped by Mantic, but quickly dispatched into paint shells, doing even more damage. Mitchell being the carry that we wanted to see, leaving simply Willie left on his own. And well, that Thrifty coming through. And Orbital, I think you said there was 2 options, right? Forced errors, unforced errors. I think you missed one. And that is just Mantic going ham. Like, you know, that's option 3. That does exist.
That does, but this time it was Mitchell on the other side, picking up 4 in that round and immediately signaling a potential recharge. Because again, you want to be able to pick up these rounds. UC Davis, known as a, you know, a little bit of a defensive squad, like we stated, and if they're already up 5 rounds, you at least want to bring it and try and get it close to tying right before it goes into half. But this time you're faced up against an operator, Willie, holding down B on his own. Ali Eck gonna find one on Mitchell. So top fragger out. Rest of the squad has to step up.
Indeed, they do. And I mean, the other thing to note, by the way, is that you know, Omi on the Sage. Sage is very good defensively, not as ideal on the attack. So something to be aware of. Nonetheless, that wall does go down. A little bit of a miss on the cage by Hayes, but Spike planting, or should be being planted here in just a moment, from the shadows for that rotation. Gets the information in mid, but Astro is ready and waiting to take care of that. So a 4-on-3 retake. This is looking not too shabby here for the defense.
Yeah, and keep in mind, they do have a couple ultimates available for themselves. That's going to be a throw up by Johani. Trying to find out where it is, and that's going to be the pop. Complete rolling thunder moving through on this B's side. Ready to go showstopper use. 5 kill on Oni. Only Vayne picks up a headshot before getting killed himself. That's going to be Astro trying to play defense only with the Spectre in hand. Gets another flashbang off. Can't find the marks though. Might get destroyed and is as the defuse comes through. Astro trying to find a couple frags free. Mantic. Oh, that's rough. Right as the turns.
Yeah, that is very rough indeed. I don't know. I kind of feel like you just commit to the save right there, but whatever. Lots of money still left because of that that round where, you know, you got the Thrifty. Mitchell got a 4K. You know, that definitely leaves your economy very healthy, and so plenty of cash to rebuy into this round for Sac State Gold. That being said, money ain't the real problem here. It's rounds, Orbital. 6-2. The current score line is not too ideal here for these attackers.
Not great. You don't want to see them reach double digits in the first half. That would be very painful to try and fight your way back. Out goes Hayes trying to get a little bit of information. Omi already having to throw down that resurrection, keep Mitchell in this game.
Well, and Mitchell has that showstopper, right? So, like, you could see why you want to keep them in the game. And well, Hayes is no longer in the game, taken out by Mantic in brutal fashion.
I like how Hayes is just like, yeah, there's a little danger where I died, by the way, just a hair. You see that pop up and a little slow run straight through mid mall, and a big firefight comes out and a couple shots. Oni goes ahead and gets rid of that operator, so that's going to be a big part of the equipment battle being dropped. That's going to put it into a 3-on-3 with vandals all around.
Oh, timing. That's brutal. Hallie, what a great find. Leaves just one player left alive here, and that leader's good enough. Mantic is just absolutely incredible, this map. What else can you say about him?
Not much. 16-3-3. The man has been there and done just that. Proving, I mean, this could be, although with how fast it's going, I don't think he's going to drop a 30K, but still has the potential to reach that 22-23, you know, kill game and put a mark on his back, I feel, right? Put a huge target on his back in the upcoming matches. Remember, this is a squad that everyone is going to be watching move into playoffs and deciding if they are the bigger threat of the 3 big dogs.
That's true. And to be fair, I mean, if you're not giving 22-23 here when you're 16 in round 7, or rather round 10 now, I feel like that's probably a big drop off. So I would expect to see Mantic there or better as they move forward.
Yep, A site here, A main, huge paint can though, push him back a little bit. Joe Honey say nope. That's going to be a couple of drops here coming into this frame. That's going to be the operator being popped, and Omi finds two. Yeah, surprise indeed. Met with a not so friendly barrel to the face. He's sitting inside of a little bit of a smoke. Omi going for that plant early, but Mantic has something to say. 3-on-2 here after the plant. Possibly hold it farther. That's going to be 2. Can he find the third? Omi finds 3 for himself, and the follow-up is clear. 2-on-1 means that Sova might have to sprint away, walking, keep himself quiet. Smooth defuse as Omi follows through, and Mantic picks up the final third as Aliek goes to the defuse.
Man, Mantic is just on a different planet in the moment. I feel like that, honestly, the fact that Omi has to ace right there, by the way, to win that round. I was already gotten a triple kill, but just the Mantic is alive, and you're like, oh well, you know.
Yeah.
We know how this is going. It's just that's the kind of game Mantic is having. You know where, and I say kind of game. What I mean by that, Orbital, is like the game where you hit tab and like, oh, Mantic's alive. Well, this isn't over. It doesn't matter if it's a 1v5.
At this point, the rest of the group is just there to watch. That's the worst part. Joe Honey goes ahead and finds Astro, gets dropped himself, and that's going to quickly turn into a 3-on-2. Mitchell trying to find a few with that Sheriff, but can't find Purchase. Has to reload and can't find the time. A very quick eco round means Oni is only sitting on that Spectre to try and turn things around. Gets a very nice paranoia, gets blind, and Alarm Bot running into a couple walls before finally finding a couple bullets to the face.
Well, I mean, talk about a quick little eco round there. Sac State, they collapsed. And, well, in all fairness, UC Davis was absolutely W-keying onto them. So, 9-2 right now. And, you know, when you said something earlier, you were like, hey, you don't want to have double-digit rounds against you in the first half. And it was like, I think at that point, like 6-2. And I'm like, okay, Orbital, like that's a little bit of an early call. Like, okay, come on. Like, that's what I said in my mind. And now it's 9-2. And I'm like, well, I guess you were right.
Sometimes I'm a fortune teller. Sometimes I just look like someone that got lost in a mall. There are only 2 options for myself when it comes to that. That's gonna be a jet straight through. Mitchell just gets a shot straight onto the brimstone. Gotta feel a little bit of pain as a showstopper eats up a life. Mitchell finds a second here onto Willie with a headshot. Hayes finds one, and that's gonna immediately put UC Davis into a pinch position. So Sac State might be able to end this half with a happy note. However soft that note might be, as they end it on a flawless, little bit of a confidence booster going into the second half.
Maybe a bit of a caster curse too, of course. The classic. But yeah, great job to pick up that third round for Sac State. But I mean, listen, I think that to say this is consistently a 9-3 defensive sided map at this point is just not true. You know, there was a time at which that was the case, but now I would say more along the lines of a, you know, 7-5, you know, maybe on a bad day an 8-4, that kind of score line. At least that's the read I get. You know what I mean? That being said, you know, we could see the run back here from Sac State on their offense, and we'll be on the lookout, or rather on their defense, my apologies. We'll be on the lookout for just that, as there is some investment, some frenzy, some extra upgraded pistols, but push onto A is here, and Willie falls already.
Yeah, Oni and Asher holding it down as the rest of the team tries to rotate. Only Vayne is going to find one. That's a quick plant. They are able to make it in. The question is can they find the picks on the retake attempt? Sac State Gold do have a decent position up in A rafters in heaven. Also behind screens as they decide to start pushing into A. Mitchell and Hayes just cleaning it right there. And now it's down to UC Davis. Just one Omen stands against the world and can't find it. Sac State Gold come out with the opening round.
Sounds like an anime or something. One omen against the world has to defeat the powers of evil as they come in to the A site.
And that's where the cold open happens. Oh, nope, it's over. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Shut
what
down where it stands.
Yeah. No copyrighted music here. Smile.
Oh, that's so true. But that still, like we said, has to feel good. Sac State coming out with the opening pistol round means that they have a higher chance of being able to close out this second round as well, be able to put themselves up 5-9. Then they will have to face the wrath of UC Davis. But a Marshall early on for Mantic saying he's not playing around. He wants to be able to end it here in the next 4 rounds.
Willie with the shorty is just outrageous. Look at this. Look at this. Just cloud bursting across the map, hoping to get somebody close at range. And Willie unfortunately doesn't get that, but is going to find some opponents here in just a little bit. But Astro says, no, thank you. I'll see you later. That Marshall trying to take some pop shots, but it's not very effective. A 3-on-4 now as Mitchell finds Mantic as well. This is not ideal at the moment for UC Davis. A nice little paranoia to deny anything else, and Mitchell a 3K. So Sac State, you know, round number 1 goes their way. Followed it up. The anti-eco is good as well with 4 players surviving. It's still going to be a bit of a long road, Orbital, but that's certainly a great start.
And again, like we said, UC Davis have a tendency to kind of falter on the attacking side. Not to say that they are poor in these standards, but this might be something that other teams can find and kind of pick at that weakness, right? The more rounds that they give over, the more other teams will notice that and might have a little bit of a read. Now we do see the Vandals coming out. We do see a Bulldog for Omi here. That's also going to be a Bucky. So still working with some of those lower econ weapons. If they can find the picks, that might be a good another round, as the Cypher cameras are going to be systematically removed from the map.
You got to get rid of them things. They're a menace to society. It's a big brother watching over you, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, but Willie is looking over Omi as Mantic finds Mitchell. Top fragger versus top fragger. Mantic will win that. A quick snap onto Hayes' head. And he goes, yeah, B's clear, guys. Cool, I'm going to go hunting for kills real quick. Give me about half a second. Just misses Oni's tail. And Willie says, no, don't worry, I got it. Mantic picks up the 3. That is a very quick attacking round as UC Davis say, cool, we're right back in the driver's seat.
So I'm gonna keep it real. Normally I'd be like, you know, my analysis there would be, well, you know, that was a bonus round and, you know, fair enough, right? But the thing is, that looked so very dominant that I don't know if it mattered. I mean, UC Davis just simply hit all the headshots. They had the read, they got into the positions, and of course Mantic got a 3K, which, you know, how that goes. Like, it's just incredible stuff. So now I mean the onus very much on Sac State to respond here on this gun round, because I mean, look at the cash. It's just not ideal. If Sac State lose this one, they're in a real tough spot.
And when you're playing and realizing that if Mantic gets a little bit of a lead, he will push 100%. You gotta rip back that temple. You gotta rip back that conductor's wand and say, hey, look, I am in control. We are in control. We are on the defense if we can, right? That is find a way to do it. But if they can, that will be a huge jump for them. Quite a low rotate by UC Davis, though, straight into a heaven, and they will find a couple marks. Mantic picking up 2 as Omi picks up 1. Rest of the squad of Sac State Gold are going to have to walk straight into a firefight by the Lurker Astro. Finding Alec Eck on that site. Mantic picks up 3. Joe Honey looking to close it out. Gonna follow through. A 4K for Mantic. Might be able to get the ace. Can't. No! The reload stops the ace. Oh, Mantic's just like, come on. The guns can't keep up with my talents here. Clips have to be a little bit larger.
Yeah, and well, a valiant effort, but you gotta look at the bullets. That's the key. And Hayes is stuck in this 1v2. Does know that one player is sitting at map, but it's not been very successful at spamming. I Only Vane catches them out with ease there on their drop down. So with that, 11-5 and the cash, it's abysmal. There's just no way around it. I mean, well, to be fair, it's not the worst, but it's also not good. You know what I mean? Definitely not ideal. And beyond that, I think that we have to take a long, hard look. And I mean, Mantic at 27 kills, like, I don't know. There's very few times in a game like Valorant where you will find me saying, like, okay, well, this player is simply putting the team on their back, you know, being the difference, and that's the reason that a team loses. But I feel like Mantic might be making that case in this game.
Yeah, rest of the team though stepping up here on this B side take. Ali Eck finds 2. Mitchell found 1 with the showstopper, but that's it. That's only 1. 2 on 3. Here's UC Davis have still yet to plant that spike. Mantic says, yeah, cool, don't worry about it. I'll go ahead and get that devoured down. 28 is the magic number, hoping for 2 more within the next couple rounds, and might only have 1 round to do it. Astro playing up in that top of elbow, in top of screen, sorry. Not screens. I am looking at the wrong thing.
Well, Astro is trying to do something. Spectre in hand and unable to even find the one. Ali at this time, they're the ones to pick up the triple kill, but regardless, a great round there from the UC Davis side of things. And, well, Sac State is currently 12-5, and they've been in a tough spot the entire game. Realistically,
yeah.
They've not really looked in this game at all. I mean, there was, you know, over back on Ascent, you recall that, you know, it was 4-4 at one point. It was looking very, very close. This has not been that. This has been a great showing from UC Davis and continues to be.
Yep, all they need is a rifle in their pocket. That's going to be a quick drop in, as it looks like UC Davis are ready to end it right here, right now, as Mantic leads with an opening frag once again. This man cannot be stopped. He literally runs up and sprays and prays, empties the full clip, goes back to reload, and ready to fall off. Joe Honey picks up a couple for himself, and Omi meets Mantic in the top on B. That's going to be the alley leading to murder as Omi revives Mitchell. Now a 2-on-2. UC Davis have to figure out how to defend this retake attempt. Joe Honey still a little bit healthy, but can't find the swap to a gun. So Ali Eck, last one standing, full health, but might decide to give this round if it means dropping his weapon. Outload finds one, can't find the second, as Omi, the Sova of the game, one with that resurrection, is able to close out with the defuse.
They survive one more round at the very least here. And, well, a nice defuse, a nice retake. I will give credit where it's due, and a nice job getting that resurrection. But I have to admit, I am still not super convinced here. And I thought we were going to see a judge on Willie, but Willie has actually purchased up a rifle, which is probably a little bit better in this, and the money is not ideal. Look, one player surviving for the defense. You have to pull out a Bucky on the back of Hayes. You got to pull out a Spectre there for Oni. It's not great, but better than nothing.
You have a little bit of information gathering if you want, as Vayne just rolls in with that raised showstopper. Can't find a kill, but at least lays down the suppression, as the rest of the squad is going to drop in behind. Willie deciding that he needs to play in the smoke, but here's a shotgun. Hayes able to pick it. Vayne says stop that retake attempt. Mantic picks up the 30K, hoping to grab one more. Finds a couple shots. No, he says, nope, not today. You will not get my butt. Immediately gets come down with the Spectre, as Vayne picks up a triple frag for himself. As UC Davis blue, I believe, will be able to come out with the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, a 2-0 victory, 13-4, 13-6. Those are the two score lines, believe it or not. The second map more dominant than the first, despite that score line difference. And Mantic, 30, 10, and 10. That's a score line that you don't see all that often. They call that a triple double, I think. Is that what it's called?
I think so. I think so.
I'm just trying to be like the cool kids, but I'm not. So, either way, 30, 10, and 10, absolutely incredible showing there from Mantic. 423 combat score, by the way. Not the highest I've seen today, believe it or not. I saw it in the 500s today, but still absolutely incredible. Had so many high impact rounds. I has to be MVP of this match, surely.
I would agree with that. Massive numbers for them as UC Davis go on to move to 6-1 with 2 series left to play. Sac State Gold, though, will have to try and battle it out in the lower rounds as they're sitting at 3-4. Another loss, I believe, would put them in elimination contention, but they will have to face us. So we'll see how they do at the end of the season. However, that is going to be it for us here for the day's Valorant matches, but there will be more NECC action tomorrow or today, depending on where you are, as tomorrow will be Overwatch, so make sure to tune in if you are ready to see maybe some Junkrat, maybe some Reinhardt, and even maybe a Winston. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name, once again, is Orbital, joined here with Vincent. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic evening.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.